So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our new videos. So today we are gonna see what if Harry wrote a story. So please like the video and share it with your friends and subscribe the channel and watch the end of the video. So let's start the story.
Let's start story on what if Harry Potter builded Harem inside Hogwarts and marriage with Hermione secretly. The sword fell with a dull clang against the frost-bitten ground. Its ruby-studded hilt slipping from Ron Weasley's trembling hands. The locket lay shattered, its malevolence gone, but the images it had conjured still lingered, venomous and raw. Cold air bit into them, but sweat still clung to their skin. Harry glanced at the destroyed Horcrux, then pocketed its broken remains. The silence between the two boys was heavy. "We should head back, Ron. Hermione'll be worried," Harry finally said. Neither of them moved. Ron's voice came low, uncertain. "Harry." Harry looked over, but Ron wasn't looking at him. His eyes remained fixed on the spot where Horcrux had shown the cruel vision of Harry and Hermione kissing. Do you love her?" Ron asked, almost a whisper. "Hermione, I mean, the way I've always thought you did." Harry's stomach twisted. "Ron, that wasn't real, it was the Horcrux." "I know that," Ron cut in, more forcefully than before. "But I still need to know. I need to hear it from you. I can't keep pretending it doesn't matter. I need to know before we go back, before I see her." Harry's breath caught. How could Ron bring this up now, when he'd just come back? When they were finally whole again. Of course I love her," Harry began quickly, then faltered. "I love her like a—" But the words died in his throat. Something in his chest twisted, something warm and terrifying. Ron waited. The wind howled between the trees. "I need the truth, Harry. Not just for me, for Ginny, too. I left because I was scared, of everything, but mostly because I thought maybe I'd already lost her. Because of you." Harry swallowed. "We should talk about this later. Come on, Ron, we're both freezing and—" "Tell me," Ron said, more forcefully. "Please." Harry's control snapped. "Fine, yes, I love her, all right," he bellowed. "I love her. I always have. I just didn't realize it, not really. Not until everything started falling apart. But it doesn't matter because she doesn't love me like that. She cried for you while you were gone, Ron. Every night. Not for me, never for me." His voice rang in the empty woods. The leaves stilled as if the forest itself held its breath. Ron stood silent, the wind rustling his red hair. 1,000 emotions crossed his face: shock, understanding, even relief. "So I was right," he said quietly. "I always knew. You two were always different." Harry expected a blow, or a hex, or at the very least another round of shouting. But instead, Ron sat down beside him, calmer than Harry had seen him in weeks. "I needed to hear it. And now I have," Ron said. "Thank you." Harry blinked. "You're not angry?" Ron gave a small, tired laugh. "At myself, maybe. Not you. You didn't ask for this." The two of them sat there a while longer in silence, side by side on the cold earth. Then, finally, Ron stood and offered Harry his hand. "Let's go. She's probably pacing holes in the floor." Harry stared at him, stunned, but took the hand. "Yeah," Harry said quietly. "Let's go tell her the good news." 3 down, 3 to go. The two boys walked side by side into the dark, back toward the tent, and toward the girl who, unknowingly, stood at the heart of both their journeys. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 2 Between Firelight and Fear. Author's note. Here comes a storm. This chapter reimagines the reunion at the tent, how fear and love can live in the same heartbeat. Thank you for every review and read. Tilda Pratier. Hermione Granger was freezing, but she didn't notice. A blanket clung stubbornly to her shoulders, and another lay folded stiffly over her knees. Tea. The cup of tea she had poured for Harry sat untouched at her side, its contents long gone cold. Her eyes, bloodshot and unblinking, were fixed on the forest beyond the firelight. Harry had been gone for hours. It had been well past midnight when she'd stirred in her makeshift bed, shivering slightly in the silence. At first, she thought it was just the cold that had woken her, until she'd noticed the absence of soft footsteps pacing the edge of the protective charms, the missing flicker of Harry's silhouette by the fire. His coat was gone, his boots, her wand. They had a system. Each took turns standing watch at night, one sleeping, one patrolling, always armed, always alert. It wasn't just habit, it was survival. And he'd broken it, without waking her, without leaving a note, without her wand. She sat frozen in her cot, helpless in a way she hadn't felt since childhood. Her heart thudded in her throat, too loud in the quiet. She had no way to track him, no way to defend herself if something came crawling out of the trees. And now the sky was beginning to pale with the approach of dawn, and he still hadn't come back. Her lips moved silently, fury tightening every muscle. She kept telling herself he was fine. That Harry Potter had faced worse than cold and frost. But this wasn't bravery. This was recklessness. Stupidity. She'd warned him. Pleaded, even. The last Potterwatch Saint had made it perfectly clear. Snatchers were operating in groups now, combing the countryside, looking for lone travelers and half-muggles and blood traitors. The woods weren't safe. The nights weren't safe. Nothing was. And Harry had vanished into both like it didn't matter. Hermione's hands clenched around the edge of the Tales of Beedle the Bard, the only thing left near enough to hold. The book lay open in her lap, forgotten. Its pages flapped in the wind, and once again that infuriating symbol stared up at her from the margin. A triangle, a circle, a line. The grave, the letter, the fable that wasn't a fable. She stared at it. What are we even doing? She muttered aloud. Fairy stories while he runs off into the woods thinking he's invincible. How does this help us find Horcruxes? How does this help anything? She looked around, half expecting him to appear suddenly, sheepish and shivering, apologizing as he always did. But the clearing remained empty, the fire crackling low. Where are you? She whispered, throat tightening. Where are you, Harry? Then, crack, a sharp break of twigs. Hermione's head jerked up. Her heart lurched. She scrambled to her feet, her blanket falling to the ground in a heap. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, backlit by the thin dawn light. Harry. He looked like he'd barely made it. Soaked through, robes torn and stiff with frost, mud inging to his boots and the knees of his trousers. His face was hollow, his glasses crooked, his arms hanging limp at his sides. He didn't say a word. Harry. Hermione was moving before she knew it, half running toward him, not out of joy, but fury. You absolute idiot. She shouted, slamming her fists into his chest as she reached him. What were you thinking? Harry stumbled back, too stunned, or too exhausted, to stop her. Gone for hours, Harry. I woke up to find you missing, with my wand gone. Do you know what that's like? Sitting here all night with nothing but a fire and guesses a boo. Whether you're lying face down in a ditch. I'm sorry, Harry rasped. I had to get something. You had to, oh, brilliant, she snapped, voice rising higher. You had to sneak off in the dead of night in freezing temperatures to do Merlin knows what while I lie here helpless. Were you even going to tell me where you were going? Harry flinched. I didn't want to wake you. You didn't, she let out a sharp, incredulous laugh. The kind that bordered on tears. Unbelievable. Do you even understand what could have happened to you? Snatchers are everywhere. Potterwatch said they're searching forests. Forests, Harry. Like this one. You could have been seen. Or caught. Or, her voice cracked, killed. I had your wand, Harry said quietly, voice thin. I wasn't defenseless. Hermione's fury faltered. Her hands dropped to her sides. Her mouth opened, but no words came. And then, a movement behind him. Hermione blinked, her brow creasing. A second figure stepped into view. Her breath caught. He was tall, broad. His hair unmistakable even under a dusting of snow. A sword glinted faintly in his right hand, the blade slick with frost. His coat hung open at the front, torn at the hem. His EYs, blue and white and horribly uncertain, locked onto hers. Ron. Hermione didn't move. She didn't speak. She didn't even breathe. Her arms, which had moments ago been flung in fury, hung limply at her sides. Her face, always quick to mirror her thoughts, went utterly still. Not blank, exactly, but unreadable. Every emotion, shock, fury, longing, heartbreak, flashed through her all at once before vanishing beneath a veil of silence. Ron's mouth opened, but no sound came. He looked like he wanted to step forward. Like he dared not to. His fingers clenched tighter around the hilt of the sword. The blade tipped toward the ground. Hermione swayed. Hermione. Harry caught her as she collapsed, half falling to his knees. Her eyes were closed, her face drained of color. He cradled her against him, panic rising in his throat. Hey, come on, Hermione, wake up, please. Ron didn't move. He just stared at her, frozen with horror. At her, at Harry, at the sword in his hand. Then, slowly, as if the weight of everything he'd missed had finally caught up to him, Ron lowered the blade and let it fall into the snow with a dull thud. He stepped forward. I should never have left, he said, voice low and rough. She was right. She always was. Quote. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 3 The Line Between Us. Author's note. This is the fight that breaks the silence. Emotions can only be bottled for so long. But sometimes, the crash that follows is the start of healing. The wind howled outside the enchanted tent, brushing the canvas like a restless spirit. Inside, all was still, save the low flicker of candlelight and the slow, steady breathing of a girl lying beneath woolen blankets. Hermione hadn't stirred since she collapsed. Pale, exhausted, but breathing. Harry sat beside her, motionless. He hadn't left her side since they brought her in. Across the tent, Ron clutched the hilt of the sword of Gryffindor like an anchor. "You reckon she'll be all right?" he asked. Harry looked at Hermione. "She'll wake up. She's strong. She's going to kill me when she does." "She might." Ron nodded grimly. "I'll deserve it." The silence stretched. Harry stared at the broken remains of the Horcrux on the table, its dark heart finally silenced. Ron looked over at Harry. "So, you forgive me?" Harry hesitated. "I don't think I was ever really mad," he said quietly. "Just frustrated. With everything. With myself. I don't know what I'm doing, Ron. I still don't. I dragged you both into this without a real plan. Dumbledore gave me riddles, not answers." Ron sat silently, rubbing at the hilt of the sword. Then he asked, "How did you even find the lake?" "The sword." Harry took a breath. "A Patronus. A silver doe." Hermione, still lying on her side, stirred slightly. Ron frowned. "A doe." Harry nodded. "She came into the woods. Beautiful, glowing, she didn't speak. Just led me. I followed her through the trees, half hypnotized. I didn't even stop to question it. I don't know why, but I trusted her." Ron leaned forward. "You don't know who sent it?" "No idea," Harry said. "Could have been a trap. Could have been a friend. I just knew I had to follow her. She led me to the lake. The sword was at the bottom." "Blimey." Hermione murmured faintly but didn't wake. "I went in for it," Harry continued. "The locket tried to drown me. Wrapped the chain around my neck." Ron's face darkened. "You pulled me out. I don't know how you found me." "I had the deluminator," Ron said, voice low. "It brought me to you." Harry smiled faintly. "Guess it knew more than either of us did." Ron didn't answer, but something in his expression softened. "I heard you shouting. I thought I'd lost you again. You saved me. And the locket." Harry glanced at it. "I told you to do it. And you did. It fought back. But you won." The two boys exchanged a look. Old pain, new respect. Then Hermione stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. She blinked several times, confused, then her gaze sharpened and zeroed in on Ron. "You," she said, her voice hoarse but cutting. "Hermione, I." She sat up fully. "Where do you get off coming back after everything? After abandoning us? After abandoning me?" Ron raised both hands. I know I was wrong. Wrong. You left us alone in the middle of nowhere with no food and no plan." Hermione launched a pillow at him. "You selfish, immature, thoughtless. I came back, didn't I?" He snapped. "I saved him. I destroyed the Horcrux. After you nearly tore this group apart. Stop yelling at me like I'm the only one who's messed up." "Guys, maybe we should," Harry began. "And you?" Hermione turned on him with wild eyes. "Followed a doe. Diving into a frozen lake without telling anyone. Nearly freezing and drowning to death. What if we'd lost you, Harry? What if I had to do it? You had my wand. You left me completely defenseless. But they are after my ruddy ass. I thought you'd be safer if you thought wrong." And with that, she closed the distance between them with surprising agility and slapped him hard. Harry stumbled back, stunned. "Hermione!" Ron exclaimed, half in awe and half in horror. But Hermione wasn't done. "You think I'd be happy if you died? That I'd just move on?" Slap. Harry reeled again, holding his cheek. "You selfish prat," she shouted, tears now streaking down her face. "After very thing we've been through, after everything I gave up, you think I could just live if you died?" Harry tried to reach for her, to calm her, but she shoved him backward, knocking him over a chair. "Ow. Bloody." Ron stepped in. "Hermione. Just breathe. You don't think I've forgotten you, Ronald Weasley. I didn't expect you to. You can't just come and go as you please. What, did you think I'd hug you? Kiss you? Say thank you for vanishing into the night?" Ron ducked as she hurled a book at him. All right, I get it. Where is my wand?" Harry scrambled for the corner. "It's over here, don't hex me." "Too late." "Okay, that's it," Ron yelped as he was hit in the shoulder by a pillow. "Harry, help." But Harry was now shielding himself behind the trunk. "You're on your own, mate." Hermione, breathing hard, stood in the center of the wrecked tent, eyes blazing, hair flying, wand in hand. And then she collapsed onto the floor. Not from another faint, but from sheer exhaustion. "Are you done?" Ron panted, sitting up. Harry emerged slowly, rubbing his cheek. "Please say yes." Hermione didn't answer. She just sat cross-legged on the rug, breathing deeply. After a long moment, Harry joined her. Ron followed suit. All three of them sat in silence. Then, Hermione let out a single, small laugh. Harry blinked. "Was that, or you laughing?" She laughed again, softly this time. "I must look mad." "You're not," Harry said. "You're impressive." "Terrifying," Ron added. She smiled weakly. "Thank you." After a pause, she looked at Harry. "Tell me what happened." "The Horcrux," he explained. "The sword in the lake." Nearly drowning, Ron rescuing him, the Horcrux's resistance, carefully omitting any mention of what it showed them or his own emotional outburst. "It's gone now," he finished. 3 down. Hermione nodded slowly. "And you're both all right." Ron looked at her. "Are we?" "I don't know," she said honestly. "But I'm too tired to yell again." "That's a start." They shared a look, something fragile but real. The beginning of understanding. Then Hermione drew a deep breath and stood. "I still want my wand. And a cup of tea." "Yes, ma'am," both boys said in unison. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak. The Stone and the Wand. Chapter 4 Storms and Shadows. Author's note. This chapter slows down to breathe. A little planning. A quiet confession. And the first real sign that something between Harry and Hermione is shifting, changing into something deeper, more dangerous, and perhaps, more inevitable. The wind outside the tent howled with feral intensity, screaming through the treetops like something ancient and wounded. The canvas groaned beneath its force, flapping violently against the enchanted stakes that held it fast to the frozen ground. Snowflakes whirled through the air in fits and starts, collecting in icy mounds around the campsite, where the forest had turned white and silent but for the shrieking storm. Inside the tent, the air was dry and still, though no less fraught with tension. It was warmer, just, but the heaviness that hung between the three of them made even the magically sustained temperature feel brittle. Ron was hunched over the cook pot, poking at what passed for supper with the end of his wand. The contents, half a tin of watery soup they'd already reheated twice, bubbled half-heartedly over a patch of magical blue flame that hissed faintly against the cold draft slinking through the seams of the canvas. Hermione sat on the edge of her cot, cross-legged, the tails of Beetle the Bard resting on her knees. She wasn't reading it so much as scanning it again, line by line, page by page, as if some answer might leap out at her if she simply stared hard enough. Her fingers drummed anxiously against her knee, tapping out a rhythm only she understood. Harry sat near the tent entrance, close enough that the wind slipped under the flap and kissed his ankles with icy breath. He didn't seem to care. His eyes were fixed on the wand in his hands, not his own, of course, but a stranger's, the one Ron had taken from a snatcher. It still felt wrong in his grip, its rhythm unfamiliar, but it worked. Better than he'd expected, actually. He'd spent the morning testing spells in the clearing, casting with increasing precision until the cold drove them back into hiding. Even now, he turned it slowly in his fingers, unwilling to sit idle. They hadn't spoken much since leaving the Forest of Dean. Not really. Not about anything that mattered. Their movements were cautious, restless. They stayed no longer than a night in any one place. Not out of strategy, but something unspoken, a shared unease. Since Ron's return, the shadows between them had thinned slightly, but never quite lifted. He'd told them what the outside world had become, how Voldemort's grip had tightened, how the Ministry now served as his puppet theater, draped in false flags and bloodlines. How everyone who stood out, everyone who wanted to disappear, was being searched, questioned, detained. They're calling it security, Ron had said, the night he came back. But it's fear. Purebloods policing their own to prove loyalty. Half-bloods getting tracked. ND Muggle-borns, he hadn't finished the sentence. Most chilling of all had been the jinx, a massive, ministry-sanctioned enchantment laid across the entire country. The name taboo. Anyone who dared speak Voldemort's name, whisper it, even, would trigger it, summoning Death Eaters or their allies within moments. It had become a trap for the defiant. A name turned into a snare. Harry struggled most with that. Avoiding Voldemort's name felt like surrender, and he'd spent days biting his tongue, seething in silence. Eventually, Hermione had devised a solution. Before they discussed anything even remotely dangerous, she cast Muffliato, a steady, reliable veil of white noise to obscure their conversations. It helped, but it also meant they spoke less. And when they did speak, their words felt smaller. Filtered, like echoes of what they really meant to say. Tonight, as the wind rattled the canvas like a living thing, the silence between them felt especially suffocating. Then, look at this, Hermione said suddenly. Her voice sliced through the quiet like a knife. She tapped the open page in front of her, drawing the other's eyes. This is it. Again, the symbol. Harry and Ron turned. There it was, etched in the margins. Almost carelessly, the triangle, the circle, the vertical line. Ron leaned over, squinting. Looks like a badly drawn Muggle pizza slice. Hermione shot him a withering glance but lacked her usual bite. It's not a pizza slice, Ron. It's a rune. Or, something older. It keeps showing up, in the graveyard in Godric's Hollow, in the book, even at the wedding. Lovegood was wearing it, Harry said, shifting closer. And Dumbledore carved it into the letter. It's not just a family crest or some magical doodle. It means something. It's tied to all of this, I know it. Hermione nodded slowly, her brow furrowing. And you think Xenophilius can explain it? He's the only person we've seen wearing it who wasn't dead or a scribble in a book, Harry replied. He might even know about the Horcruxes. Or where the next one is. Ron groaned softly, collapsing back onto his sleeping bag with a mug of soup. So we're betting our next move on a bloke who lives in a tower deck. Orated with dirigible plums and once tried to breed crumple-horned snurcax in his living room. Harry smirked, just barely. That's the plan. They fell quiet again. The wind screamed outside, rattling the world. Inside, time stretched. The fire hissed. The soup steamed. Their thoughts circled one another like restless birds. Then, without a word, Harry stood and moved toward the tent flap. He pushed it aside and stepped out into the storm. Hermione watched him go. The flap fell closed behind him with a soft snap, and the blue flames flickered uncertainly in the gloom. Outside, the storm had gentled into silence. Snow fell in whispering sheets, soft as sighs, blanketing the forest in layers of unbroken white. The trees, black, skeletal, stood solemn beneath the weight of it, their limbs crusted with frost. The wind had lost its fury, and now everything seemed to hold its breath. Harry stood just beyond the tent flap, his back to the world he was meant to save. Cold seeped through his jumper, crept under his collar. Settled into his bones, but he welcomed it. It bit and burned and numbed the ache behind his ribs. It dulled the gnawing restlessness inside him. He drew in a breath. It clouded before his face, vanishing as quickly as it came. The silence was not peace. It was something else. A pause between heartbeats. Behind him came the soft crunch of boots on packed snow. He didn't need to turn to know it was her. Hermione stepped into the stillness, wrapped in a thick, oversized jumper that swallowed her hands and brushed her thighs. Her curls were tucked into a knitted cap, dusted white by the falling snow. She stopped beside him, not quite touching, but close enough that their breath mingled in the air. Cold, she said, her voice soft, her words spinning little fog clouds between them. Helps me think, Harry replied. They stood in silence, side by side, staring into the snow-draped woods as though something waited out there to be named. Something not dark, not dangerous, but unknown. A minute passed, then another. Do you ever wonder, Harry said finally, what it would be like after? Hermione turned slightly. After all this, Harry said, voice low. The war, the Horcruxes, him. He didn't say the name. He hadn't said it in days. If we survive, what comes next? She was quiet for a moment, then said, I suppose we'll go back to Hogwarts. Rebuild. Help repair what's left. Harry shook his head. That's not what I mean. He turned toward her, his eyes catching hers in the pale morning light. There was something behind his expression, something older than his 17 years. Not weariness, not pain, but longing, that aching need for something real, something human, after too long spent carrying the weight of legends. I mean as, he said. You, me, growing older, living. Hermione's breath hitched, just slightly. For a second she didn't look at him. Her eyes dropped to her hands, fingers curling into the wool of her sleeves. She pressed our gloves together like she might squeeze the words into existence. I remember what you said, Harry went on, voice low. Before we left the burrow. After the wedding, we were sitting near the orchard. You said something about growing old together. Somewhere quiet. It sounded like a joke at the time, but he looked at her now, not as a friend, not as a comrade in arms, but as someone searching. I've thought about it ever since. Hermione's lips parted. Her breath came white and fragile. It wasn't a joke, she said quietly. Harry's heart gave a quiet, traitorous lurch. You never said Ron's name, he said. A pause. Then, I know. Their eyes met. There was no sudden burst of music, no thunderclap or wandlight, no fate unfurling like a scroll. Only snow, falling softly between them, gentle as breath, steady as time. The kind of snow that hushed the world and held it still. And standing in the middle of it, just two people, wrapped in the quiet aftermath of too much pain and too little peace. Hermione's eyes didn't leave his. But something flickered in them, something distant and tender. She remembered the music from the radio, tinny and scratchy, and how Harry had reached for her hand that night in the tent. How they had danced, not perfectly, not gracefully, but together, alone in their tiny world while the storm raged outside. She had laughed, for the first time in days, and he had smiled like someone remembering sunlight. Now, with snow falling all around them and everything unspoken hanging in the air, she realized, that moment hadn't been fleeting. It had been the beginning. I don't know what's going to happen, Harry said, his voice rough. But if we make it through this, if we survive, I want something more. I want a life. A real one. Not this. Not running. Not hiding. Hermione gave a small, shaky nod. Me too. The wind stirred, gentle now, as if the forest exhaled with them. Inside the tent, Ron stirred the soup with more force than necessary. He glanced at the tent flap, still swaying from their exit, and then back at the fire. The blue flames cast long shadows over his face, shadows he did not move to escape. He wasn't stupid. He'd felt it shifting since the Forest of Dean. Since his return. Outside, the snow kept falling. And the future waited, cold, uncertain, and no longer far away. Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 5 The Tale and the Mark. Author's note. This chapter brings you into the strange and tragic world of the Lovegoods. The tale of the three brothers is told in full, secrets are hidden in plain sight. And one friend's quiet anger begins to shake the world around him. Thank you for reading. The Lovegoods home looked like it belonged in a dream, or a nightmare. Built into a high hill covered with frostbitten grass. The tower was tall and lopsided, its black stones stacked with almost reckless abandon. Thin, crooked windows blinked out at them like sleepy eyes. A spiral chimney jutted out at a sharp angle, puffing violet smoke. Runes, glowing faintly blue, were carved into the wooden doorframe, and a set of wind chimes made from twisted silver wire and hollowed-out dirigible plums hung like a welcome spell above the entry. Hermione stared at the tower, both curious and unsettled. How does that even stand? Magic, Ron muttered. Or glue. Or both. Harry knocked hesitantly on the door. After a few creaks and shuffles inside, the door opened, and Xenophilius Lovegood appeared, his long white beard more tangled than ever, his eyebrows wild, his robes covered in soot and what looked suspiciously like butterbeer stains. You, he gasped. Oh, do come in. Come in, quickly. They stepped into a room that felt like it had been grown rather than built. The space was circular. Its walls crammed floor to ceiling with teetering towers of books, many of which floated just slightly off their shelves, bobbing gently like buoys in still water. Quills drifted lazily through the air as if forgotten mid-thought. And several spoons stirred empty cups on their own with a sort of rhythmic patience. Somewhere nearby, something hissed softly, perhaps a simmering potion, or a kettle that had given up hope of being poured. The smell in the air was peculiar. A mix of parchment, burnt leek, and something slightly singed that might once have been furniture. Luna, Hermione called, stepping forward cautiously. A strange quiet settled over the room, as if it too were listening. Xenophilius Lovegood emerged from a side alcove, his robes mismatched and trailing ink stains. His eyes, as pale and round as always, held something distant in them now, like a man watching the tide roll out with no certainty it would return. Ah, he said, blinking as if waking from a long nap. No, not at the moment. She's not home. His voice faltered on the last word. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione, whose brow had furrowed deeply. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Were questions there, dozens, but none she trusted herself to ask aloud. Harry stepped forward, his tone careful, measured. We actually came to ask you about something. At Bill and Fleur's wedding, you wore a symbol. A triangle, with a circle inside and a line through the middle. At once, Xenophilius seemed to animate, his spine straightening, his expression brightening with almost childlike enthusiasm. He clapped his hands together with a soft puff of dust. Ah. The sign of the Deathly Hallows, he said, puffing out his chest as if he'd just been complimented on a rare butterfly collection. Rarely does one so young show interest in such powerful lore. Sit. You must sit. I shall tell you a story older than Hogwarts itself, older than wands, older than wizards' names for magic itself. With a sweeping gesture of his wand, three mismatched chairs scooted toward the hearth, nudging their legs against scattered scrolls and stacks of magazines. A small fire sparked to life in the grate, blue and oddly scented. Like cinnamon bark over sea salt. They sat. A large, leather-bound book floated down from a high shelf and settled into Xenophilius's lap with a thud that made a nearby spoon clatter nervously into its teacup. The Tale of the Three Brothers, he announced grandly, as though unveiling a lost relic. You know it. We've read it, Hermione said carefully, eyeing him with equal parts curiosity and caution. Ah, but have you understood it? Lovegood replied, his voice lilting with the peculiar musicality of someone convinced he was revealing great and dangerous truths. So few do. With a delicate flick of his wand, a shimmering illustration rose from the open book, a glowing, golden haze filled with moving silhouettes. They flickered and danced above the fire, dark figures walking along a twisting path, their cloaks billowing in spectral wind. The tale, he said softly, as though he could feel it forming around them, is older than Hogwarts. It is said to be a parable, but I tell you now. It is no mere fable. The Hallows are real, and those who seek them, seek mastery not only of death but of fate itself. The room seemed to hold its breath once more, as the shadows played and the snow beyond the windows swirled in quiet spirals. Once, long ago, there were 3 brothers who were traveling together at midnight. They came upon a river, wide, dark, and treacherous, that no ordinary traveler could cross. But the brothers were skilled in the magical arts, and with a wave of their wands, they conjured a bridge to carry them safely across. Before they could take a step, however, they were stopped. Death himself appeared before them. He was angry, cheated of 3 new victims. But Death, cunning and deceptive, masked his rage. He congratulated the brothers for outsmarting him and offered each a gift, a reward for their cleverness. The eldest brother, a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence, a wand that would make him unbeatable in duels. Death stepped to a nearby elder tree, snapped off a branch, and fashioned for him a wand of unmatched power, the Elder Wand. The second brother, arrogant and heartbroken, asked for the means to summon back the woman he once loved, now lost to death. Death reached down to the riverbed, plucked a smooth stone, and enchanted it with the ability to call back the dead, the resurrection stone. But the third brother, the youngest and the wisest, sensed danger in Death's generosity. He asked not for power, but for a way to hide from Death himself. Grudgingly, Death unclasped his own cloak, an invisibility cloak that never faded, never failed, and passed it to the third brother. With their prizes in hand, the 3 brothers parted ways, while Death stood by, a cold grin curled upon his dark lips. The first brother traveled to a distant village and boasted of the Elder Wand, proud of its deadly might. That night, a jealous wizard crept into his room, slit his throat, and stole the wand from his lifeless fingers. And thus, Death took the first brother. The second brother returned to his home and used the resurrection stone to bring back the woman he longed for. But what returned was not the woman he remembered, only a pale echo, a shadow of life. Tormented by grief, the second brother took his own life to be with her. And Death claimed him too. But the third brother, he eluded Death for many years. Cloaked and hidden, he lived a full and quiet life. Only when he had grown old and ready did he remove the cloak and give it to his son. And then, Death came at last. The third brother greeted him like an old friend, and together, they departed this world in peace. Xenophilius Lovegood's voice fell quiet as the story ended. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stared, spellbound. Then, with a deliberate hand, Lovegood drew 3 simple shapes on a scrap of parchment. The Elder Wand, he said, drawing a straight vertical line. The Resurrection Stone, he added a perfect circle intersecting the line. The Cloak of Invisibility, he finished, enclosing both in a triangle. Together, the shapes formed the symbol they had seen before. Behold, he said softly, the Deathly Hallows. He looked up at them. The 3 objects, the cloak, the wand, and the stone, together form the Hallows. And the one who possesses all 3, he said, voice almost reverent, becomes the master of death. The final image faded, and silence settled. Well, Lovegood said. A fine tale, yes. It's a fairy story, Hermione said after a pause. A metaphor. It's not literally true. You think so? Lovegood asked softly, tilting his head. Many do. But some stories are remembered for a reason. Hermione crossed her arms. It warns against chasing power, nothing more. Lovegood gave a wistful smile. Ah, but what if some truths hide behind parables? Harry barely registered the hum of conversation between Hermione and Lovegood, their words floating just out of reach, like a wireless tuned one frequency too high. The warm crackle of the hearth blurred into a dull roar in his ears. He heard the words Deathly Hallows, heard Xenophilius's voice draw them out like something sacred, but the rest faded. His thoughts had slipped elsewhere, into the dark folds of possibility. Hallows versus Horcruxes. He saw it, not as a memory, but as a dream stitched together by hope and dread. In his mind, the final battle rose like mist, a ruined Hogwarts, smoke curling through shattered towers, shadows stretching long over scorched stone. He stood in the middle of it all, alone, wand raised, the Elder Wand, maybe. Warm and alive in his grip. The cloak wrapped around his shoulders, weightless, wind-tossed. The stone resting against his heart like a heartbeat. The 3 Hallows united, whispering power through his veins. Across from him, the shape of death. No longer a man, if he ever was, but a figure of fury and flame, slitted eyes gleaming red beneath a shroud of darkness. And beside him, the snake. Nagini. Coiled and watching, unblinking, venom dripping from fangs as long as knives. Harry moved like water, faster, surer, whole. Magic surged from his wand, not just spells but force, the kind that bent walls and sent shadows fleeing. The kind that answered destiny. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised the Elder Wand. And for a moment, the world stopped. A light flared, blinding and gold, and then, Harry. Ron's voice snapped him back like a splash of cold water. You all right? He blinked, his vision filling again with the real world, the cinnamon-scented fire, Xenophilius's eager expression. The suspended image of the three brothers flickering above them. Harry sat up a little straighter, the daydream still echoing in his mind. A whisper, a warning, a wish. He didn't speak, but his thoughts clung tightly to the idea. The Hallows versus the Horcruxes. And somewhere in his chest, that quiet voice stirred again, Dumbledore's, maybe, or his own, reminding him that to master death was never really about power at all. My cloak, he said softly so only Ron could hear. It's like that one. It doesn't fade, doesn't tear. Not even Dumbledore could see through it. Ron blinked. Your dad gave it to you, didn't he? Harry nodded slowly. Passed through the family. Like in the tale. Ron hesitated. Coincidence. Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe not. Lovegoods sudden. Lee stood waving his hands dismissively towards Hermione. You must be hungry. Allow me to fetch something, perhaps bread and root salad. He shuffled out of the room hurriedly. As soon as he was gone, Harry turned to them. I think my cloak is like one of the Hallows. Hermione crossed her arms. That doesn't make the wand real. Or the stone. That tale is designed to warn against chasing power. But what if the wand's what Voldemort's after? Harry asked. He's been hunting something. Something powerful. That's what frightens me, she said. Because if he believes it, he'll stop at nothing. Ron ran a hand through his hair. This is a lot. Hallows, Horcruxes, we need to focus. Hermione sighed. I agree. Let's not get distracted. Footsteps returned, Lovegood, carrying an empty tray. So sorry, he said. Need a little more time. Would you mind staying a bit longer? Hermione narrowed her eyes slightly. Actually, we should. Just a short while, he said. Please. Ron glanced at Harry, then got up. I'll wash up. Quote. Ron pushed open a narrow, uneven door that led into what might once have been a kitchen, if one stretched the word generously. The room was cramped, dim, and smelled faintly of mildew and burnt nettles. A single, cracked window let in a pale shaft of light, catching on floating dust motes and the slow swirl of steam from a chipped kettle. The sink gurgled unhappily, coughing up water the color of weak tea. A stack of teacups hovered nearby, gently clinking together like restless ghosts. Ron crossed to the basin, rolling up his sleeves with a sigh. As he reached for the tap, his elbow knocked a long, patchy coat from a hook on the wall. He bent to pick it up, and stopped dead. The coat hung limp in his hand. But there, barely visible in the dimness, stitched faintly into the inside of the sleeve, was a mark. Not ink, not thread, light. Faint and pulsing, like something alive. A skull, a serpent, curling from its mouth. The dark mark. For a heartbeat, Ron couldn't breathe. Then, Harry. Quote. His voice was low, urgent. Flat with disbelief. Harry. Come here. Now. Footsteps thundered behind him. Harry and Hermione appeared in the doorway, eyes sharp and searching. Ron didn't speak again. He simply held the coat up, turning the sleeve to the light. Harry looked. His stomach turned to ice. And then, behind them, a soft rustle. The barest creak of a floorboard. Xenophilius Lovegood stood in the threshold, his white eyes glistening, lips parted as though caught mid-confession. You called them, Harry said. Quiet. Terrifyingly quiet. Lovegood didn't deny it. His shoulders sank, the breath leaving his lungs like a deflating balloon. They have my daughter, he whispered. They took Luna weeks ago. I didn't know what else to do. Harry stared at him, face unreadable. His fists curled at his sides. A tingling heat coiled through his chest. You signaled them, he said, voice trembling with restrained fury. You marked this place for them. Lovegood's lip quivered. They said, if I told them where you were, if I confirmed it, I'd get her back. There was a moment, just a moment, when something inside Harry shattered. His magic surged up like a storm. The air shimmered. The walls trembled. A low hum began to fill the room, the buzz of unstable magic, rising like a scream beneath the floorboards. The chandelier overhead shuddered on its chain. The books on the shelves shook violently. The table scraped across the floor with a groan. She's gone because of me, Harry spat, his voice no longer calm. I should have seen this coming, I should have protected her. Harry. Hermione moved at once, grabbing his arm with both hands. Stop, stop it, look at me. But his eyes were glowing now. His breath was ragged. I should have. Harry. Hermione did the only thing she could. She stepped forward and threw her arms around him. He stiffened, but only for a moment. Then his knees gave slightly, and he clung to her. Harry, she said into his shoulder. It's not your fault. We'll help her. We'll get her back. But not like this. Not if you lose control. The vibrations dulled. The table settled. The hum dissolved into silence. Harry stood trembling, shoulders rising and falling. Tears clung to his lashes but did not fall. Across the room, Xenophilius dropped to his knees with a small, broken sound. I didn't know what else to do, he said again, voice paper thin. She's my daughter. Outside, the sky had darkened. A hush crept through the trees, cold and sharp. And with it, from beyond the snow and the wards and the wild, a presence stirred. The shadow of dark magic had heard the call. And he was coming. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 6 Green Light and Aftermath. Author's note. At this moment, everything breaks. The air cracks with power, the world tilts toward darkness, and only love, fierce, foolish love, stands in its way. The wind howled across the hilltop, sweeping out the skeletal remains of the shattered house. Snow whirled in the open rafters, blown in by icy gales that stung the skin and numbed the hands. The sky had darkened too quickly, heavy with storm clouds, and overhead. The moon flickered like a broken lantern behind a veil of gray. On the floor, surrounded by the splinters of a home that could no longer protect them, Harry dropped to his knees. His scar exploded with pain. The agony was searing, white-hot, and all-consuming. It felt like fire and lightning coursed straight into his skull. His wand fell from his fingers as he clutched his head, gasping, breathless. He's coming, Harry croaked, barely able to force out the words. Run. Even as he said it, he knew they might be too late. In his mind, clearer than any memory, he saw Voldemort soaring through the night. His robes trailing like black smoke behind him, his arms outstretched like a bird of prey in flight. Below him was the hill they had stayed on days ago, and beyond that, Luna's house. The Tower of Oddity and Charm now lay directly in his path. He'll be here, any moment. Harry screamed, his voice raw with panic and pain. Hermione was already beside him, kneeling on the splintered wooden floor. Her knees hit the ground hard, but she didn't feel it. She grasped Harry's hand as it shook violently in hers, like something tethered only loosely to this world. Her own fingers were ice. But her grip was unyielding, bone-tight, urgent, desperate. No, she breathed, leaning close, her hair whipping across her face from the wind tearing through the walls. Her voice trembled, but her words did not. He's not going to take you. Not now. Not ever. Snow burst inward, swirling through the jagged cracks in the walls, fluttering like ashes on a battlefield. The air reeked of dust and burning magic. Ron stumbled into view, pale and wide-eyed, wand raised, boots slipping on the shaking floorboards as another crack groaned through the house. He scanned the gaping holes above them, eyes wide, chest heaving. We have to go, now. Hermione shouted, locking eyes with him. Her grip never left Harry. Ron lunged toward her, reaching, grasping for them both, and then the world shattered. A sound split the air, boom, a deafening, thunderous roar that seemed to crack the very spine of the house. The roof exploded. Shards of timber and slate burst skyward like shrapnel. A wave of concussive force hurled Ron backwards and sent Hermione's hair flying into her face as cold air screamed inward. Debris rained down, splinters, stone, snow, and then, the voice, high-pitched, inhuman, serrated with triumph. Mine at last, Harry Potter. Harry convulsed. His scar erupted in white-hot agony, a blinding spear of darkness driven straight through his skull. The world fractured. He couldn't think, couldn't see. Pain roared louder than the collapsing ceiling. Hermione held his hand tighter, as if she could anchor him to life by sheer will. This can't be happening, Ron shouted from somewhere in the chaos, ducking behind the remains of a toppled table. It's too soon. He's not supposed to be here yet. But he was. He was here, and with him came death. Through the haze of falling snow and broken stone, a flash of green carved through the dusk. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. Time split. The jet of emerald light blazed through the air, fast as thought, cold as vengeance. It tore toward them like a comet. Like a verdict written in fire. Hermione didn't think. She moved. Crack. The world blinked. The ruined house vanished. The next moment slammed into them like a wave. They hit the ground hard, crashed into snow and dirt, limbs twisted, hearts pounding. The wind screeched around them like a living thing. A new forest surrounded them now, bleaker, sharper, cruel. Its trees stood like bones in the dusk. their blackened limbs reaching upward like claws against the sky. Harry lay limp in the center of it all. Hermione hit the earth on her side, pain shooting through her shoulder. Breath knocked clean from her lungs. Ron landed a second later, rolling onto his back with a grunt. He was already scrambling to his knees, pushing through the snow toward Harry's motionless form. Harry! Hermione croaked, coughing. Her fingers clawed at the snow. Harry! Harry! He didn't move. His glasses were askew. One lens cracked like spider-webbed ice. His skin had turned an awful, deathly white. Like all the light had been drained from beneath it. No rise. No fall. No breath. Hogwarts. Far away, deep within the ancient, torchlit arteries of Hogwarts, battle had already begun to simmer. Flames flickered violently in their sconces, casting long, quivering shadows along the stone walls as spells burst through the corridors like firecrackers. The very castle seemed to pulse with urgency. Its stones humming with old magic awakened from slumber. Ginny Weasley pressed her back to a cracked pillar, breath coming hard and fast, her wand clenched tight in her trembling fingers. A hex screamed past her head, slicing the air inches from her ear. It struck the wall with a shriek of sparks, sending a hail of stone chips into her hair. Across from her, Neville Longbottom. M stood wide-legged in the middle of the hallway, defiant and exposed, wand raised. Stupefy. A bolt of scarlet light rocketed from the tip and slammed into Amicus Carrow with the force of a bludger. The Death Eater's eyes widened just before the spell hit, lifting him off his feet and flinging him into a rattling suit of armor. The crash echoed down the corridor. Amicus crumpled at its base in a heap of robes and groans. The silence that followed was almost more deafening. Ginny exhaled in a rush and pushed herself to her feet, her legs unsteady beneath her. Her heart pounded, half from terror, half from the thrill that they'd actually landed a hit. "You all right, Gin?" Neville asked, reaching a hand across the corridor, stepping over a toppled shield. She nodded quickly, hair falling into her face, and took his hand. His grip was solid, warm despite the cold stone, and she let him pull her up. Then, a new voice, low, cold, controlled like coiled wire. Well, it drawled from the shadows. "What do we have here?" Ginny and Neville spun as one, wands raised. Professor Severus Snape stood at the end of the corridor, framed by a haze of drifting smoke and flickering torchlight. His black robes hung immaculate, untouched by ash or dust, as though chaos itself parted for him. His face, pale and unmoved, betrayed no flicker of emotion. Only his eyes moved, dark, sharp, unreadable. As they took in the wreckage and the unconscious body slumped against the wall. Ginny's breath caught. Neville stiffened beside her. Snape's voice didn't rise, didn't hurry. It simply sliced through the tension like a scalpel. "What's the meaning of this?" Neville stepped forward, the tip of his wand trembling slightly. "Ask him what he was doing," he said, jerking his chin toward Amicus. "He attacked us, unprovoked." Snape turned his head, ever so slightly, to regard Amicus Carrow, who was now groaning and trying to push himself upright, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Silence," Snape said coolly. Before Amicus could sputter a word, he knelt slightly, examining the burn mark scorched into the stone, the arc of destruction tracing back to where Ginny had been standing. His gaze flicked to her, unreadable. "The Dark Lord," Snape said at last, rising, "does not desire bloodshed within these walls." "Not yet." From the ground, Amicus growled, dragging himself up by the arm of the suit of armor. "I don't remember him saying that." Snape turned. His face did not change, but his voice dropped into something quieter, sharper. "You rarely remember anything useful, Carrow," he said with disdain. "You always were a fool." Amicus's nostrils flared. "You half-blood." But he stopped. Snape's eyes were fixed on him now, 2 points of obsidian ice, and whatever words Amicus had meant to spit curdled on his tongue. Snape turned to Ginny and Neville, his robes whispering against the stone. "You'll come with me." Neville shifted slightly in front of Ginny, one still at the ready. "I won't let him hurt you," he said under his breath. "I swear." Ginny's fingers brushed his. "I know." Hand in hand, they stepped forward, through dust and torchlight, past the wreckage of battle. A.N.D. followed the man who might yet be the key to everything, or the end of it. The snow was falling again. It drifted in silence through the black canopy above, whispering against the leaves, "Settle into the footprints they had barely left behind." Cold clung to everything now, cloaks, boots, breath. Even the magic in the air felt brittle. In the center of a narrow forest clearing, Ron had fallen to his knees. He didn't remember doing it. His wand dangled from numb fingers, forgotten. He was just there, staring, his chest rising too quickly, the world narrowed to a single unmoving shape on the ground. "Harry." Hermione knelt beside him, her hands shaking so violently she could barely hold them steady. Her fingers scrambled across Harry's chest, then to his cheek, then to his wrist, searching for anything. Heat, pulse, breath, nothing. His chest did not rise. His lips were turning blue. His glasses were crooked, one lens shattered like a spider's web. Did it hit him? Hermione, did it hit him? Ron shouted, his voice cracking like ice. Tears blurred his vision, burning hot against his freezing face. Hermione didn't answer. She couldn't. Her throat was raw, her mind screaming, her body on autopilot. She pressed both palms to his chest and willed him to breathe. Please, please, please. But he was still. Utterly, terribly still. She opened her mouth, but no sound came. The wind howled through the clearing like something mourning. Then, Harry James Potter. She cried suddenly, her voice high and panicked. Wake up at once. Her voice echoed off the trees. You can't die. She shouted, her voice breaking. Not now. Not here. Not like this. You're not allowed. She seized his shoulders and shook him. I said, wake up. Ron had begun pacing behind them, firing aimless stunning spells into the dark. The bursts of red light flashing like distress signals. He couldn't stop moving, couldn't let the stillness take hold. Not here. Not with him. His best mate. The boy who lived. Who, now, maybe didn't. Hermione slumped forward with a broken sound and buried her face in Harry's chest. I couldn't protect you, she whispered, her voice lost in the folds of his robes. I promised I would, I swore it, and I couldn't. And then, a sound, barely more than a breath. My own. Hermione froze. Her eyes snapped open. Beneath her, Harry stirred. He blinked up at her, squinting through cracked glasses and a face smeared with frost and dirt. His voice was weak, hoarse. But alive. We made it, didn't we? She didn't speak. She couldn't. Every muscle in her body was trembling now. A delayed quake that came after the storm. Then she grabbed him, pulled him upright and crushed him against her with such force he let out a strangled gasp. She sobbed against him, loud and unfiltered, her face buried in his shoulder. Hands fisting into his robes. She cried like someone who had been holding the world together with sheer will and finally let go. Ron had turned at the sound, hope sparking like fire through wet tinder. He ran toward them, chest tight with disbelief. He was about to shout something, a name, a laugh, anything. But stopped dead, because Hermione had pulled away. Just enough to frame Harry's face with her hands. And kissed him. Not a peck, not a panicked flurry of emotion. A kiss born of long suppressed feelings, of midnight dances and mornings spent sharing silence. Of aching terror and breathless joy. Ron stood there, rooted. Watching. His heart twisted, not in surprise, but in something worse. Confirmation. Because he had known. Deep down, he had always known. And in that moment, he said nothing, because there was nothing left to say. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 7 Ashes, Confessions, and Wandless Light. Author's note. In every story of war, there are battles fought inside the heart before the wand is ever drawn. And when that battle reaches the breaking point, sometimes, magic follows. The magical tent, concealed beneath every charm, hex, and protection spell Hermione could muster, stood silent beneath a canopy of ancient oaks. The clearing that cradled it was deep within some nameless forest, long forgotten even by maps. Let alone men. Skeletal trees towered above, their bare branches tangled like the fingers of giants frozen mid-reach. Fog coiled through the trunks, thick and low, swallowy. Roots and stones and footprints alike. Icicles hung in clusters from the limbs, catching what little gray light filtered down through the boughs, sharp as glass and twice as cold. The tent was invisible to all but them. And inside, the warmth of enchanted flames did little to soften the chill that clung to its occupants. 3 days. 3 breathless, soul-heavy days had passed since their escape. From the ruins of the Lovegood home, an escape that had come far too close to failing. The roof had fallen, yes, but it wasn't just wood and brick that had collapsed. Something else had splintered too. Inside them, Harry sat hunched on the lumpy, faded sofa, shoulders curved inward like he was holding himself together by force of will alone. His elbows rested on his knees, hands cupped around the remnants of what had once been his wand, holly and phoenix feather, fractured cleanly in two. Only a thin shard of wood connected the pieces now, and even that seemed to hold more out of defiance than craftsmanship. He turned the broken wand slowly in his fingers. It might be the only thing in my life that's not completely broken, he murmured, not quite meaning to say it aloud. The words drifted into the stillness and dissolved. His thoughts were a maze now, guilt wrapped in longing, confusion tangled with shame. She kissed me, and I kissed her back. There'd been no time to think. No plan, just instinct and closeness and the raw, unbearable relief of being alive. But now, Ginny's name echoed somewhere in the back of his mind like an old song he couldn't bear to hear. And Ron's silence had become a sound in itself, louder with each passing day. Hermione hadn't spoken about it. Not once. But the memory clung to the tent walls like a haunting. It hadn't left the clearing when they'd dissipated. It had followed them. She lay on her cot opposite him, curled beneath a thick quilt, pretending to read a book on advanced protective enchantments. The pages fluttered every now and then, more from the draft than from her fingers. Her eyes had not moved in over an hour. The book was open to the wrong chapter. Tucked carefully between the pages, almost hidden, was a magical photograph. Image glimmered faintly beneath the text, a snapshot from another lifetime. Harry, Ron, and Hermione by the pond behind the burrow, all of them squinting into sunlight. Ron grinning like an idiot. Rmi1 with her arm crooked awkwardly toward the lens. Harry, mid-wave, smile crooked, eyes alive. Hermione stared at it. The tent was quiet save for the crackle of a fire and the occasional creak of canvas in the wind. Then, a tear slipped down her cheek. It landed squarely on Harry's image. Picture Harry paused mid-wave, his eyes flicking upward as though sensing her gaze. For one suspended moment, the smile faded, and then softened. Grew quieter, sadder. He seemed to look right at her, and nodded. Just slightly. That was all it took. The dam broke. Hermione curled deeper under the quilt, the book slipping from her fingers. Her shoulders began to shake. She didn't make a sound. Across the room, Harry didn't look up. But his grip on the wand tightened. Neither of them said anything. She began sobbing quietly at first. Then louder, burying her face into her pillow. The pain, the fear, the pressure, all of it finally boiled to the surface after days of suppression. The book slid from her lap and hit the floor with a dull thud. The photo fluttered after it. Harry and Ron, startled, exchanged a glance. Then both moved toward her. Hermione, Harry said softly. She sat up quickly, brushing their arms aside. And bolted for the tent's flap. Just leave me alone, she cried. The flap snapped shut behind her. You didn't tell her, did you? Ron's voice broke the silence that had hung between them like smoke, dense, unmoving. And difficult to breathe. It had been there for days now, settled in the air like dust that refused to stir, even with magic. Harry didn't look at him. His eyes remained on the flap of the tent, where a faint breeze rustled the edge of the canvas. Beyond it, the forest was quiet, but Harry's thoughts were louder than ever. Tell her what? He said at last, though he already knew the answer. You know what I mean. Ron's voice was sharper this time, less patient. About how you feel. Harry didn't respond. Ron stood. He walked across the cramped space, then back again. Boots crunching faintly on the frosted floorboards. When he spoke, his voice was low but strained, like something held together with twine and frayed hope. You're going to have to tell her. Sooner or later. Before this ends. Because if you don't, it's not just her heart you'll be breaking. It'll be your own. And honestly, I don't think we'll beat him unless you do. Harry looked up at that. I can't, he said. Barely above a whisper. He sighed heavily and finally turned to face Ron. His eyes were tired, older than 17. I've thought about it, over and over. Every time I picture saying the words. All I see is him finding out. Torturing her. Using her. Another weakness for him to dig into. He swallowed hard. I couldn't live with that. I couldn't live knowing I gave him another way to hurt her. Ron's jaw tightened. He nodded slowly, not in agreement, but in understanding. I cared about Ginny, Harry said quietly. I still do. Maybe I even loved her. In my way. She made me feel normal. Like I could just be a boy. Like I wasn't doomed. He hesitated. But Hermione, his voice softened to a near whisper. Hermione makes me feel like me. Not the boy who lived. Not the chosen one. Just Harry. Ron was silent. The fire crackled softly behind them, and for a moment all that could be heard was the wind brushing against the canvas and the creak of the wood beneath their feet. Then Ron asked, not unkindly, is it because you think she'll say no? Harry blinked, startled. What? That's it, isn't it? Ron said. You're scared she doesn't feel the same. Harry looked away, ashamed. I don't know. Maybe. Ron crossed to the cot and picked up a folded jumper. He held it out. She hasn't gone far, he said gently. You don't have to say anything. But you need to see her. She doesn't run unless she's hurting. And Hermione's not a coward. Harry didn't move, even if she said yes, even if she felt the same. I can't ask her to be part of this. I'm a dead end, Ron. I don't get a future. Quote. Ron stared at him for a long moment. No, he said fiercely. You're not a dead end. You're the way forward. Harry's breath caught. There was something in Ron's voice, firm, steady, certain, that cracked through the fog. She loves you, Ron said, more gently now. That's why she kissed you. Because she couldn't hide it anymore. Harry swallowed thickly. The ache in his chest deepened. What about you? He asked, his voice barely audible. You love her, don't you? Ron looked down at the floor. For a moment, he didn't speak. I told her, he said at last. Before the wedding, I asked her not to go with you. Harry's eyes widened. You did. She turned me down, Ron said with a shrug that didn't hide the hurt. Didn't explain. She didn't need to. I already knew. There was silence. The kind of silence that held history in it. I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. Ron looked up and gave a lopsided smile, wry and weathered. Don't be, he said. It was never about winning or losing. It was about her. And she made her choice. He tossed the jumper at Harry's chest. Let's go. Hermione's legs finally gave out, and she collapsed to her knees in the forest, panting. The freezing air stung her skin, and tears had long since dried to tight lines down her face. She hadn't stopped running, through branches that whipped at her arms, through frozen grass and hidden roots. But she hadn't escaped her thoughts. She hadn't escaped herself. All of this, it's my fault, she whispered to no one. And then, slowly, she crumpled to the forest floor, curled in a ball beneath a frost-covered oak. And finally, mercifully, slept. She woke with a jolt hours later. The sky had darkened to black, the forest eerily silent except for the whisper of wind through the pines. She reached for her wand instinctively, and cursed. The pouch was empty. Fear crept up her spine. Cold seeped into her bones. She thrust out her hand and whispered, Lumos. To her astonishment, a soft silver orb floated from her fingertips, hovering near her palm like a will-o'-the-wisp. She stared at it in disbelief. Her first wandless spell. She took a shaky breath. I need to find them. And she stepped into the darkness. Alone. Meanwhile, Harry collapsed again. It was sudden, like the ground had simply vanished beneath him. One moment he was standing, mid-sentence, the next he was crumpling sideways. Ron lunged and caught him before he hit the frozen earth. Third time today, Ron muttered under his breath, struggling to lower Harry gently. Harry, come on. Wake up. Harry gasped. His eyes flew open, wild and unfocused, as he clutched at his forehead. His scar blazed like a brand, but this time there were no visions, only pain. Blinding, raw pain, and a nauseating sense of being unmoored. I'm fine, he whispered hoarsely, though his skin was clammy and his limbs slack. You're not, Ron shot back. And if you drop dead, you're no use to anyone. He dug into his pocket and handed Harry a scrap of bread. Eat, now. Harry forced himself to sit up, swaying slightly, and tore off a bite. It tasted like dust. She's out there, he said, his voice barely audible. Alone. Ron knelt beside him, eyes sharp and steady. She's Hermione, mate. If anyone can survive out there with nothing but her wand and wits, it's her. But we have to move. Waiting isn't helping. We need a Patronus, Harry said suddenly. Blinking hard. It's the only way. Ron hesitated. You want to risk casting one? Harry nodded. We're out of options. I'll do it, Ron said at once. They know yours. They don't know mine. Harry looked at him, uncertain, but gave a nod. Ron raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. From the tip burst a brilliant silvery light. A glowing Jack Russell Terrier leapt into the clearing, tail wagging furiously. It paused just long enough to nuzzle Harry's knee, then bounded off into the forest, vanishing between the trees like a ghost chasing hope. I told it to find her, Ron said, watching it go. To tell her to activate her DA coin. I've got mine. He pulled it from his pocket, worn, scratched, but still warm. Harry stiffened. We could have used the coin, he said sharply, voice rising. Why didn't we? No, we couldn't, Ron interrupted, the words heavy with something unspoken. Harry narrowed his eyes. Why not? Ron let out a breath that seemed to ache. Avenue been sitting in his chest for months. Because when I left, he said slowly, I tried. I used the coin. I tried to reach her. But it didn't work. Harry stared. Didn't work. She jinxed hers, Ron said, voice low. Harry turned to him fully now, blinking. She jinxed her DA coin. Ron nodded. Yeah, she didn't want me reaching her. Not then. Harry looked away, the shadows in the forest seeming suddenly thicker, the air colder. She didn't want me to think you two were together, he said quietly. Ron gave a small, pained shrug. That's what she told me. For a moment, neither of them spoke. A bitter gust of wind tore through the clearing. Or maybe, Harry said after a pause, maybe she figured if one of us was captured, the coin could be used to trace the others. It would have made us vulnerable. Maybe, Ron echoed. She didn't explain. But, I don't think it was just that. Harry glanced at him. I think, Ron said slowly, her heart already belonged to someone else. The words hung in the air between them. Unspoken for too long, but now undeniable. Harry's throat tightened, but before he could speak, his breath hitched. The coin in his pocket flared, hot, sudden, searing, like a live coal pressed to his thigh. He fumbled for it, cursing, but before he could even pull it free, a scream shattered the woods. Not an echo, not a spell, a scream, raw, human, and full of terror. Hermione. And then they were moving, Harry and Ron both, vaulting over roots, branches tearing at their sleeves, the Patronus long vanished, the silence of the forest broken. The forest exploded into chaos. Crackling branches, blinding flashes, the sharp hiss of spells, all of it rang through the winter-dark trees like war drums. From somewhere behind her, the crack of apparition echoed again and again, each one closer than the last. Hermione ran. Her breath tore from her lungs in jagged bursts, visible in the freezing air. Snow crunched and cracked beneath her boots, and thorned branches clawed at her coat, snagging her sleeves as she pushed forward, blind, frantic, heart hammering against her ribs like it was trying to break free. She had triggered it. It was her fault. The moment Ron's Patronus had found her, its silver form bounding through the trees like a glowing signal of hope, she had reached for her enchanted galleon. Her fingers, stiff with cold, had clutched the coin, warmth looming in her palm like a sudden sunrise. But she'd had no wand, no defense, and in her panic, in her fear and fury, she had said his name. The taboo, Voldemort. The forest had answered immediately, with lightning. Crack, crack, crack. Apparitions in all directions, the pop of twisted magic ripping through the air like firecrackers. Shadows sprinted between trees. Voices rose, shouting, snarling. The air buzzed with curses and flashing light. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Beams of red and blue slashed through the trees, sizzling past her as she ducked and veered sharply to the left. One spell scorched the bark beside her head. Another singed the hem of her cloak. She leapt a fallen log, nearly losing her footing, then. Agony. A searing bolt struck her thigh. Hermione let out a strangled scream and fell hard. Her shoulder crashing into frozen ground, her hands scrabbling at the snow. Pain radiated up her leg, hot and blinding. Her fingers clawed through the icy dirt, searching, desperate, for a wand, a weapon, anything. But there was nothing, only footsteps, fast, heavy, closing in. She twisted to look, and saw them. A squat, rat-faced snatcher lunging for her, hand outstretched, on. Lee to stop as a second figure stepped forward and snarled a command. Don't bite her yet. Hermione froze. The voice was unmistakable. Fenrir Greyback. He emerged through the trees like something feral, tall and hunched. His hair matted with snow, yellow eyes gleaming. The other man skittered back, yielding space. Well, Greyback rasped, his grin full of cracked teeth. I know this one. Hermione forced herself to sit up. Her face was pale with pain, but her eyes burned with loathing. Greyback crouched beside her, his breath puffing into the cold like smoke. His fingers reached out and seized the front of her cloak, yanking her upward until their faces were inches apart. Such a brave little thing, he crooned. But I've only got one question. His grip tightened, fingers curling around her throat. Where's your little boyfriend? She gasped, boots kicking against the ground, struggling for breath. Still, she said nothing. With all the strength she had left, she twisted and drove her knee into his gut. Greyback grunted and stumbled back a step, clutching his middle. You little. She lurched toward a nearby wand, half buried in snow, dropped by one of the others, but didn't make it. His hand came down fast and hard across her cheek with a crack. White light burst behind her eyes. Blood filled her mouth. She collapsed again, dazed. The snatchers jeered behind him, circling like wolves. Greyback snarled and touched his ribs, then struck her again. Hermione cried out, her body twisting away. She crawled through the snow, half blind, every breath a struggle, her limbs trembling beneath her. He caught her by the hair and yanked her upright once more. Still got fight in you. He hissed. Good. I like a bit of fight. His mouth was near her ear now. She could smell his breath, stale and bloody. Tough one, aren't you? He sneered. But we're tougher than your kind. Hermione's lip curled, blood streaked down her chin. Give me a wand, she hissed, and we'll see. Greyback's grin stretched wider. Not going to talk. Shame. Your boyfriend won't even recognize what's left of you when I'm finished. He leaned in, his teeth bared. The others whooped behind him. Hermione shut her eyes. And then, wham! A jet of red light slammed into Greyback's side, lifting him clean off his feet. He flew backward and crashed into a tree with a crunch that echoed through the clearing. His body slid to the base in a heap, groaning in pain. Don't you ever touch her, you bastard. Harry stood at the edge of the clearing, wand raised, chest heaving, his face contorted with fury. His eyes were locked on Greyback. and they were burning. Everything erupted at once. 3 snatchers turned and fired curses in Harry's direction. He dodged instinctively, rolled across the snow, and I read a reductor curse that sent 2 flying backwards into the underbrush. The third ran at him, only to be punched full in the face by Harry's left hand, sending the man crashing to the ground. Ron burst from the trees at Harry's back. "Watch it," he shouted, stunning a 4th snatcher mid-lunge. Another came from behind, but Ron swung a broken branch like a bat, cracking it across the attacker's head. The man fell unconscious beside the others. In less than a minute, 5 of the 6 snatchers lay unconscious. Greyback, legs twisted unnaturally beneath him, tried to crawl away, his hands scrabbling at the frozen dirt. Harry and Ron raised their wands at the same time. "Expulso!" they shouted in unison. The spell sent Greyback tumbling again, groaning in agony. Harry advanced, trembling with fury. His hand shook as he raised his wand again. "I should kill you," he snarled. "Harry, stop." Hermione's voice broke through the fog of rage. Harry hesitated. Hermione, blood still on her face, reached out with a shaky hand. "You'll kill him." For a moment, Harry's wand remained aloft. Then he lowered it, his chest heaving. He turned and rushed to her side. Ron followed. They dropped beside her and, in that moment, all 3 of them held on tightly, Hermione between them, their arms encircling her like shields. "Never do that again," Harry whispered fiercely. "Promises, you'll never go off alone." "Yeah, my own. Not ever," Ron said, his voice quieter. Hermione closed her eyes, leaning into them. "I promise," she whispered. "I'm sorry." And somehow, even with blood on her face and pain in her limbs, she felt safer than she had in days. Ron gently helped Hermione sit upright, wincing in sympathy as she let out a sharp breath. Snow still clung to her coat and hair, and blood darkened the torn fabric above her knee. Harry crouched nearby, already digging into her beaded bag. "Your medical kit," she whispered, reaching out with trembling fingers. Ron fumbled with the bag's endless contents, muttering as he rooted through endless jars, scrolls, and bundles of herbs. At last, he found the small black case and passed it to her. Hermione took it with practiced precision, her hands steadier than either of them expected. She flipped the lid, pulled out a tiny glass bottle, and, without hesitation, pressed her palm against the wound. No wand, just a flick of her fingers. A golden glow spilled across her leg like spilled sunlight, soft and steady. The torn flesh knit together beneath it, the bleeding slowed, and the pain seemed to retreat with it. Both Harry and Ron stared. "You," Ron blinked. "You just did that, without a wand." Hermione nodded faintly and downed a vial of pepper-up potion. Steam curled from her ears. "Just taught myself," she said hoarsely. "Last week." Harry, still holding her wand awkwardly, gave a sheepish laugh. "I was bringing this." She took it with a small smile, then turned her eyes back to him, sharp, serious. "This," she said, from the boy, who shook an entire house without touching his wand. Harry looked away, jaw tight. "That wasn't me." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't. I didn't mean to," he muttered. "All right, you never mean to," she sighed, shaking her head. "You're utterly impossible." Then, without warning, stun him. Harry blinked. "What?" "Greyback," Hermione said, already standing with a wince. "He's still breathing." "Stun him." Harry reached for his wand, but she stopped him with a raised hand. "No," she said. "Without your wand." Ron gaped. "You're mental. This is not the time for a wandless magic lesson." Harry snapped. Hermione's eyes flared. "Do it, Harry." He scowled. "Fine." He turned to where Greyback lay groaning, half-conscious, his fingers twitching in the snow. Harry pointed a single finger, hand trembling slightly. "Stupefy." "Nothing." Greyback stirred. Hermione stepped closer, voice low. "Again. Mean it." Harry clenched his jaw, focusing, fury rising in him like smoke. Greyback's eyes flickered open, his mouth twisted into a sneer. "I'll kill you, you little stupefy." Harry roared. A burst of red light erupted from his fingertip, sharp as lightning. It struck Greyback square in the face, sending him hurtling backward with a dull thud. He slumped into the snow, completely still. Even Ron looked impressed. "Okay, wow, right, so both of you can do magic without wands now." "Don't worry, Ronald," Hermione said, wiping blood from her chin with a practiced flick of her wand. "I'll teach you." She surveyed the unconscious snatchers, already shifting back into command. "Tie them to that tree. We've got questions for our guests once they wake up." She strode off through the snow, hair tangled, cheeks scratched, and blood still drying at her collar, but she moved like someone who had decided she would not break today. Ron leaned toward Harry, wide-eyed. "She's lost it, mate. Totally mad." "I heard that," Hermione called from 10 feet away. Ron straightened with a gulp. Harry just grinned, shook his head, and went to work. She might have been mad, but she was theirs. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 8 The Hallows Unveiled. Author's note: some truths don't crash down like thunder. They bloom quietly, where reason meets belief. In this chapter, three friends trace the outline of legend, and see themselves in it. Night had fallen itself over the forest like a cloak of ink, blotting out the stars, turning the world into a study of shadow and frost. Snow clung to every branch, muting the sounds of owls in flight and trees creaking under their own weight. Beneath a crooked canopy of ancient oaks, three figures gathered around a fire that snapped and whispered in the cold air, throwing flickering amber light onto their tired faces. The clearing was silent, save for the occasional grunt or groan from the edge of the darkness, where Fenrir Greyback was slumped against the bark of a gnarled tree. His limbs were wrapped in thick magical cords, enchanted ropes that pulsed faintly like veins of light. His face was smeared with blood and soot. The others, the nameless snatchers who had joined his hunt, lay motionless nearby, stunned or bound. Their twisted expressions slack with unconsciousness. Ron paced like a wolf, boots crunching into frozen ground, expression stormy. He rounded once more on Greyback, eyes alight with fury. So let me get this straight. He snapped. You and your charming little gang were told to hunt Harry, and kill the blood traitor, and the mudblood, but not by you-know-who himself. Greyback sneered, showing his yellowed teeth. Orders came from the manor. That's all I was told. Big house. Lots of noise. A woman blonde, sharp-voiced, sneering. Cold as frost and barking like a prefect gone mad. Even her husband cowers in front of her, like a beaten easel. Ron's brow furrowed, uncertain. That's not Bellatrix, he muttered. She's dark-haired, not blonde. Hermione went still. Narcissa, she said quietly. Draco's mother. She's always kept herself distant, but if the manor's crawling with Death Eaters now. Greyback gave a low chuckle. Didn't stop to ask for names. But I heard them, the Malfoys. And something else. They said the Dark Lord had left, gone off on some hunt of his own. Everyone else is waiting for his return. Ron narrowed his eyes, his voice low and deliberate. They have prisoners. Have you seen any? A girl, perhaps. Luna. Blonde, quiet, dreamy sort. Greyback's grin widened. Little one with the pale eyes. Wouldn't shut up about Nargles. Pretty thing. Yeah, she's there. Caged like a bird. That one's been there a while. Special delivery from Hogwarts, I reckon. Along with a few others. Ron drew his wand, hand trembling, the firelight casting his face in a flicker of fury. Harry rose to his feet, quickly stepping between them. We need answers, not blood, he said, though his voice was taut. Greyback leered, but didn't speak again. Ron turned eye with a growl and stomped back toward the fire, fury simmering beneath his skin. He muttered, more to himself than to them, we need to go to the Malfoys. Luna's probably there. Voldemort's not. It's the safest place to try a rescue, and Harry's cloak would help us get in completely undetected, trusty old hag, that one. Harry and Hermione turned toward him at the same moment. Their eyes widened. Then, without a word, they sprinted into the tent. Ron blinked after them. I didn't mean now, he called, throwing his hands in the air. Brilliant, really, say one thing, and the two of you launch into action like a couple of cursed bludgers. Maybe next time I'll wave a flag and make tea before suggesting we break into a Death Eater mansion. They returned seconds later, breathless, why cradling something glowing faintly silver between his hands? His invisibility cloak. Ron stared at them both, his eyebrows shooting up. You must be joking, he said, glancing between their earnest faces. Don't you see, Ron? You just said it yourself, my cloak protects completely. Not just from sight, but from sound, and even from magic. It doesn't just hide you, it removes you. Like you're not there at all. Ron nodded slowly, the pieces clicking together in his mind. His voice was quieter now, touched with awe. The cloak of invisibility, he said. The one from the story. The one Death gave to the third brother. And we've had it all along. Hermione whispered, not just a magical item. A hallow. They stared at the fabric as it shimmered in the dark. Untouched by time, unchanged by war. Harry said. Dumbledore gave it to me. He knew. He gave you the cloak, Hermione said. And me the book. The tales. The signs were there. The Hallows were real all along. Ron looked at Harry. Voldemort has one. We have one. And if the stone is out there, we have to understand what we're holding before he finds all three. Harry blinked in surprise and reached into the magical pouch and, without warning, pulled out the golden snitch Dumbledore had left him. It gleamed softly in the firelight, motionless, its tiny wings curled and tight. For a moment, Harry couldn't breathe. He'd nearly forgotten it was there, quiet, patient. Waiting. Then Harry spoke, almost hesitantly, as if the thought had only just dawned on him. Do you think the resurrection stone could be inside it? Ron's head snapped up, eyes wide. The idea hit him like a gust of wind, sudden and undeniable. This has to be it, Harry said breathlessly. The way it opened when I first caught it. Dumbledore enchanted it for a reason. He wouldn't have given me the stone just to tempt me. There's something we're missing. Something he meant for me to understand. We have to figure out how to open it, properly. Bloody hell, Ron murmured. And it was in your bag this whole time. Harry shook his head slowly. No, he said. We've had it longer than that. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 9 Cloaked Mischief and Unspoken Truths. Author's note. In the quiet hours before battle, laughter becomes a shield, teasing a kind of comfort. But even play can reveal truths no one is ready to speak aloud. A sharp blast of red light zipped across the clearing, only to bounce harmlessly off a distant pine and vanish into the shadows. Ron, Hermione barked, lowering her wand in frustration. Stun him properly. Ron, who had just fired the spell without aiming, yelped as he ducked behind a mossy log, crouching low like he expected the forest to retaliate. His wand hand stuck up over the edge, trembling slightly. How the bloody hell am I supposed to do that if I can't even see him? He shouted. He's invisible, Hermione. You're asking me to duel a ghost. I'm not a ghost, came Harry's cheerful voice from somewhere nearby. For a fleeting second, his head popped into view above the cloak's shimmer, a grin plastered across his face, then it vanished again into thin air. See, Ron cried. There he goes again. This is completely mental. Oh, for Merlin's sake, just aim where he was a second ago. And if I hit myself? Or you? Or bounce a spell off the cloak and turn my own kneecaps into marshmallows? It's a stunning spell, Ronald. Hermione snapped. Yeah, well, he's wrapped in one of the Deathly Hallows. Who knows what it might do when it ricochets? He absorb it and spit it back out as the decapitate spell. Hermione groaned, then shoved past the log. Fine, I'll do it. She raised her wand. Stupefy. A flash of red tore through the clearing and hit the spot where Harry had been. There was a sharp, metallic twang, and the spell rebounded sharply left. Straight into Ron's chest. He let out a short, surprised grunt and toppled backward like a felled scarecrow, disappearing into a pile of snow and brambles. For a beat, everything was silent. Harry slowly pulled back the cloak, blinking. Oops. Hermione's lips twitched, then she clapped a hand over her mouth. Trying to stay composed, she failed. A laugh burst out of her before she could stop it, and then she was gasping for air, doubled over with laughter. Harry joined her, chuckling helplessly. Ron groaned from the snowdrift. I hate both of you. Well, Hermione managed, tears in her eyes, that proves it. The cloak works. Flawless defense, Harry agreed. Then his eyes flicked toward the nearby tree, where the bound and magically gagged snatchers, including one wide-eyed Fenrir Greyback, sat twitching in confusion and horror. And lucky for us, we've got volunteers. Hermione followed his gaze. You mean, put the cloak over one of them and test which spells it can block? Harry grinned. Exactly. We don't just need to know it hides us, we need to know what it protects us from. Let's see what rebounds. What passes through. Greyback whimpered. Hermione raised her wand again. You're right. Practical testing. Let's find out exactly how powerful this thing is. Harry pulled the cloak over one of the unconscious snatchers. The shimmering fabric draped eerily over the man's form, obscuring him completely. Then the barrage began. Expelliarmus, Rictusempra, Langlock. Even mild Confundus charms, each spell launched with precision. Some bounced off the cloak with a faint shimmer, vanishing into the air. Others dissipated as if swallowed by shadow. One or two zipped wildly to the side, narrowly missing trees. Fascinating, Hermione murmured, taking notes in the snow with a charmed stick. Some rebound, some neutralize. It's absorbing kinetic spells but deflecting directional ones. Incredible. Ron, now upright and brushing pine needles out of his hair, scowled at them. This is what we're doing now. Cloak science. You were part of the experiment, Harry offered innocently. Ron muttered something about being surrounded by lunatics, but couldn't hide the faint curve of a grin as he moved to help. Eventually, Hermione gave a final flick of her wand. Petrificus totalis. The snatchers froze entirely, motionless and twitching beneath the enchanted fabric. A hush fell over the clearing once more. The testing was done. For now, the three of them gathered near the fire again. Ron staggered back, hair full of twigs and pride in tatters. Bloody gits, he muttered, rubbing his ribs. Harry beamed at him, took it like a champ. How are we getting in? Ron asked, sitting down stiffly. There'll be guards. Death Eaters. Maybe traps. Thoughts, my own. Muffaliato, Harry murmured, waving his wand. Hermione took a deep breath. Voldemort's many things, but careless isn't one of them. Even if he's not there, he'll have left protection. Evil, brilliant, and paranoid, Ron muttered. Just like you. Hermione arched an eyebrow. You were stunned for 15 minutes. Not cursed into a coma. You loved it, Ron accused. You absolutely loved it. You're mad, Hermione. Completely barmy. You probably hex your pillow for fun. That's it. Hermione lunged. Harry jumped between them. My own. Not worth the murder charge. Ron threw his hands up. Now I'm the villain. I get stunned, insulted, nearly throttled, and I'm the one who needs arresting. He stormed off, snow crunching under his boots. You'd be happier with a stupid elf. He called. Oh wait, of course. You'll end up with one. Because guess what, Harry, you're a bloody stupid elf. Silence. Harry and Hermione stood frozen. Ron blinked. Wait. He stared. They didn't move. His voice lowered. Don't act like gits. Even a blind man could see it. The tension melted, quiet and fragile. Ron held out a hand to Hermione. Give me the cloak. Hermione handed it over, gaze downcast. Still a few more spells we haven't tried, Ron said, voice even. Better safe than sorry. He turned without another word. Behind the trees, his voice rang out. Oi, Fenrir, you miserable troll. Fancy a round two. Greyback whimpered. Back near the fire, Harry and Hermione sat in the silence that follows too much laughter and too many near misses. We need a plan, Hermione said eventually, her voice quiet and firm. Harry stared into the flames. I've got one. She looked at him. I won't like it, will I? Nope. They stood. We should stop Ron, Harry added. We need them conscious. For now. Agreed. Together, they stepped into the cold, the wind tugging at their cloaks as they made their way toward the trees. It was time to stop playing. They had a war to win. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 10 Into the Serpent's Den. Author's note. The strength of a plan lies not in perfection, but in conviction. And as snow begins to thaw, so too do the illusions between courage and fear. The forest was quiet, the fire flickering low and tired as RRY finished laying out the details of his plan. The air was crisp, tinged with the scent of pine needles and lingering smoke. They were huddled near the tent, the late winter sky overhead veiled with gray. Hermione said nothing for a long time, her gaze fixed not on Harry, but on something distant, something unspoken. Then, without a word of protest, she rose. Better get started, she murmured. The polyjuice potion will take about an hour to brew. She disappeared into the tent, her boots crunching softly in the frost. Harry blinked, startled by her silence. She didn't argue, he said aloud, more to himself than to Ron. Ron looked equally surprised. You reckon she's all right? Harry hesitated. I'm not sure. Maybe this time, maybe she trusts me. Ron gave a lopsided smile. That's either a really good sign. Or a terrifying one. Harry didn't answer. His mind churned. He'd actually taken the time to craft this plan, strategize, think it through, and Hermione hadn't tried to shoot it down. That alone made him nervous. He rubbed his hands together, more from tension than cold. This is for Luna, he whispered. Whatever it takes. Ron cleared his throat suddenly, breaking the silence. We need hair. Harry turned toward him. What? For the potion, Ron said, jerking a thumb toward the bound snatchers, still unconscious, still tied to the same tree. You know, polyjuice. Harry nodded and started to move. But Ron stepped forward with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Let's do it wandless. Harry raised an eyebrow. You want to what? Come on, Ron said, cracking his knuckles. You two have been pulling off wandless tricks left and right. Might as well see if I can do it. Harry laughed softly. Ron, that's not really how magic works. You can't just decide. Sure I can, Ron said confidently. Watch me. Harry shook his head, amused despite himself. This is going to be a disaster. Inside the tent, the potion brewed slowly in a bubbling flask atop the heating stone. Hermione leaned over her worn notebook, carefully adding drops of lacewing fly extract. Her hands moved with mechanical precision, but her thoughts were drifting. Then, a scream. She jumped, her hand jerking. The vial of powdered bicorn horn slipped from her fingers and shattered on the floor. What the bloody hell? She stormed out of the tent, seething, her boots skidding slightly on the slick pine-needled ground. As she rounded the large stone that shielded the tent from view, she stopped dead in her tracks. There, in a truly bizarre tableau, stood Ron, one foot planted victoriously on Fenrir Greyback's chest. Yanking the werewolf's grimy hair with both hands as the bound man howled in outrage. A handful of wiry strands was already clenched in Ron's fist. Harry stood nearby, arms crossed. grinning as though this were the most entertaining thing he'd seen in weeks. Hermione approached slowly, nudging Harry's side with her elbow. He flinched. Her tone was calm, too calm. "What in Merlin's name are you doing?" Harry looked sheepish. He said something rude. "About you." Hermione crossed her arms, eyes fixed on the still struggling Ron. "So this is revenge." "Well, yeah," Harry said, clearing his throat. "Seemed fair." Quote. "Right," she muttered. "You done?" "We'll go inside," Harry offered quickly, already trying to steer her back toward the tent. But behind them, Ron let out a triumphant whoop. "Harry, mate, look." They turned. Ron held up a fistful of gray hair like a war trophy. "Told you I could do it wandless." "Your turn." Hermione froze. Her expression turned deadly. I can explain," Harry stammered. But Hermione didn't give him the chance. "You," she began, then turned to Ron. "And you." She stamped her foot hard, spun on her heel, and vanished into the tent, her braid whipping behind her like a whip of fire. A long pause followed. Harry stepped beside Ron. "I tried," he muttered. Ron frowned. "You forgot the Muffaliato spell, didn't you?" "Completely." "Well," Ron sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, "she'll come around." They exchanged tired smiles. "Come on," Harry said. "My turn." Malfoy Manor. The last traces of dusk had vanished. By the time the in hooded figures emerged from the forest's edge, the grounds of Malfoy Manor were cloaked in shadow. A high iron gate stretched in front of them, its bars enchanted with dark magic that glowed faintly purple when touched. Harry, now transformed into Fenrir Greyback, stepped forward and pressed the tip of his wand against the gate. It creaked open slowly, metal groaning in protest. Beyond lay a frozen courtyard of immaculate hedges. A wide stone path flanked by silver fountains, still and frozen, and roving albino peacocks whose pale feathers glimmered in the moonlight like ghosts. The manor loomed ahead, pale and immense. Its towers like claws grasping at the sky. "Can we stun them now?" whispered a shaking voice behind Harry. One of the real snatchers, now under the imperious curse, was visibly struggling to maintain control. Harry glanced back just as the man collapsed to his knees. Ron moved swiftly. "Imperio." The greenish sheen of the curse shimmered over the fallen man, calming him instantly. Hermione nodded in approval, straightening the hood of her disguise. "It's all right, Ron. I know how hard it is." Harry glanced back at them. Hermione was disguised as Stamper, Ron as Skibbit. They'd nailed the potion, but the fear behind their masks was real. Harry whispered, "We're okay." Nobody saw. "Let's keep moving." The group advanced slowly. As they neared the entrance, a sharp voice broke the silence. "Who goes there?" Quote. Harry's heart leapt. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, broad, wand in hand. Vincent Crabbe, flanked by 3 cloaked Death Eaters. One of them, tall, sallow, with dark eyes Hermione recognized instantly, was Antonin Dolohov. Dolohov narrowed his eyes. "Ah, Fenrir," he said with a sneer. "You're early. And unless you've got something worth delivering, you're not welcome." Hermione stepped forward, lifting the hood from the fake Hermione, one of the real snatchers now enchanted into silence. Dolohov raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And the boy?" he asked slowly. Harry stepped forward and pulled back the hood from the unconscious form of Greyback, now polyjuiced into Harry Potter. Dolohov's lips parted. "The boy who lived." He stared at the body for a long time, then turned toward Hermione with a dark smile. "The Dark Lord will be pleased with your service." Hermione's insides twisted with revulsion, but she forced herself to smile. "I live to serve the Dark Lord," she replied. Voice steady. The great doors of the manor creaked open, revealing a cold, echoing hall beyond. As they entered, the light dimmed. The weight of the place descended upon them like a tomb closing shut. Harry and Hermione's eyes met briefly. This was it. Without hesitation, they both drew their real wands from within their cloaks. Hermione turned to Dolohov. Petrificus totalis. The spell hit him in the chest, and he crumpled in a rigid heap. The time for masks was over. The rescue had begun. Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 11 Escape from Malfoy Manor. Author's note. Every war has a turning point. For Harry, it began with a plan, and ended with a scream. Malfoy Manor groaned beneath the weight of ancient enchantments as the battle began. The air inside trembled with magic gone wild, curses arcing through space with the hiss and crackle of lightning. Heavy drapes billowed as if caught in a storm. The chandelier above the main hall trembled ominously. Crystals chattering against each other like brittle bones. And in the thick of it, Harry stood, wand drawn, heart pounding, the aftershocks of their infiltration blooming around him like fire. His polyjuice disguise was melting with the heat of combat, revealing black hair damp with sweat and a scar burning on his forehead like it hadn't in months. His plan has Tilly devised and half held together by courage, was working. For now. To his left, Hermione dropped Antonin Dolohov with a clean, deliberate flick of her wand. Her eyes didn't flinch. To his right, Ron stunned Greyback's bewitched body without hesitation, adding to the illusion that their enemies were tearing each other apart. The confusion they'd hoped for had taken root, and the Death Eaters arriving at the threshold hesitated. Uncertain of whom they were facing. Harry didn't give them time to recover. Reducto! He roared, and the spell tore through a polished cabinet, blasting Crabbe and Goyle backwards into the far wall. A sculpture of a peacock shattered beside them in a storm of ivory shards. Ward the door, he shouted to Hermione. She was already moving, ducking behind an overturned chair. With a steady hand, she cast Protega Maxima. A shimmering golden seal bloomed across the threshold just as 3 more cloaked figures appeared behind it. Trapped. For now. Malfoy Manor was sealed from the inside. Harry's lungs burned as he caught his breath. The air inside the house was thick with heat and smoke and the reek of spellfire. This wasn't how he imagined their revolution woe. Old begin, but maybe that was always the point. War was never clean. Upstairs, he barked to Ron, who nodded and followed him up the grand staircase. Footsteps thundered beneath them. Somewhere in the manor, portraits screamed and house elves sobbed and chandeliers danced under the weight of magic and panic. The drawing room was cavernous and cold, a long stretch of stone dressed in decadent purples and silvers. A chandelier hung above, sharp and glittering, its crystals catching flashes of stray light like stars on the verge of collapse. The windows were tall and narrow, their glass stained with frost. Dobby had said the prison was here, beneath this room, hidden in the foundations. But there were no trapdoors in sight, no runes carved into the floor. Just tapestries of pure blood lineage, a piano gone quiet, and the chill of a house that had forgotten how to be a home. Harry scanned the room for movement, and caught the faintest shift in the velvet curtains by the far wall. He raised his wand, breath tight in his throat. Step out. Lucius Malfoy emerged, his long blonde hair unkempt, his face pale and drawn with desperation. His hands were lifted, fingers trembling. He looked less like a Death Eater and more like a man crushed under the weight of his own cowardice. Please, he rasped. If the Dark Lord finds out. Harry didn't lower his wand. He already has. Lucius flinched. But before Harry could speak again, a cold, shrill voice cut through the room like a blade. You. Bellatrix Lestrange stormed in like a hurricane, her black robes twisting like smoke. Her face was twisted in fury, eyes gleaming with madness. Behind her came Draco, white-faced and silent, flanked by 2 cloaked Death Eaters. Harry felt his heart stutter. You dare show your face in this house? She shrieked. You filthy little traitor, he should have burned you alive. Harry squared his shoulders, refusing to step back. Tell Tom Riddle that Harry Potter will destroy him. That I'm not hiding anymore. The words echoed in the room like a drumbeat. Even Bellatrix faltered. It's Potter. Draco gasped, the last of the illusion falling. Bellatrix recovered first. She shrieked, Crucio. Harry dove just as the curse tore past him, hitting Lucius square in the chest. The older man crumpled to the floor, screaming. Get to the cellars. She screamed at Draco, who vanished through the side door. Hermione and Ron rushed to intercept the 2 Death Eaters. The room exploded in curses and counter-curses, and the chandelier overhead swayed perilously with every burst of energy. Bellatrix advanced on Harry with the speed of a viper. Her wand a blur. You dare speak his name. You dare. Harry fired a stunner. She deflected it with a flick and a cackle. He's a half-blood, Bellatrix. Harry shouted over the din. And you worship him like a goddess worships fire. She screeched something unintelligible and fired another curse. Harry blocked it, barely. And then Lucius rose behind him, silent and vicious. The blow came from behind. Harry fell hard, landing on his side with a sharp gasp. His wand skidded across the floor. Bellatrix's voice rang out again. Crucio. The pain hit like lightning. Harry screamed, his body bowing under the weight of it. It burned through his nerves, his chest, his soul. It was agony beyond understanding. Then, another scream. Hermione. Through blurred eyes, Harry saw her. She had tried to reach him, her wand raised, her mouth open in defiance. Bellatrix turned. Crucio. The curse hit her in the face. She didn't scream. She simply fell, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Her head struck the floor with a sickening crack, and then she lay still. Blood began to pool beneath her cheek. Harry's scream became something primal. Ron shouted her name. Time slowed, and then something within Harry broke open. The pain fell away. The room grew still. A golden heat surged up through his body, not fury, but something older and deeper. His hand lifted, fingers spread. And from them came light. Not white, not red, but gold. Pure, blazing gold. The fire roared from his palm like a divine weapon. Bellatrix's eyes widened in horror as the blast struck her square in the chest. She flew backward like a broken doll, hit the tall window behind her, and shattered it. Her scream was lost in the wind as her body fell. The glass rained down. The manor breathed. Harry crawled to Hermione's side, every limb trembling. He touched her shoulder gently, brushing the blood from her face with shaking fingers. "Come on, my own," he whispered. "Please." Ron was kneeling beside him. She's not moving. We have to get her help. We can't apparate," Harry said, voice cracking. "The wards." Then it came to him. "Dobby." The elf appeared instantly with a soft pop. Harry Potter called for Dobby. "Take her," Harry gasped. "Someplace safe. Please." "But, Harry Potter is also." "Come back for us." Dobby nodded solemnly. He reached down, took Hermione's hand, and vanished. Harry turned to Ron. "Let's find the others." The trapdoor was hidden beneath a scorched tapestry and a half-toppled bookshelf, both charred and dust-covered from neglect and recent battle. Harry moved them aside with a flick of her wand, revealing the iron ring recessed into the stone. With a groan and a shudder, the trapdoor creaked open to reveal a narrow stairwell plunging down into darkness. Cold, damp air rose up to meet them, heavy with mildew and the unmistakable stench of suffering. They descended quickly, their footsteps echoing against the worn stone as they spiraled deeper into the manor's foundations. At the bottom stood a rusted iron door. Muffled voices murmured beyond it. Harry pushed it open. The chamber was dim, barely lit by a single enchanted lantern hanging from a beam. There were straw-filled corners, bloodstains on stone, and shackles bolted into the wall. But amidst the shadows, they saw movement. "Prisoners." "Harry!" Luna gasped, running to him. Her eyes, wide and glimmering with tears, lit up the gloom. She flung her arms around him. "Draco said you would come. And you did." Harry embraced her tightly, stunned. "Draco." Ron rushed in behind him, wand drawn to strike. Dean was propped up near the far wall beside Mr. Ollivander. Griphook crouched beside a broken bench. And then, Draco Malfoy, pale and worn, stood quietly in the shadows. Without hesitation, Harry shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Draco's wand flew from his hand. Ron surged forward and tackled him to the stone floor, fists flying. "Ron, stop!" Luna cried out, her voice shaking. "He saved us." Ron froze, arm cocked for another punch. "What? He didn't hurt us," Dean said, slowly rising. "Not once. He was told to torture us, daily. But he never did. He came down every night. Conjured bruises and shallow cuts with his wand so they'd look real, and told us to pretend. He begged us. Said it was the only way to keep the others away." Draco didn't fight back. He lay there, his breathing shallow, his jaw tight. "I didn't want this," Draco muttered. "I didn't want any of it." Harry stepped forward, lowering his wand, eyes wide. "You helped them." Draco nodded, barely. "I heard them screaming when you arrived," he said, voice low. "I knew it was you. I told Luna to keep watch for the sign," she remembered the Patronus. Ron slowly released his grip and stood. "You'd better be telling the truth," he muttered. Dobby appeared with a soft pop, eyes wide and ready. "Harry Potter, sir, time to go." Harry turned to the others, urgency tightening his voice. "Dobby, take them two at a time. Get them to the same place you brought Hermione." He glanced over the prisoners, noting Dean's trembling legs, Ollivander's pale, sagging frame, and Griphook's narrowed eyes. They didn't need more fighting, they needed safety. Now, Dobby nodded fervently. One by one, the prisoners vanished with soft cracks of apparition. Only Harry, Ron, and Draco remained. Then a low rasp echoed from the stairwell. "Turn around." Slowly. Harry froze. Peter Pettigrew stood in the doorway, wand trembling in his shaking hand. His face looked gaunter than ever, his eyes sunken and red-rimmed. "You betrayed them," Harry said, voice hard. Peter swallowed. "He would have killed me. He said he'd." "Then don't do it again," Harry said. "Let us go." Peter blinked, torn. His wand lowered slightly. "You're like your father," he whispered. "Too much heart." He stepped aside, and disappeared. They didn't waste a second. They raced upward, through the corridor, until the drawing room exploded in fire and spelllight. Death Eaters burst through every door, shouting, cursing, wands flashing. "There's too many," Ron shouted. "The window," Harry bellowed. They sprinted through the flames. Curses blasted overhead, scorching the wallpaper and shattering chandeliers. In desperation they leapt, and Dobby caught them in midair. Crack. The beach was silent. Moonlight bathed the sand in silver. Waves whispered gently against the shore. Shell Cottage glowed warmly on the hill beyond. Harry collapsed to the ground, lungs heaving. Ron knelt beside him. "It's safe. She's safe." Dobby stood nearby, his eyes brimming. "You did good." Harry whispered, barely conscious. He slipped into darkness, and dreamt of a tower above a sea of black, of a prison where whispers never slept, of a wand, a murder, a warning. And high above, the stars watched in silence, cold and ancient and unmoving. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 12, The Wound and the Sword. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilde Pratier. The clang of steel on floorboards shattered the hush of midnight like a blade through glass. Hermione jolted awake. Her body, still recovering from Bellatrix's curse, protested sharply as she tried to sit up. Pain laced through her ribs and spine. The air in the room was cold, tinged with sea salt and wood smoke, and the faint glow of candlelight flickered along the ceiling beams. She reached for the edge of the bed, her legs shaky beneath her, and nearly collapsed. A pair of slim arms caught her just in time. "You shouldn't be standing yet," said Luna softly, her dreamy voice gentled even more by concern. "I'm all right," Hermione lied. "You always say that," Luna replied serenely. She guided Hermione into an armchair and handed her a glass of water. Hermione took it, breathless. "He's awake," she murmured. "That was the sword." He dropped it. Luna simply nodded. "Rest for a moment. We'll go down together." Hermione looked toward the stairwell. Her thoughts were with him before she even realized it. In his dream, Harry Potter was flying. But not a dream, not truly. It was that strange place between seeing and knowing, where Voldemort's thoughts bled through the scar like poison ink through parchment. Harry found himself soaring, faster than any broom, silent and relentless, through a sky torn by icy winds and jagged black clouds. Below stretched a sea, dark and churning, with waves that crashed like muted thunder. And rising from that violent water was a fortress, a monolithic tower of jagged stone and black iron. Nermangard, the prison of Grindelwald. The walls stretched high and narrow, slit windows flickering like half-extinguished torches. Cold pressed in on all sides. Harry could taste the damp and rot of centuries-old despair in the air. Inside, a hallway lined with rusted bars echoed with slow footsteps. The door to the final cell swung open with a breathless creak. Voldemort, his face pale as frost and eyes glowing red, stepped into the gloom. And there, seated on a low stone bench, was Gellert Grindelwald. His once golden hair was snow-white now, clinging to the curve of his skull in wisps. But his eyes were startlingly alive, bright and intelligent, filled with something Voldemort did not expect, calm. "So," Grindelwald said in a low, rasping voice. "You've finally come." Voldemort did not speak at first. He studied the man before him with cold fascination, almost reverence. And Grindelwald smiled. "I hear the world speaks your name now," the old man murmured. "They feared mine, once. But I never sought to become death itself. Where is it?" Voldemort's voice slithered, snake-like and quiet. Grindelwald tilted his head. "You came all this way for a legend. You still believe it will obey you." "I know it will. And if it doesn't?" Grindelwald asked softly. "If it chooses another, it will choose power." Grindelwald's smile did not falter. "Power, yes. But not fear. Not cruelty. Not ignorance." The temperature seemed to drop as Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "I see it in you," Grindelwald went on. "You chase shadows, Tom Riddle. Like a child searching for a father's approval that never came. But you will never master death, not because you lack strength, but because you lack understanding." "I will have the wand," Voldemort hissed. "Even if I must carve it from your bones." At this, Grindelwald's expression hardened. He sat up straighter. "Then kill me. I am not afraid. I lost that fear long ago. And you, boy, you are not the master of death. You are its servant." Harry, trapped behind Voldemort's eyes, felt a tremor of something unexpected, unease. Was it his, or Voldemort's? The Dark Lord stepped forward, wand drawn. "Tell me who took it." There was a long silence. And then Grindelwald said quietly. "It lies with the one you fear. The one who truly defeated me. It lies with Dumbledore." Quote. Voldemort's fury ignited in an instant. Avada Kedavra. Green fire roared from his wand. The old man did not flinch. A silent scream tore through him. Harry now stood on a black hill under a silver moon. Wind whipped around him, biting through his clothes, carrying the sharp, metallic scent of disturbed earth. Ahead of him, through the tangled brush and dead trees, rose a crumbling crypt, tall and pale and lonely. Hogwarts loomed behind it, far off, lit only by distant torches. Silent, watching, a grave, Dumbledore's grave, and someone was there. No, not someone. Him. Voldemort stood before the white marble tomb, robed in black that shimmered like oil, his skin sickly pale under the moonlight. His long, skeletal fingers stretched forward, twitching with anticipation. Harry wanted to run, To scream. To wake. He couldn't move. The grave split open not with a bang, but with a whisper, a slow cracking, like bones splintering under pressure. The marble lid shuddered, then slid aside, revealing Dumbledore. Even in death, the old headmaster looked serene, untouched by time. His silver beard lay neatly over his chest, his hands folded over his heart. And his wand, resting gently beneath them. The elder wand. No, Harry breathed, though no sound escaped his throat. Voldemort raised his hand. There was no hesitation, no reverence, only greed. He reached into the tomb with both hands, seizing the wand from Dumbledore's resting place as though plucking a weed from a grave. The wand slid free with a snap. Power surged through the air like lightning. The clouds boiled overhead. The wind screamed. Voldemort raised the wand, his eyes gleaming scarlet in the darkness, and let out a low, chilling laugh that rolled over the hills like thunder. I have you now, he whispered, not to Dumbledore, not even to the wand, but to Harry. Harry staggered back, choking on dread. The scene twisted. Suddenly, Voldemort turned toward him, eyes locking. On Harry as if the veil between them had shattered. You feel it, don't you, Potter? He hissed. The end draws near. The wand pulsed in his grip. Harry couldn't look away. Then Dumbledore's eyes snapped open inside the grave. But they weren't Dumbledore's anymore. They were Harry's. The Elder Wand was in Voldemort's hands. Shell Cottage. The beach was silent. Moonlight bathed the sand in silver. Waves whispered gently against the shore. Shell Cottage glowed warmly on the hill beyond. Harry collapsed to the ground, lungs heaving, limbs trembling. His skin was clammy, drenched in cold sweat. And the burn of his scar pulsed beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. He didn't remember closing his eyes, only the weight of the sword of Gryffindor slipping from his lap and clattering onto floorboards of the guest room above, back when he had finally fallen asleep, still gripping it like a lifeline. Now he was awake again. Gasping, he bolted upright on the small cot inside Shell Cottage's spare room, tangled in sheets. Heart racing. The vision still echoed in his skull, flashes of wandlight, Grindelwald's rasping voice, the shimmer of the Elder Wand in Voldemort's hand. It lies with Dumbledore. Too late, he has the wand. The words scraped at his thoughts, sharp and insistent. The door creaked open. Fleur stood in the threshold, framed by warm candlelight. Her eyes, wide and wary, swept over him. She took in the sweat-drenched shirt clinging to his chest, the trembling hands, the scar flaring faintly red. Then her gaze dropped to the gleaming blade of the sword beside the bed. Is she okay? Harry rasped, voice raw. Hermione, please. Fleur stepped inside and nodded, slowly. She is upstairs, resting, healing, but strong. Relief hit him like a blow. His knees buckled slightly as he stood. She crossed the room and placed a cool hand gently against his forehead. He flinched, but she didn't pull away. She is alive because of all of you, Fleur said softly. Her voice had a reverent quality. Like she was speaking to someone halfway between boy and legend. Where's Malfoy? Harry asked, already reaching for his glasses. Fleur's brow lifted. Why? I need to know why he helped. Why he didn't stop them. Why now? She opened her mouth, as if to answer, then closed it again. Instead, she smiled suddenly, tears springing to her eyes. With a fluid, impulsive motion, he embraced him tightly and kissed both his cheeks. Bill, she called toward the hallway, her voice bright with wonder. Harry is awake. Harry, now blushing fiercely, realized he was still wrapped in a sweat-dampened blanket. Wearing nothing but gray boxers. Perfect. Seconds later, the door burst open. Ron skidded to a halt. You all right? Oh, for Merlin's sake, put something on. Bill followed behind him, chuckling and holding a bottle of butterbeer. Good to see you upright, mate. He handed it to Harry, who took it gratefully. Fleur giggled and vanished into the kitchen. Ron, meanwhile, tossed Harry a fresh shirt. Nice fashion statement, he muttered, flopping into the nearby armchair. You should wear that into the final battle. Harry managed a breathless laugh. But inside, the dream still clawed at him. The tower, the wand, the sea, and somewhere, Voldemort had taken one more step toward winning. But not without a fight. Not while Harry Potter still breathed. By the time Hermione descended the stairs, the others had gathered in the den. She moved slowly, each step deliberate. The moment she entered, the room quieted. Her presence was magnetic, part grace, part weight of what they had all endured. Her eyes scanned the group, and then locked with Harry's. Time paused. Hi, he said, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. His hair was still damp from a quick, cold wash, He was now properly dressed, but his heart beat loud in his ears. Hermione's eyes lingered just a moment too long before she looked away. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Headache, he said softly. Mostly gone now. You look better, she replied. Her voice was calm, but behind it was something tight, measured, guarded. They spoke briefly in the presence of the others. Questions about the manor, Draco, the prisoners, potions. But it wasn't until later that evening, when they were alone upstairs, that the truth began to take shape. While Harry had lain unconscious, Hermione had been unraveling. She had spent days watching over him, his sleep tormented by fever and muttered fragments of Voldemort's visions, names, spells, horrors that kept clawing from his throat in the dead of night. She had sat by his side, helpless, listening to the darkness pour from him, unable to wake him or stop the tide. It broke something in her. And when Malfoy, pale, silent, elusive, passed through the corridors, her patience snapped. Desperate for answers, she had brewed Veritaserum. When Malfoy resisted, she hexed him. Not once, not just to subdue, but to punish. The memory of Bellatrix's wand cutting into her flesh was too fresh, too raw, and in that haze of grief and fury, Draco had become her target. Ron and Bill had stopped her, their voices pleading, horrified. That was when she saw what she'd done, what she was becoming. Hermione stood near the window, wrapped in shadow and moonlight, her arms tight across her chest as if bracing against an invisible storm. "Harry," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you angry about what I did to Malfoy?" Harry sat at the edge of the bed, hands clasped. He looked at her, brow drawn. "I lost control," she went on, her voice shaking. "You were unconscious. I couldn't wake you. You kept muttering in your sleep, horrible things. Names, places, murders. You were burning with fever. And I didn't know what to do." She took a trembling breath. "I needed answers. I needed someone to blame. Draco was there, and I didn't trust him. I thought he was lying. I thought if I brewed Veritaserum, maybe he'd finally tell us if there were more Horcruxes. If Voldemort had hidden anything in the manor." Harry's eyes darkened, but he said nothing. "I gave him the potion," she admitted. "He resisted. Said he didn't know. He looked terrified, Harry. But I didn't care. I hexed him." Her voice broke. "I hurt him. Not like Bellatrix hurt me. But I wanted him to suffer. And for a moment, I didn't care who I became to make that happen." She closed her eyes. Ron and Bill saw. They were horrified. Ron kept saying my name, pleading. And I didn't hear him. Not really. Not until I saw their faces. That's when I realized what I'd done. What I'd let myself become. Harry stood slowly and crossed the room to her. He dropped to his knees before her, his expression stricken. "Hermione," he whispered, "I'm sorry. For all of it." She reached toward him, but he flinched. "I dragged you into this. Into all of it. I put you in danger, took your life, your choices, your parents. You nearly died in that cellar, and I couldn't stop it." His voice cracked. "If you'd died, I would have gone with you." Hermione's breath caught. "You mean everything to me. And I can't lose you. But I never protect you the way you protect me." He dropped his forehead into her lap. A quiet sob escaping him. Hermione froze, heart aching. Then, gently, she touched his hair, brushing it back from his damp forehead. "You silly boy," she whispered. "Don't you see? You saved me 100 times before the manor. You save me every day just by being you." Harry didn't answer. He just held her hand tightly in his, and she let him cry. No judgment, no shame. When at last his breathing steadied, she curled beside him, head resting lightly against his back. They stayed that way through the night, two souls stitched together by something neither of them could yet name. The next morning, sunlight was warm on the wooden floorboards, the scent of fresh bread drifting up from the kitchen below. Harry stirred first. His neck ached, his limbs were stiff. Hermione's hand was still loosely wrapped around his wrist. He didn't move, just watched her sleep, peaceful for once. But then she stirred too, and blinked blearily at him. "Sorry," he whispered. "I didn't mean to wake you." Hermione shook her head. "No, it's all right. I slept well." Harry smiled faintly. She didn't. Instead, she looked at him closely, studying his face with an expression T shifted somewhere between searching and guarded. "Harry," she said at last, softly, "you're in love with Ginny." Harry blinked. The question was plain in her voice, though she didn't frame it as one. There was a pause. "I'll always care about Ginny," he said truthfully. "But no, I'm not in love with her." Hermione looked down. Her voice, when it came, was almost a whisper. "It feels like I've betrayed her." Harry sat up straighter. "You haven't. I was her best friend," Hermione said. "And now I look at you and She didn't finish the sentence. Instead, she wrapped her arms around her knees, biting her lip. Harry reached out and brushed her knuckles gently. "You haven't betrayed anyone, Hermione. Her eyes met his, and in that shared gaze, equal parts affection, confusion, and grief, they both understood what they could not yet say. The dining room at Shell Cottage was filled with the soft clatter of forks on china, the rustle of parchment napkins, and the scent of warm brea. And sea air wafting through the open window. The morning sun streamed in, painting golden streaks across the wooden floor. It might have been a peaceful breakfast, were it not for the tension quietly simmering beneath the surface. Dean greeted Harry with a warm smile as he entered. Bill stood to shake his hand. "Good to have you back, mate." Even Mr. Ollivander, still pale and frail from his time in captivity, leaned forward and offered Harry a trembling, grateful handshake. "I can never thank you enough, Mr. Potter," he said, voice thin but sincere. Harry murmured a polite response and slid into a chair beside Ron, who handed him a glass of pumpkin juice with a grin. "Ari, where's Hermione?" Fleur asked, glancing up as she floated past with a tray of eggs. Her French accent curled around the name softly. Harry opened his mouth. "She's still tired." But then Ron began coughing violently into his napkin, clearly trying to disguise a laugh. With an exaggerated thumbs up aimed at Bill, Ron looked very pleased with himself. Harry jabbed him hard in the ribs with his elbow. "Oi, bloody hell," Ron yelped, rubbing his side. "That was for acting like a git last night," Harry muttered. Ron huffed but said nothing. Then Bill leaned toward Harry, his voice low. "Harry, Draco said he wants to speak with you." Harry's brow furrowed. "What for?" Bill hesitated, looking pale. "He said that he knows where we might find one of those items, you know." "A Horcrux." Harry froze. The goblet slipped from his fingers, clinking against his plate and sloshing juice onto the table. A stunned silence followed. "What?" he gasped. Bill pointed toward the hallway. "He's in the back room." Harry pushed away from the table and was gone before anyone could say another word. He found Draco standing in solitude, facing the window in one of the upstairs guest rooms. The scent of salt and sun-dried wood lingered in the air. Wind hissed softly through a crack in the glass, rustling the pale curtains like the breath of the sea itself. The ocean outside was gray and churning, flecked with foam, as if echoing the turmoil inside the room. Draco didn't turn when Harry entered. He stood still, one hand braced on the windowsill, the other loosely holding a half-finished bottle of butterbeer. His posture was rigid, eyes fixed on the horizon. A tiny fishing boat bobbed on the distant water, struggling against the waves. Draco's lips curved faintly, and he raised the bottle slightly in silent salute. "Just like it," he murmured to himself. His moment of stillness shattered as Harry stormed through the door and grabbed him by the collar, spinning him away from the window. "What do you know about the Horcruxes?" Harry snapped, the words sharp as broken glass. "Explain, now." Draco shoved him back, breathing hard. His face twisted with frustration. "Let me go," he shouted. "That's the bloody reason none of us have defied him. Why can't you accept that I've changed? You and Granger, why? Is it so impossible for you to believe I'm not that person anymore?" Harry stared at him, jaw clenched. "Because I saw you," he said coldly. "I saw you and Snape kill Dumbledore. I was on the tower." Draco went still. His mouth opened, then shut again. The fire in his eyes dimmed, leaving something brittle behind. "I didn't kill him," Draco said finally, his voice low. "Snape was always meant to. I couldn't do it, but none of that matters now." A long silence settled over them, broken only by the faint cries of gulls outside. "There's another sword," Draco said at last. "A fake. My aunt, Bella, Trix, and my father were given the real one to guard, or so they thought. It's hidden in her vault at Gringotts." Draco hesitated, licking his lips. "He also gave her another item," he continued, voice quieter. "Something I wasn't supposed to see. I walked in without knowing he was there, Voldemort. He was in the drawing room, speaking to my aunt and father. He was entrusting them with something else. A cup. A golden cup with a badger engraved on it. I only glimpsed it for a moment before he saw me." Draco's voice faltered. His hand tightened around the neck of the butterbeer bottle. "I didn't Ian to intrude, I didn't know he was there. But he snapped. He raised his wand. My father," he begged for him to stop. Harry's fists unclenched slightly, breath shallow. "He tortured my father," Draco continued. "Right there, Cruciatus. My mother wasn't even allowed to intervene. And then Voldemort turned to me and said I hadn't seen anything. That I was to forget it. That if I mentioned it, the next punishment wouldn't stop." He exhaled sharply, as if trying to steady himself. "I didn't know what it was, not then. But during Granger's interrogation, when she kept asking about Horcruxes, when she described the signs, the way objects feel, I remembered the cup. And I knew what it was." Harry stared. A Horcrux, Draco confirmed, nodding slowly. I'm sure of it. What else is in the vault? Harry asked. Draco shrugged, the movement weary. I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. He met Harry's eyes. It's all a lie, Potter. Bloodlines, loyalty, all of it. You know the really funny part. Voldemort, the one who built a world on purity, is a half-blood himself. Mad, isn't it? He laughed once, bitterly. It's terrifying, when your whole life turns out to be a lie. Harry blinked. The rage that had brought him here ebbed slowly. For a moment, they were no longer enemies. Just two boys, both scarred, both worn, trying to navigate the wreckage left in Voldemort's wake. Where exactly in Gringotts? Harry asked quietly. My aunt's vault. I saw her seal it myself, Draco answered, and his voice dropped almost to a whisper. Harry turned to go, but Draco called after him. He made me do it, but I didn't kill the professor. I couldn't. Harry paused in the doorway. I know, he said softly. And Draco, try to forgive yourself. With that, Harry closed the door behind him. When Harry returned to the kitchen, the conversation dwindled. Hermione had arrived and was seated beside Ron, her expression watchful. Luna offered Harry a serene smile, while Ollivander gave a polite nod. He sat down slowly, brushing sea air from his shoulders. What happened? Hermione asked quietly. It's in Gringotts, Harry said, glancing around the table. Apparently a replica sword is in Bellatrix's vault. And, one of the other items might be there too. Ron looked stunned. Then we'll need to break in. Bloody hell. But how? Harry took a breath. That's not the only thing. I had another vision, while I was unconscious. A dream, but it felt real. Voldemort found the wand, the Elder Wand. He went to Ermengarde. Grindelwald told him where it was. Hermione's breath caught. Dumbledore had it, Harry continued. He took it from Grindelwald in the duel, and it was buried with him. Voldemort took it from his grave. The weight of his words sank into the room like a stone into still water. Despite feigning deafness to the hushed conversation of the trio, Bill managed to overhear the final few words, which shook him. You can't go, Bill said. The wards are sealed. Even the tunnel from the Shrieking Shack is blocked. Remus told me just before he went back underground. Harry clenched his fists. Voldemort has the wand. None of this matters. He's unstoppable, Horcruxes are not. Harry, Hermione started, her voice soft but firm. I know, he interrupted. We'll go to Gringotts first. That's our only shot. The silence was broken by Luna's gentle voice. The goblin might help. Griphook. He understands the vaults. Quote. Bill nodded. He's inside now, recovering. I think I can convince him. Fleur and we can help you get in. And we'll need Draco, Harry added, drawing surprised looks from nearly everyone. Ron dropped his fork. You want Malfoy to come with us. He's the only one who's seen the vault from the inside, Harry said. I trust him. Enough for this. A beat passed. Then Ron groaned and threw his hands up. Bloody hell. Hermione stood and reached for Harry's hand. He took it without hesitation. Together, they turned toward the window. The sun glinted off the sea, but the wind had turned colder. They didn't know what lay ahead. But they would face it side by side. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 13 Banking on a Dragon. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilda Pratier. The wind in Godric's Hollow howled like an old wound reopening. A tall figure moved through the snow-blanketed village in silence, cloaked in shadows, his form flickering faintly beneath the enchantment of a powerful disillusionment charm. Only the occasional soft crunch of boots against ice-crusted cobblestones betrayed any presence at all, though even that was muffled by the thick night. The ruined sign of Potter Cottage stood askew near the gate, its letters faded and brittle with frost. Time had not been kind to the house, but it still stood, more or less. The skeletal frame of the front room remained exposed. Like a memory too stubborn to fade. Shards of what had once been windows lay like cracked crystal in the snow. Severus Snape stood before it. He didn't move for a long time. The house knew him. That much was clear in the weight of the silence that pressed against his chest. A silence not just of place, but of memory. And memory was a dangerous thing. He crossed the threshold carefully. Slowly. The tip of his wand hovered inches ahead of him, muttering detection spells under his breath. The wards were weak but unstable, broken either by time or the night Voldemort shattered the world. But still, he moved with caution. Inside, the cold was worse. It clung to the floorboards and pulled in corners like shadows waiting to pounce. Dust layered the broken furniture. Cobwebs stretched between jagged wall frames. A child's toy, melted and half-crushed, sat near the base of the staircase. Snape didn't look at it. He didn't look at anything. To look would mean to see. And to see would mean to feel. So he kept his eyes forward and walked with purpose. The stairs groaned underfoot as he ascended. At the landing, he hesitated, just for a heartbeat, then turned toward the master bedroom. The door was still partially ajar, as if someone had left it open in a hurry. The air inside smelled faintly of ash, even after all these years. Snape entered. The room was small, skeletal. A bed frame remained, half burned. Collapsed on one side. The remnants of wallpaper curled at the edges. The ceiling bore the scars of ancient spellwork, faded to dull black. A child's mobile, shaped like stars and moons, hung crooked from the light fixture. He didn't look at it either. Instead, he moved to the far wall and raised his wand. No incantation, just a whisper of thought. A faint whoomph answered the magic, and something deep within the wall shuddered. The air shifted, became warmer, then unbearably hot. Snape turned at once and strode from the room, his cloak flaring behind him. Down the stairs, across the broken floorboards, out through the open doorway into the waiting dark. He didn't look back, not even once. Behind him, a sudden roar. The house erupted in fire. Orange and red surged upward in a column of heat and fury, devouring the timbers, swallowing the roof. Windows exploded outward. Flame licked the sky. A pulse of raw magic surged upward with the fire, and in its wake, a terrible shape appeared in the air above the ruins. The dark mark. It twisted slowly in the sky, green, serpentine, impossible to mistake. Snape did not watch it form. He only walked, briskly, purposefully, as if chased by something he couldn't outrun. The boy would know soon enough. Gringotts. Diagon Alley wore a quiet glamour under the faded winter sun, its cobbled spine shining with a sheen of half-melted frost. Frost-crusted panes lined crooked shop windows, casting fractured reflections that danced like phantom latticework across the snow-dusted street. Chimneys puffed coils of smoke into the pale sky, and voices echoed between buildings, muffled by wool scarves, heavy cloaks, and the hush of December. Then the hush changed. It wasn't the natural lull of late morning. It rippled, spread, a hush of instinct, of caution. Heads turned, steps slowed, and from the narrow gap of Nocturne Alley, 5 cloaked figures emerged. Conversation halted. A witch clutching potion ingredients backed into a doorway, shielding her son. A wizard refilling his coin purse hesitated, eyes narrowing. At the front walked Draco Malfoy, tall, pale, unmistakable. His features were drawn into the shape of nobility, but the tension in his jaw betrayed how tightly he was wound. Malfoy, not so fast, came a low hiss beside him. Draco didn't break stride, but the scowl that flickered sideways wasn't lost on Harry. Beneath the polyjuice disguise of a bearded, square-shouldered wizard, Harry's wand hand flexed against his robes. Ron, similarly disguised, had hissed the warning. His eyes beneath his new face were sharp with anxiety. "We said walk," Ron muttered. "Not strut in like Voldemort's about to buy the bloody place." Draco sneered, but behind the bravado, Harry could see the faintest trace of fear. "How long do we have?" Harry murmured. 17 minutes, Hermione whispered tightly. "This batch is unstable. After that, we're exposed." Hermione's glamour shimmered subtly, a sharp-cheeked, dark-haired woman in plum robes, but the stress around her eyes was pure Hermione. She clutched her bag of emergency potions like a lifeline. Beneath the invisibility cloak, Bill's voice floated softly, steady and confident. "You're doing fine. Keep moving." Dean hovered just behind them, his disillusionment charm flickering at the edges like fog on glass. His wand never left his side. Fleur and Luna had begged to join, but Harry had refused them both. He wouldn't risk them, not on this mission. At the base of the great marble staircase of Gringotts, Draco tossed back his hood with due Saint enough theatricality to sell the illusion. His silver blonde hair gleamed in the sun, sharp as a dagger. He strode to the massive bronze doors and shoved them open. They groaned on ancient hinges, a sound like stone coffins shifting. They entered. The hall of Gringotts was vast, echoing, and cold. Marble columns loomed like frozen giants, each etched with flowing goblin runes that shimmered faintly. Goblins hunched on high perches, scratching away at parchments, their quills moving with mechanical elegance. Chandeliers of crystal and dragonbone gleamed overhead, casting fractured light that made every surface gleam with chilly detachment. Then, stillness. Quills froze midair, eyes narrowed. A ripple of recognition passed across the banking floor as Draco Malfoy moved through the aisle. With his entourage, and not far behind him, shadows twitched. "I demand access to Vault 777, Draco said crisply, approaching the nearest goblin. The goblin clerk, long-nosed, sharp-toothed, and ancient-looking, blinked once, slowly. "Vault 777 is under Lestrange's seal," he said flatly. The Lestranges are in Azkaban, Draco replied coolly. Their estate falls to the next of kin, the Malfoys. We have legal claim. I expect you to honor it. The goblin's eyes gleamed with something unreadable, recognition, perhaps, or contempt. The silence grew sharp. There were rumors, the goblin said. Your manor was compromised. Death Eaters tortured. The Dark Lord. Do you want scandal? Draco snapped. Or litigation? Hermione's voice reached Harry's ear. Subtle as a crumple-horned snarkack, she muttered. Harry resisted a snort. Just then, a second goblin glided forward, taller, dressed in deep crimson robes stitched with rune thread. The floor manager, Bill whispered from beneath the cloak. Time it now. The floor manager eyed them all, pausing on Ron. These faces match descriptions, he said, voice like broken glass. Fugitives. Known associates of Potter. Bill raised his wand and hissed. Imperio. The goblin's gaze glazed, just slightly. This way, the manager said again, his tone now smooth. You are authorized. Another goblin protested, but Hermione flicked her wand subtly. Confundo. The second goblin blinked, then simply returned to his ledgers. They passed under an archway into the dark vault corridors. The temperature dropped like a stone. Walls narrowed. The smell of old magic and stone filled the air. And then, the carts. Old, spindly, glimmering with runes. They waited like spiders. We'll need speed, Draco murmured. They won't warn you know who, Bill said. Not unless they get something out of it. And we aren't offering. Hermione leapt into one cart. Ron followed, with Dean. Harry, Draco, and Bill took the second. The carts hissed. And then, they were gone. The carts rocketed forward, plunging into darkness. Wind screamed. Lights blurred into stars. They twisted around spirals of ancient stone. Waterfalls of flame poured beside them. One cart passed straight through, the fire parting like silk. This is madness, Hermione yelled. No safety charms, no brakes. The tracks split. Each cart was thrown onto a new line, spinning, diving. They corkscrewed back together just as violently. They barreled through twisting tracks, massive curves, sudden dips. A bolt of blue flame arced across them, a tumbling torrent of sparkles exploded against the tunnel walls. Another cart flew past beneath them, ghostly and echoing, as Oni-like statues watched silently above. I'm going to be sick, Dean groaned. Then, silence. The carts slowed, shuddering into a massive stone platform. Torchlight flickered off the steel walls of a vault door large enough to swallow a carriage. Vault 777. Massive, sealed in silver black metal. And etched with a snarling gargoyle. This is it, Draco said, breath shallow. The goblins moved without words. Steam hissed. Gears turned. Two locks clinked, and the gates groaned. They opened, and the darkness inside yawned like a mouth. Inside the vault, the air was thick, humid, close, and laced with the ancient tang of goblin-forged metal. Dust motes danced like ghostly insects in the beams of enchanted torchlight. The room itself was vast and vaulted, ceiling lost to shadow, its walls lined with shelves buckling under the weight of treasure. Mountains of gold spilled across the flagstones in tumbling heaps, interspersed with silver circlets and ancient helms encrusted with emeralds. Enchanted armor gleamed in the dim light, suits tall as men, their eyes hollow, their gauntlets curled into fists. Jeweled goblets shimmered among coiled tapestries, furs from beasts long extinct, and crates stamped with ancient magical seals. And at the far end, alone upon a pedestal carved from black stone, stood a cup. It was small and golden, faintly glowing, with two delicate handles shaped like badger heads. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Harry's breath caught. His legs carried him forward almost without thought. His heartbeat thumped in his ears louder than the metallic groan of the vault door still settling behind them. There, he said hoarsely, pointing. The others tensed. Hermione stepped up beside him. Wand raised, face pale. Ron's eyes flicked around the room, taking in the towering stacks of enchanted treasure like a man expecting a trap to spring at any moment. Harry reached forward, and the cup vanished. What? He gasped, pulling back. A second later, dozens of identical cups shimmered into view, bursting into the air like startled birds. They spun wildly through the room, gleaming, twisting, each indistinguishable from the next. Duplicate curse, Harry muttered, wand already rising. Hermione didn't hesitate. Destroy them. Like the locket, Harry's mind flashed back to the forest, the lake. The Horcrux, Ron's sword. They didn't have time for that now. Inferno, he cast, sweeping his wand in a wide arc. Flames burst from the tip in a wave of heat and color. The fire surged forward, engulfing the closest pile of treasure. Illusionary goblets shrieked and popped, melting into smoke and ash. But the fire flickered, snuffed out by some unseen enchantment before it could reach the rest. The vault's protected, Hermione shouted. It's goblin warded. Basic fire won't be enough. Then we use something bigger. Ron snarled, swinging his wand toward a cluster of spinning cups. Confringo. One exploded in a burst of molten gold. 3 more spiraled away. Don't hold back, Hermione cried, shielding her eyes against the sparks. Harry gritted his teeth. He could feel the magic pulsing through the space, the dark, oppressive sense that the room itself was alive, watching, waiting. He raised his wand, focused everything. Incendio Maxima. The blast rocked the chamber. A wall of fire, vast and furious, swept from Harry's wand like a living beast. It howled as it hit the spinning illusions. Gold melted, silver screamed, false relics shriveled and burned. The ancient enchantments behind them shrieking in resistance. The heat was unbearable, sucking the air from their lungs, scorching the floor black. And through it all, one cup remained untouched. It glowed faintly, almost smugly, as the fire danced around it without leaving a mark. That's it, Hermione shouted. That's the real one. Harry surged forward, leapt across the smoldering floor, and seized it with both hands. The moment his fingers touched the metal, a keening sound erupted through the chamber. Not the cry of any creature, but a siren. A cold, metallic wail, deep and rising like a banshee's curse. The floor shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. Gold coins avalanched down the walls. Then came the roar. A deep, thunderous, unmistakable roar that vibrated in their bones. Oh, Merlin, Draco breathed. Going rigid as a distant rumble shook the stones beneath their feet. His face drained of color faster than a vanishing charm. The dragon. I forgot. Ron wheeled on him, wand still raised. Looking personally offended. You forgot a bloody dragon. It wasn't on purpose. Draco snapped, voice a little too high. Well, excuse me for assuming you'd remember the giant fire. Breathing monster guarding your family's doom horde. Another rumble, louder this time. Somewhere beyond the vault, a deep, primal growl echoed through the stone, followed by the unmistakable scrape of something enormous and scaly, dragging itself awake. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. That's coming from the main track, between us and the carts. Brilliant, Ron muttered. We're going to be roasted into wizard-shaped crisps because Malfoy forgot the death dragon. A sudden whoosh of heated air blasted through the open vault doors. Run, Bill bellowed. No arguments here, Harry shouted. Alred. Why yanking Draco by the collar as the first blast of sulphurous breath hit the tunnel like a furnace bellows. Behind them, the low corridor began to glow with flickering orange light, and a growing roar. That sounded far too excited to be anything but hungry. Did it sound happy? Dean gasped as they sprinted. Why does it sound happy? Maybe it likes its food scared. Ron yelled. The sound of claw. WS, the size of gravestones, hammered closer. And somewhere between the panic, the smoke, and the wild thudding of their feet, Draco muttered darkly, you know what? I hate this bank. Get in line. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shouted in unison. Beneath their feet, something massive stirred. The vault began to tremble. Far off, a second alarm joined the first. Runic wards flickered to life on the archways, glowing red. We have to go, Bill shouted. Harry stuffed the cup into his enchanted pouch and turned to run, just as the floor cracked beneath them. They weren't just fighting a vault. They'd woken something older than gold. And it was coming. An inhuman scream thundered behind them. The Ukrainian Ironbelly, its wings bound, lunged forward, tail smashing columns, chains dragging like metal serpents. Its eyes were blank, fury simmering. Move, now, Hermione screamed. Goblins flooded in, wands raised. But the dragon was already tearing through vault walls, its chained tail sweeping aside marble pillars like matchsticks. Dean pointed upward. The ventilation shaft. A shaft of light. Steel grate sealing the exit. Harry spun. We can't levitate, we need to break it. We'll never reach it, Ron said. Before anyone could stop him, Harry sprinted toward the beast. Harry. He threw out his wand, gritted his teeth, and cast Imperio. The spell snapped. The dragon reared, flames roaring. Harry jumped sideways to avoid incineration. Draco pushed Hermione aside and quickly ducked behind a broken cart to shield himself from the approaching flames. In desperation Harry cast again, this time his left hand outstretched. His fingers pointed towards the beast. Dual beams slammed into its skull. It froze, halting mid-rage. Its breath hitched. Then it bent its head low. Up, Harry jeered his approaching friends who looked at him in disbelief. You imperious to dragon with wandless magic. Dean exclaimed, leaping onto the dragon's back. I was desperate, Harry admitted. They scrambled onto its back. Scales, rough and alive, warmed beneath them. The dragon growled softly and flapped huge wings, the heat of its scales blistering. Hermione clutched the cup to her chest. Ron hauled Bill by the arm. Harry and Hermione were the last to scramble aboard the dragon's immense, ridged back. Its scales were rough and blister-hot beneath their hands, mottled with old scars and fresh blood from the chaos of its awakening. The creature had broken its chains and was now charging through the stone tunnel like a living avalanche, its clawed feet striking sparks off the track rails. The air around them was thick with smoke and the acrid stench of scorched iron. As the tunnel widened ahead, the dragon spread its massive wings with a bone-jarring crack, filling the chamber with a hurricane gust of wind and debris. Harry clung on with both arms and legs, pressed flat against the heaving muscle of its back, his knuckles white. Then came the lift. The dragon leapt, impossibly powerful, and began its climb toward the jagged ceiling, which cracked open into a massive shaft. Its ascent was clumsy at first, its wings torn from years of shackles and neglect, but it forced itself upward with terrible strength. Each beat of its wings sent shockwaves through Harry's chest. He felt his hold on the imperious curse slipping with every violent jolt. His skull throbbed with magical exertion. Controlling a creature this vast was like trying to bind a thunderstorm. The dragon's thoughts were wild, confused, not quite resisting him, but not obeying easily either. Harry gritted his teeth and pressed harder. Voice low and urgent in his mind, "Up, take us up." Somewhere behind him, barely audible above the thunder of wings, Bill's voice pierced the chaos, "We're approaching the ventilation systems." Harry's head snapped up. The shaft was narrowing ahead into a steel-plated barrier, the final obstacle. He shouted over his shoulder, "Everyone. Wands ready, aim for the door." Ron's voe. Ice rang out from the middle of the line, breathless and tense. "Right. Go on then." Hermione's voice cut through, high and sharp, "Let the dragon get close enough. Don't cast too early." The metal grate loomed ahead, thick. Bolted steel crisscrossed with locking runes, half hidden behind smoke and dust. It looked impossibly solid. Harry's gut twisted. "On my count," he bellowed. 1, 2, 3, reducto. All 4 wands flared at once. Blazing jets of destructive magic tore through the tunnel and smashed into the steel. For a split second, nothing happened. Then, boom, the gate exploded, outward in a storm of metal and fire just as the dragon slammed into it with its full weight. The combined impact blew the tunnel apart in a shower of debris. For a breathless moment, there was only light, and then they were through. The dragon burst into the open sky. Sunlight blinded them, dazzling after the darkness. The sudden brightness lit every torn scale and bleeding welt on the dragon's back. A cry of triumph tore from Ron's throat, but it was drowned beneath the chaos below. They were flying straight over Diagon Alley. The street exploded into panic. Wizards and witches screamed, pointing skyward. A mother clutched her child and vanished with a crack. A street vendor's cauldrons clattered to the cobblestones as he fled. Robes billowed in every direction as the crowd scattered like ants beneath a collapsing wall. "It's a dragon! Run!" The cry echoed from all sides. Goblins ducked behind columns. Shop fronts slammed shut. Dust and rubble rained down from the broken roof of Gringotts, trailing in the dragon's wake like smoke from a cannonball. Harry risked a glance down, saw the astonished, terrified faces, and knew in that moment there would be no hiding what had happened. The message was unmistakable, blazoned across the sky. Harry Potter had robbed Gringotts, and escaped on a dragon. The Iron Belly let out a triumphant roar and banked toward the sea. Its wings churned the air, gaining speed and height. And within moments, the burning chaos of the alley fell behind them. The city shrank into haze. Wind whipped at Harry's face, tearing tears from his eyes. Hermione had both arms locked around a ridge of the dragon's back, her lips pale with fear but her eyes alight with fire. In Harry's hand, gripped tight against the wind, Helga Hufflepuff's cup glinted with malevolent gold. They had done it. They had the Horcrux. And now they had to destroy it. The dragon's wings beat furiously as it hovered over the dunes, casting a vast shadow across the wind-whipped sand. With a low, guttural roar, more exhausted than defiant, it wheeled away over the churning sea and vanished into the stormy sky. The roar faded, and in its wake, there was silence. Harry stumbled slightly as his boots sank into the soft beach sand. He was still gripping the cup in one hand, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, its golden surface warm from the dragon's back, glowing faintly with something darker than enchantment. "Harry, we did it!" Hermione cried, throwing her arms around him, her whole body shaking. Her hair was windswept, her cloak half torn, but her eyes were alive with fierce triumph. Harry hugged her back tightly, but he didn't speak. His gaze remained fixed on the cup. Its surface shimmered in the fading light. "He'll know," Harry muttered, almost to himself. "He's going to feel this one." The weight of those words settled like ash in the air. Around them, the others grew still. Bill's smile faded. Ron's shoulders tensed. Even Draco looked rattled, though he read to disguise it beneath a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. From the salt-kissed windows of Shell Cottage, faces emerged like cautious ghosts. The cry of the dragon had rolled over the cliffs moments ago, long and guttural, fading into the mist like the last roar of a dying storm. Luna and Fleur stood shoulder to shoulder in the doorway, wine tugging at their hair, pale and wide-eyed. Behind them, Mr. Ollivander gripped the frame, skeletal fingers trembling around his wand. His eyes, cloudy with age, held the stunned reverence of someone who had once seen dragons only in books. Just behind them, partially shadowed, stood Griphook, his sharp profile motionless, his onyx eyes unblinking, fixed on the shore. The front door burst open. Sand kicked up in a spray as Fleur flew down the path like a curse released. "Bill!" she cried, voice thick with emotion. Bill barely had time to brace himself before she crashed into his arms, clutching him as if anchoring him to the earth. She kissed both his cheeks with rapid, desperate fervor, then, quite unceremoniously, did the same to Ron, who looked flustered, to Hermione, who flushed a deep scarlet, and then, shockingly, planted a swift kiss on the cheek of Draco Malfoy. He recoiled as if struck by lightning. Was that really necessary? He sputtered, rubbing the spot like it might blister. Fleur only grinned, her cheeks flushed with wind and joy. "You are one of us now," she declared in her thick accent, eyes dancing. Draco muttered something that sounded suspiciously like a protest, but no one was listening. Harry barely registered the laughter. His attention had shifted to the cup he holds now. No time to waste. Harry stood on the wet sand, Helga Hufflepuff's cup glinting malevolently in his hand, the wind from the sea whipping at his robes. The air was charged, with victory, with dread, with the knowledge that Voldemort would feel the Horcruxes capture the moment it was done. He drew the sword of Griffey Endor from its sheath with a metallic hiss. The rubies winked blood red in the dying light. His hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but the sheer gravity of what was to come. Hermione watched him from a few paces away. Her arms wrapped tightly around herself, as if holding her resolve in place. Ron stood beside her, wand at the ready, jaw set. Bill, Dean, and Draco loomed behind them, all silent. Harry placed the cup gently on a smooth slab of driftwood. He raised the sword. "Wait," came a voice, quiet, edged with urgency. "Griphook." The goblin stepped forward from the crowd, his sharp black eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "You should not do this, not yet," he said. Harry frowned. "Why not?" Griphook's gaze flicked to the cup. "The sword was made to take in that which makes it stronger. It destroyed the other object right, but two curses of such ancient darkness in a row." He looked back up at Harry. "You could destroy the weapon itself. The goblin-forged metal may not hold." There was a pause. Hermione blinked, uncertain. Ron raised an eyebrow. "What are you saying?" Harry asked slowly. "Let me inspect it," Griphook said softly. "I can check its integrity. I know the blade's runes, its binding enchantments. If it's safe to use again, I'll tell you." Harry hesitated. "You just want to hold it." "To protect it," Griphook replied, his voice reverent. "To preserve it. For Goblinkind. Please." Harry glanced at Bill, but the older wizard was unreadable. Reluctantly, Harry handed the sword over, his fingers lingering on the hilt. Griphook took it with care, reverently turning the blade. He ran one long claw along the edge, then traced a pattern across the surface, murmuring in gobbledygook, soft, flowing syllables that glittered faintly in the air before dissolving. "Dur Ulk Nar Thumthuric," he whispered. "Flesh eater. Soul drinker. Flame bearer." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Griphook looked up, and smiled. A flash of teeth, too quick to be kind. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." Before anyone could blink, crack. Griphook disapparated. Gone. For a moment, no one moved. The sea roared behind them. Then Ron burst forward. "What? Bloody hell, he took it." "Griphook," Bill shouted, whirling on the spot. No, he's warded against tracking." "Treacherous little." Ron kicked at the sand, sending up a spray. Hermione let out a strangled noise of disbelief. "He tricked us. He played us like fools." Harry stared at the space Griphook had vanished from, heart hammering. Rage twisted through him, but worse was the weight of his own failure. He'd trusted Griphook, not out of friendship, but a deal, an understanding. And now, the sword, he whispered. "He's taken the only thing that can destroy it." Hermione turned to him. "The cup is still here. We can't destroy it without the sword," Harry said dully, the Horcrux seeming heavier in his hands now, pulsing with dark life. Dean stepped forward, looking aghast. "So what do we do now?" Draco folded his arms with a humorless smile. "Well, we're right back where we started." "No," Harry said sharply. "Not quite." He turned to Hermione, and their eyes locked. She caught her breath. "You're thinking of the Chamber of Secrets." "Basilisk venom," Harry confirmed. "It worked before. It can work again. But that's Hogwarts. You want to go back. It's the only place we have left," Harry said, jaw tight. And it's where the last fight begins. The Chamber of Secrets, Hermione said breathlessly. Of course. The body's still there. The venom. We can use it, Harry said. We can finish what we started. All eyes turned to him now, drawn by the sheer gravity in his voice. Draco stared. You're mad. You're actually mad. You want to go back to Hogwarts. It's the only place left with what we need, Harry said simply. And the only place Voldemort won't expect us to return to. Not yet. Bill rose slowly from the sand, brushing grit from his trousers. I get that it's important, but, Harry, you need to tell us what this really is. What these things really are. Harry looked at him, and guilt pooled in his chest. Bill deserved answers. They all did. I can't, Harry said, and hated himself for it. If any of you were captured, if you knew. He looked at Fleur, standing behind Bill, one protective hand resting on the gentle curve of her belly. I won't put any of you at risk, Harry said softly. Please understand. Quote. Bill stared at him for a long moment. Then he gave a single nod, quiet, resolute. Hermione stepped up beside Harry, her hand reaching for his. We'll need a plan. Getting into Hogwarts won't be simple. No, Harry agreed, but it's the only chance we've got. He turned to the sea. The wind was colder now. In the distance, the horizon shimmered with stormlight. The final fight begins there, he thought, and this time, it would end. One way or another. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 14 The Dark Lord's Rage. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilda Pratier. What did they take? Voldemort's voice rang out, sharp as broken glass. You tell me, Goblin, what did they take? The creature cowered at his feet, trembling, his wiry hands splayed against the polished stone of the Gringotts floor. Rage, cold and suffocating, coiled in Voldemort's chest, burning hotter than dragonfire. It wasn't just anger, it was terror. An ancient, primal fear, buried for years, now clawing its way to the surface. His secret, the one truth he had hidden from everyone, even his most devoted followers. How could anyone have known? He had come the moment the message reached him, a break-in at Gringotts. Not just any vault, the Lestrange's vault. His vault, and with it, something far more precious than gold or jewels. Tell me, he roared, and the bank itself seemed to shudder at the force of his fury. The goblin sobbed, his voice high and pitiful. My lord, I tried to stop them. They imperioused me, disguises, polyjuice. Who? Voldemort hissed, his voice suddenly soft and deadly. Who broke into the vault? The goblin dared a glance at those glowing red eyes and recoiled. It was, Potter, my lord. Harry Potter. And two others, I swear it, I had no choice, please. Voldemort's breath caught. The name struck him like a curse. What did they take? His voice had become quiet again, but no less lethal. Was it, the cup? The real cup? The goblin gave a strangled nod, shrinking in on himself. Why yes. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. I begged them not to. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light erupted from the Elder Wand. The goblin flew backward, crumpling against a pillar with a sickening crack. His body lay still, but Voldemort did not stop. He turned, his face contorted in fury, and began to kill. Spell after spell, each more brutal than the last. Goblins, guards, even Death Eaters who stood too close, none were spared. Panic erupted like wildfire inside the bank. Screams echoed through the halls as bodies fell one by one. The Lestrange vault had been breached. The Horcrux had been stolen. And now, Voldemort was unmaking Gringotts with the sheer force of his fury. Lucius Malfoy vanished in a swirl of panic. Bellatrix followed, face pale and contorted with terror, her laughter long since gone. Others apparated as they fled the bank's ruined interior, fleeing a storm even they dared not weather. Voldemort strode through the devastation, robes trailing through the blood-slick marble. His mind was spinning, thoughts chasing one another like frenzied dementors. How could the boy have known? Could it have been chance? Did Potter come seeking the sword and recognize the cup by luck? No, too convenient, too precise. The diary had been destroyed. That had been unforeseen. A child's stroke of luck, he had thought then. But what about the others? Surely they were intact, safeguarded by the most potent magic. The ring, the locket, the cup, and then, clarity sliced through him like ice. Dumbledore, he whispered. Then, louder, Dumbledore. He had always suspected. The old fool had watched him too closely, asked too many questions. He had known, he must have known. Even in death, Dumbledore's long fingers were pulling strings. Voldemort raised his again and blasted another goblin across the floor, his voice rising with his fury. He told the boy. That meddling, sanctimonious, he told him. He strode from the wreckage of the bank into the open air of Diagon Alley. The street was eerily silent, as if the buildings themselves were holding their breath. You will all suffer, Voldemort shrieked. With a wave of his wand, a nearby shop exploded into flame. Books and parchment reduced to ash in an instant. An old wizard, bloodied and dazed, crawled from the debris. He didn't even look up before Voldemort was upon him. Crucio! The man screamed, convulsing in the rubble. Voldemort leaned down, his voice a whisper only the broken man could hear. This is what awaits those who stand in my way. This is what I will do to the boy, to the blue traitor, to the filthy little mudblood he loves. He raised his head, looking toward the cloudy sky. I know you, Harry Potter, he hissed. I know you well. Avada Kedavra. Shell Cottage. Harry's scream shattered the stillness of the beach like a crack of thunder. He collapsed into the sand, his body writhing. Hermione was beside him in seconds, grabbing his shoulders, calling his name. Her hands shook as she cradled him, tears spilling down her cheeks. Harry, please, come back. Ron and Luna rushed from the cottage, but there was nothing they could do. Harry was convulsing, his face contorted in pain, as if tortured by invisible flames. His eyes flashed open, red and inhuman, and his voice, when it came, was no longer his own. They heard Voldemort's thoughts, his words, his plans. Every word chilled them to the bone. This has never happened like this before, Ron muttered. He's going to die if this keeps up. Hermione, stop, he can't. And then, as suddenly as it began, it ended. Harry gasped, his chest heaving. His eyes cleared, the color fading back to green, and he clutched Hermione as if anchoring himself to reality. He knows, Harry whispered. He knows about the Horcruxes, about you, about us. Hermione tightened her arms around him, holding him fiercely. Let him know, she whispered. I don't care anymore. He said he'd hurt you. You and Ron. He knows I care, my own, he knows. I should have hidden it better. But you didn't. And that's why he'll lose. Her voice shook, but her gaze was unwavering. Because you care, Harry. And I'm not afraid of that. Luna stepped forward. He's scared, she said softly. You saw it. He's unraveling. Harry looked at them, his friends, his family, and felt the weight of what lay ahead press down on his chest. They still needed to destroy the cup. Then something off the Founders. Then Nagini. And then, face Voldemort himself. If he lived that long. He closed his eyes, despair threatening to swallow him whole. Until Hermione pulled his face upward and made him look at her. We'll destroy them, she said, her voice low and sure. All of them. And then you'll face him, and you'll win. For your parents. For Sirius. For Dumbledore. For me. She cupped his cheek with a trembling hand. Harry James Potter, I love you. And I'm not letting you go. The wind whipped across the sea. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the beach in golden light. And as everyone stood still, watching, their lips met. And for the first time in days, Harry felt something stronger than fear. Hope. If Hermione was his only reason, then that was enough. Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 15 Vanishing Acts. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilda Pratier. 3 days had passed since the escape from Gringotts. Shell Cottage, once a haven of rest and recovery, had become something else entirely. Its soft-lit corners and the lull of distant waves now served as a backdrop for tireless planning, whispered spells, and worn voices clinging to hope like sea-worn driftwood. By day, the trio turned the living room into a war room. Maps lay unfurled over the dining table. Books on ancient artifacts and dark magic piled beside plates of half-eaten toast. The walls echoed with spellwork, blazing curses, protective charms, whispers of disillusionment, incantations, and the crack of apparition. By night, the cottage breathed in shallow silence. Sleep came in short, guilty bursts. Harry, in particular, was a man possessed. Each morning found him on the beach, standing against the wind with his cloak drawn tight, facing the gray sea as if waiting for it to speak. Sometimes he practiced apparating across Fleur's protective wards under the cloak, reappearing with a dazed expression or accidentally stuck halfway through the garden fence. Ron teased, but never unkindly. If you get wedged in that hedge again, he told Harry once, I'm not digging you out. But the urgency had changed. It had teeth now. Voldemort knew. Not everything, not yet, but enough. Enough to send him searching for his lost pieces. To send him hunting for them. The pressure pressed inward like a slowly tightening noose. It was Hermione who uncovered the next clue, her voice. Barely above a whisper as she stared into the candlelight late one night. The diadem, she said. Ravenclaw's lost diadem. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. No one's seen it in centuries. It was said to grant wisdom to the wearer. Harry's breath caught. And I think it's at Hogwarts, she finished. The silence that followed was both awful and electrifying. Hogwarts, Harry repeated slowly, the word both curse and salvation. Ron, who had been nodding off, straightened at once. Then that's where we go. But planning was futile when exhaustion dulled the wand hand and despair drowned every spell. It was Bill who found them one evening asleep at the table, slumped over half-finished parchments. You'll be no good dead, he said simply. You need a break. One night. You need to remember who you are. Even Draco agreed, though he muttered it while pretending to study the horizon through the kitchen window. Even I'm starting to pity you lot, he added, voice dry. And so, that night, they let go. The sun dipped into the sea, staining the sky with lavender and gold. A bonfire crackled in the dunes behind the cottage, casting shadows long and wild against the sand. Fleur and Chant, Ed floating orbs of golden light that swirled like curious stars overhead. Luna crowned everyone with braids of beach grass and wildflowers. Even Draco was not spared, his wreath dangled crookedly behind one ear. They drank. They laughed. They forgot. Harry and Ron sat shoulder to shoulder on the dune's crest, Hermione nestled between them, a bottle of fire whiskey passing lazily from hand to hand. Quote, I never thought my first hangover would come during a war, Hermione slurred dreamily. Let's hope Voldemort doesn't show up tonight, Harry said, grinning. I can't feel my legs. You never could, Ron added, and snorted. Behind them, Dean and Luna were trying, failing, to teach Draco a Muggle card game. From the volume of Draco's swearing, it wasn't going well. Hermione's head lolled onto Harry's shoulder. Her breathing slowed. She's out, Ron whispered, almost fondly. They carried her back together, arms hooked beneath hers, her feet dragging lightly over the grass. She murmured nonsense in her sleep. Inside, Luna tuned the wireless. Warm music drifted through the air like a lullaby from some forgotten age. And then, the music faltered. A familiar voice crackled through. Lee Jordan. A troubling report. Last night, just past midnight, the ruins of the Potter home in Godric's Hollow were consumed by fire. Muggle witnesses say it burned too fast, unnatural, magical. And after the flames, a dark mark appeared overhead. There were no casualties. The house had long been abandoned. But the message is clear. Harry froze. He didn't speak, didn't blink. Harry, Ron said, but Harry shook him off, quietly. I just need to think, he said. Alone. No one followed when he slipped through the cellar door. It was cool down there, still and untouched. Bottles lined the walls, glinting faintly in the wandlight. Harry found one, old fire whiskey, older than him by decades, and sat against a stone, his back to the door. The house. His house. Gone. Ashes and shadow. Outside, the sea murmured against the shore. Hermione's skull felt like it was splintering apart. She lay curled under a woolen throw on the sofa, eyes shut tight against the sunlight spilling in through the windows. Her stomach lurched every time she moved, and her tongue tasted like ash and regret. Ron's voice, as usual, wasn't helping. And then Harry went into the basement to get Bill's fire whiskey. Honestly, I thought he'd actually bring the bottle back up. He's lost down there for good. Hermione groaned and pressed her palms against her temples. Please, she rasped, stop talking. Ron hesitated beside her. You sure you're all right? Fleur might have something that could help, a hangover draft, maybe. No, she snapped, then softened a little. I need a moment. Alone. She heard him shuffle awkwardly. Then the floorboards creaked as he moved toward the kitchen. Hermione curled deeper into the blanket, fingers gingerly massaging her scalp. The ache didn't ease. If anything, it grew worse. Ron, she croaked after a beat. Wait, on second thought, I could really use that potion. Ron's footsteps paused, then she heard him turn. Hang tight, I'll get Fleur. From the far side of the room, a low rustle of parchment broke the silence. Hermione cracked one eye open to find Draco Malfoy seated by the window, his boots up on the edge of the ottoman, the Daily Prophet spread across his lap. He was smirking. Hermione's jaw clenched. What? Malfoy didn't even look up. Nothing. Just reading. Not likely, she muttered. Go on, spit it out. Her hangover had sharpened her nerves to the point of frenzy. She didn't really want a fight, but part of her wanted to throw something. And if Malfoy gave her an excuse, all the better. He looked up at last, raising one pale brow. You're crankier than usual this morning, Granger. Still drunk. Hermione sat up too fast and nearly vomited. Say that again, and I'll hex you into next week. Malfoy tilted his head, watching her with something just shy of amusement. You know, I expected you to at least try to hold your liquor. Says the boy who fainted when Buckbeak scratched his arm, she shot back. He rolled his eyes. See, and we not relive our Hogwarts trauma today. I'm just trying to enjoy the morning paper. Then stop eavesdropping. I wasn't eavesdropping, he said coolly. I was just surprised, is all. About what? That you and Potter are so bloody similar. Hermione blinked. That was not what she'd expected. What? You both gave the same answer to Weasley's question, Malfoy said, folding the prophet and setting it aside. Word for word. I just need to think, alone. You both said that. Hermione frowned. Malfoy stood, brushing imaginary lint from his sleeves. Stubborn, noble, perpetually burdened. Honestly, I'm shocked you two didn't end up together sooner. He left the room without another word. Hermione stared at the closed door, unsettled. She hadn't even registered that Harry had said the same thing. She didn't like the idea that Malfoy might be paying closer attention than he let on. Ron returned with a steaming vial in his hand. Here, Fleur said it's strong, so sip it slow. Hermione accepted it gratefully, trying not to make a face as she drank. The burn of it was oddly comforting. What's his problem? Ron asked, nodding toward the door. Draco. Nothing, I suppose. I might have overreacted. Ron raised an eyebrow. Hermione sighed. He said something strange. About me and Harry being stubborn. Ron scoffed. That's Malfoy being a tosser, as usual. No, he wasn't being cruel, Hermione said, rubbing her temple. He was, odd. Observant. Malfoy. Observant. Ron snorted. Next you'll tell me he's taking divination. Hermione looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, maybe he's just, oh, I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Ron nodded. Sure, like Malfoy being nice to you. Twice now. Maybe he's got a little crush. Hermione nearly choked on her draft. Excuse me. Ron grinned. Come on, he saved you from the dragon. And now he's having these deep observations about you. Hermione wiped her mouth furiously. Ron, that's the most idiotic thing you've said today. Oh really? Your logic is as bad as a house elf's. There was a beat of silence. Hermione's eyes widened. I mean, no, I didn't. Ron grinned, triumphant. You just insulted house elves. It was a mistake. No takesies backsies, Ron said smugly. I didn't mean it. Ron, don't you dare. Oh, Hermione Granger, slayer of prejudice, defender of elf rights, betrayed by her own tongue. Ron stood on the arm of the sofa like he was announcing a royal decree. Tell the world. Tell the prophet. Hermione buried her face in her hands. Don't you dare tell Harry, she groaned. Tell him what? Came a dreamy voice behind them. They both turned to see Luna standing in the doorway, her eyes wide and curious. Nothing, Hermione and Ron said at once. Luna walked past, looking unconvinced. Her gaze drifted down to their joined hands, still tangled from the mock battle. Hermione snatched hers back. You're flushed, Luna observed kindly to Hermione. Hangover. She's recovering, Ron said with exaggerated solemnity. I was checking her pulse. Luna said, her tone unreadable. She disappeared up the stairs. There was a pause, then Hermione turned, mischief slowly curling across her face. You're blushing. No, I'm not. You are. Ron Weasley, do you fancy Luna? Ron recoiled like she'd slapped him. What? No, I mean, no. You do. That's why you were so eager to defend her just now. I defended you, you nutter. No, you like her. Loony Lovegood. Stop it. That's your nickname for her. 1-1 and Loony. Ron lunged at her. Hermione bolted. They scrambled over the sofa in a tangle of limbs, her laughter echoing off the walls as she shouted. Sonorous. Don't you dare. Ron Weasley Luovies. He tackled her to the cushions and clamped a hand over her mouth. You're dead. Dead. Granger. Hermione shrieked with laughter as he started tickling her. Stop. I'm sorry. For Luna. Ron bellowed dramatically. For Luna. She cried, her voice magically amplified and echoing across the cottage. Bill and Fleur came running, wands drawn. Luna appeared on the stairs with a calm blink. Then they all saw the two of them, a flushed, breathless Hermione pinned to the couch under a triumphant Ron, both laughing like mad. Fleur lowered her wand. Honestly, you two. Bill smirked. So, Luna, not a word, Ron growled, red-faced as ever. Where's Harry? Hermione asked suddenly, sitting up and brushing her hair from her face. There was a pause. Everyone looked around. He's probably still in the basement, Bill offered. Hermione frowned. Something felt off. She stood and crossed the room in 3 long strides. She opened the basement door. Harry, she called. Silence. She moved down the stairs, heart quickening with every step. The basement was dim, only a few empty bottles on the table, a crate overturned near the door. But Harry was gone. Harry, she said again, louder this time. Nothing. Her footsteps quickened as she came back up. He's not there. What do you mean? Ron stood, alarmed. He's not in the basement. He's gone. They all stared at her, stunned. The laughter, the warmth from earlier, it had vanished like smoke. Hermione's voice trembled as she looked at Ron. Something's wrong. Harry stood at the edge of the trees, cloaked in the hush of early afternoon, the skeletal branches of the forest casting long shadows over the snow-covered ground. Before him lay Godric's Hollow, quiet now, save for the occasional whisper of wind and the distant creak of settling stone. His eyes were fixed on the house, their house. Or what was left of it. The small crowd that had gathered earlier to gape at the wreckage had dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers who lingered at a respectful distance. Harry barely noticed them. His breath clouded in the cold air as he tightened the invisibility cloak around his shoulders. One moment he stood exposed in the clearing, the next, he vanished, only the faint imprint of his boots in the snow betraying his presence as he stepped, slowly and deliberately, toward the ruins. Harry, this might be a trap, Hermione's voice echoed inside his mind, edged with worry, with reason. He ignored it. I have to see it, he thought. Just once. Before it all ends. He moved forward, each step sinking into the cold earth, the charred silhouette of the house rising before him like a broken memory. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 16 The Memory Flame. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilde Pratier. Loud whispers filled Harry's ears as he moved closer to the skeletal remains of his childhood home. The acrid scent of scorched wood now clung to the air, clogging his nostrils and stirring unease in his chest. He slowed his steps as he spotted figures, small clusters of people murmuring near the edge of the property. Careful not to get too close, as if proximity might summon some dark force from the ashes. Their presence made Harry's stomach tighten. He'd hoped to slip in unnoticed. Even beneath the cloak, even wearing a hallow. He suddenly felt far too visible. I heard you know who himself came, a short, sharp-voiced man whispered. Harry flinched, nearly stopping in his tracks. He stared at the group. Their backs were turned, their faces pinched with fear and fascination. Why Voldemort? Harry thought bitterly. Why the house? To lure him out. Perhaps. He had considered that possibility. But hearing it from the lips of a stranger made it feel like something else entirely, real. He cast them one last look and moved on. When the house finally came into full view, something within him went very still. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt absolutely nothing. He had imagined this moment countless times, standing before the ruins, overcome with grief, with some ancient, buried longing. But now, as he stood alone in the cold twilight with the house looming like a scar on the land, he felt only numbness. No ache, no tears, no answers. His legs moved on their own, carrying him to the rusting iron gate that clung stubbornly to its hinges. The rational voice in his head, Hermione's voice, warned him to check for protective spells, for curses, for traces of dark magic. But he didn't bother. He felt no resistance, no trap, no presence, no magic. He passed through the gate like a ghost returning to haunt his own grave. As he stepped into the shell of the house, a faint glimmer flickered in the topmost room, a pale silver light, delicate as moonfire. It blinked once, then went still. Harry didn't notice. Not yet. The main door creaked open to reveal the drawing room. Or what was left of it. Once, it must have been warm and beautiful. The faded remains of bright paint still clung to a few scorched walls, and the ghostly outlines of furniture were burned into the floorboards. But everything else was gone, charred, collapsed, abandoned. He stood there, searching for something, any fragment of memory. A feeling, a whisper, nothing. Time blurred. It might have been seconds or minutes before a sharp hoot jolted him back to the present. He blinked. Hedwig's voice. No, impossible. He turned toward the door, preparing to leave, but a faint sound stopped him, a whisper. A brush of something upstairs. He froze. Panic surged, and he instinctively raised his wand, every sense alert. He stood like that for a long moment, breath shallow, the silence pounding. Nothing. Eventually, his arm lowered. He was sure now, there was no one else here. Months of running, hiding, defending his friends had sharpened his instincts to a knife's edge. He would know if someone lurked nearby. Still, he climbed the stairs. The whispers returned, just faint echoes, indistinct but persistent. He told himself they must be a memory. Or a mourning voice, some spectral fragment of an unknown relative. Grieving what was lost. But part of him wondered, was this a trap? Even if it was, he couldn't stop. At the top of the staircase, one door stood out. The door was untouched, still green. Still smooth. In a house of ruin, it remained pristine, like something preserved by time or magic. He hesitated, then turned the doorknob, wand raised, breath held. The room was silent, empty, harmless, and Harry felt disappointed. He wanted, needed, something to strike, to blame, to fight. At least one Death Eater would have been nice, he thought grimly. Something to aim at, something to hurt. The whispers had stopped, but then the room shimmered. A silver flame, no larger than a candle's tip, blinked into existence before him. It hovered for a moment, then began to move, quickly, deliberately, toward him. He backed away, wand raised, a spell on his lips. But the flame was faster. It reached him and vanished into his forehead before he could move. Nothing happened. Then everything did. A rush of sensation overtook him. Wild and weightless, like being pulled through the surface of a pensieve. Bloody hell, he whispered. Bloody hell. Ron yelped as he face planted into the snow. Get up, Ron, Hermione said, brushing snow off her own robes. She was scanning the graveyard, wand drawn, already walking toward a familiar pair of headstones. Ron groaned. Seriously, a graveyard? You thought this was the best place to apparate. It's not just any graveyard, she murmured. It's where Harry's parents are buried. Oh, Ron straightened. How do you? I mean, he never told me. We came here, she said quietly. Before you came back, we were looking for the sword. Dumbledore lived here too, with his family. She hesitated, then pointed toward two snow-covered graves. We visited them. His parents. Ron winced. When? You know when. Yeah. He nodded, throat tight. When I left. Hermione didn't reply. I'm sorry, he said, softly. You're long forgiven, Ron. It's just. No, not for that. Not just for leaving. I mean, I wasn't there. For Harry. For this. It was such a big moment, and I should have been with him. She looked at him, surprised by the honesty. That's very un-Ron of you. I'm growing, he said, smiling weakly. Let's find Harry, she said, not unkindly. Oi, could have said something nice back, you know. That hurt. Not as much as I'll hurt you if you don't move. You really are terrifying, Ron muttered, trudging after her. A pause. You two didn't snog in the graveyard, did you? Hermione rolled her eyes. Merlin's beard, Ron. What? It's a fair. We were attacked by a snake. As you may recall. And no, we don't spend our days kissing or making out. There's a war going on. Exactly. That's why you should be snogging. It might be your last chance. She did smile, but turned away so he couldn't see it. Then Ron's eyes widened. Wait, make out. I didn't say anything about making out. Hermione stopped walking. Bill owes me 100 galleons, Ron declared gleefully. I hope you drown in that galleon, Hermione muttered. You're lucky to have me, you know. Remind me to hex you after we find Harry. Back in the ruined house, Harry stood frozen. He was no longer in the room. He was standing in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, but everything shimmered faintly, like glass underwater. He could barely breathe. Then he heard it, a voice from behind the door. Lemon drop. The door swung open. Dumbledore entered, looking older and weaker than Harry remembered. He moved slowly, like every breath cost him something. He made no sign he'd seen Harry. Then Snape appeared. Without thinking, Harry drew his wand and shouted, "Stupefy." The spell passed through the scene harmlessly. Of course, he thought. It's a memory sealed in a flame. He watched as Snape approached Dumbledore, speaking urgently, almost angrily. You should have told me. I could have done more. Contained it sooner. I was foolish, Dumbledore said softly. Tempted by the ring. Snape paled. You put it on. Dumbledore nodded. They spoke of curses, of damage too great to undo, of the year Dumbledore had left. And then, Draco. Hogwarts. The plan. You're asking me to kill you. Snape said. Not a question. Dumbledore met his eyes. You must protect the students. Protect Draco. And when the time comes, yes. Snape's voice cracked. In my soul, you will be sparing a boys. That counts for something. Harry's chest hurt. His hands trembled. Then, he must know. Harry must find you when he returns. You must tell him everything. Snape looked stunned. What if he won't listen? He must. He has to understand. And you must help him do what I could not tell you. Dumbledore's voice was grave now. He must die. Harry stopped breathing. But the memory warped, time folded, and everything pulled away. Ron, water. Now. Harry awoke choking, gasping, eyes wide as a jet of water hit his face. He looked around wildly, heart pounding. The flame, where is it? It was here. A silver flame, we have to find it. Mate, calm down. You don't understand, it was real, it was Snape's memory. I saw Dumbledore. I saw everything. Hermione knelt beside him. Harry, slow down. Tell us what happened. Harry tried. The words came out in bursts, frantic but clear. It was a pensive memory, not in a bowl, but in the room. Advanced magic. I've never seen anything like it. Snape's memory. Ron repeated, aghast. Yes, but Dumbledore sent him. Told him to leave this for me. So I'd know. Hermione was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. You need to find Snape. Harry stood. We need to go to Hogwarts. Harry, wait. This could still be a trap. It's not. Hermione's voice cracked. You should have told me. I couldn't risk you. You think I can lose you? Ron coughed. Guess no one's worried about me. Love you too, mates. They all smiled, reluctantly. What did you see? Hermione asked. Harry looked down, then up at them. I'll tell you. But first, let's go home. Harry extended his hands. Come on, let's go. I'll apparate us back to Bill and Fleur's. Hermione didn't move. Harry, there are anti-apparition wards around the house. You can't just apparate out of here. Quote. What? He blinked, frowning. I didn't detect any. That's because you didn't check, she said, folding her arms. Did you even bother to scan for magical boundaries before walking in? I walked through the front gate and nothing exploded, he replied defensively. Obviously I'm fine. Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly. The ward here is faint. Yes, but it's ancient. Possibly woven into the foundation of Godric's Hollow itself. It may have faded over time, but it still holds. Harry looked vaguely guilty. All right, I'll check. He raised his wand and murmured a detection spell. A dull shimmer flickered faintly around the perimeter. Yeah, okay. I feel it now, he admitted. But, I still think I can apparate through it. Hermione's eyes flared. Harry James Potter, do you want to splinch yourself? Do you have any idea what happens when someone tries to force apparition through an active anti-apparition ward? Ron looked vaguely interested. Do tell. You can sever your magical core, Hermione said sharply. Or worse, leave part of yourself behind. Skin, limbs, organs. The magic around here may be weak, but it's unpredictable. You're not risking it. Harry grimaced. That sounds mildly unpleasant. Unpleasant. Try catastrophic, she snapped. I'm not splinching anything, Hermione. I just thought. Thought being the operative word, she muttered. I still say I can do it. You can't apparate while you're standing inside the ward, Ron cut in, almost cheerfully. Even I know that. Thank you, Professor Weasley, for the timely wisdom. Hermione said without looking at him. Look, she continued, we just need to step outside the house discreetly, then we can go. Harry didn't budge. Grab my hand. Both of you. Harry, wait, Hermione said, eyeing the cloak. Maybe you slipped through the boundary because of the Hallow. But that doesn't mean all three of us will. The cloak won't shield us if you're not wearing it. Harry didn't respond. Instead, he slipped the invisibility cloak into his enchanted pouch. Then he held out his hands again, eyes calm and sure. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Brilliant, Ron muttered. Either we're about to die or break magic. Again. Still, they each took a hand. Harry inhaled, turned on the spot, and the three of them vanished without a sound. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 17 Chapter 16 Hogsmeade Before the Storm. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilda Pratier. Harry stood on the cliff edge, facing the cold, endless sea that surrounded Shell Cottage. The wind pulled at his robes, Bill's old black ones, and tossed his hair like restless fingers. The waves below curled and collapsed in silence, reaching up again and again in a futile attempt to touch his boots, like they were trying to pull him back into memory. He had been standing there for hours. Draped over his shoulders, the invisibility cloak stirred with the breeze, making him look every bit the wandering soldier, lean, solitary, and scarred. He held his wand loosely in his right hand. Or what was left of it. The holly and phoenix feather wand was fractured, nearly snapped in two, held together by a single stubborn strand of wood. Every now and then, his fingers brushed it, like he was checking to see if it had somehow mended itself while he wasn't looking. He'd spoken to Ollivander about it once, after rescuing him from Malfoy Manor. It cannot be repaired, the wandmaker had said quietly, reverently. Not through any magic I know. But then he'd looked up at Harry, eyes tired and searching. Then again, you are Harry Potter. Perhaps you'll break magic again. Or perhaps, the wand will remember you and mend itself when you will it. Harry hadn't known what to say then. He still didn't. So he stood with the broken wand in hand, wishing. Just wishing. His thoughts circled back to Godric's Hollow. The silver flame. The memory. Dumbledore's frailty, Snape's promise. The unbearable clarity. He hadn't waited, he couldn't. The Patronus had left his wand like a reflex, like it already knew where it needed to go. He had sent it to Lupin. Not just a call for help, but a message. A warning. A burden shared. He'd embed everything he could. The truth about the Horcruxes, the task Dumbledore had left him, and how close, or far, they were from finishing it. Not just names and objects, but the why and the what if. The Patronus had been charmed to deliver its contents only if Lupin answered a question, one only he would know. Something from Grimmauld Place, a line half joking at the time, but etched into memory. Lupin had answered. The Patronus had delivered. Harry had told Ron and Hermione beforehand. Hermione had nodded without hesitation. Ron had taken a second longer but agreed, too. It's time, he'd said. We can't do this alone. Behind him, the door creaked. You ready, mate? Ron's voice was quieter than usual, not teasing this time. Harry turned. Ron and Hermione stood in the doorway, cloaked and alert. Framed by the pale light of early morning. The wind had left frost in Hermione's curls. She looked tired. They all did. Harry gave a small nod. Hermione stepped forward and took his hands gently, warming them between hers. She didn't say anything, she didn't need to. She just looked at him, and he felt the words anyway. Harry glanced at both of them. Everyone's gone to the Order, right? Bill, Fleur, Dean, Draco. They have. Hermione confirmed. They left hours ago. And Lupin knows what we're walking into, Harry said, not asking, just saying it aloud, confirming the chain was in motion. He knows, Ron said. He'll be ready. Quote. Harry exhaled slowly, a mist curling from his mouth. Then let's find out if we are. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Think you can get us through without getting us vaporized this time? No promises, Harry muttered. Hermione gave him a look. Let's try to avoid any heroic limb loss, shall we? Harry smiled faintly. That's the dream. They took each other's hands, and with a deep breath, Harry turned on the spot, and they vanished. They landed in Hogsmeade like ghosts stumbling into a battlefield. The moment their feet touched the ground, it began, noise. Deafening, omnidirectional, alive, screams from every side, men, women, children, creatures, howls and crashes, like the air itself was being torn apart. Harry, Ron, and Hermione dropped to the ground. Instinct moving faster than thought. Hermione grabbed them and shoved them behind a broken cart as her wand slashed silently through the air, casting shielding charms in all directions. How the bloody hell did they detect us? Ron shouted above the chaos. We had the cloak. Harry looked to Hermione. Did the cloak not work? Hermione shook her head, muttering under her breath. I don't know. I don't know, all right. Maybe the wards are keyed to dark magic, maybe they're not meant to detect who you are, just that someone's come through. This is ancient stuff, Voldemort's magic. Ron stared. Did you just say you don't know? You, Hermione Granger. Blimey, Harry said with a weak smile. End of days. Oh, shut up, both of you, Hermione snapped. We're about to be surrounded. Call Snape. No, summon the Dark Lord. The shouts echoed across the square. Harry peeked through a crack in the cart. Dozens of shadowy figures were appearing through the mist. Death Eaters. Snatchers. Wolves. We need to run, he hissed. Into the forest. There are too many. I'll stay, Ron said. Buy you time. Don't be thick, Harry growled. We're not splitting up. He's right, Hermione added, eyes blazing. All or nothing. Fine, Ron huffed. Then, on three. Wait, Hermione said suddenly, grabbing Harry's sleeve. What? They haven't called Voldemort yet. You want them to call him? Ron cried. No, I just mean, wait a second. Trust me. Harry and Ron exchanged looks, but obeyed. Then came the footsteps. Dozens of them, from all sides. Harry felt Hermione's hand slip into his. Take Ron's hand, she whispered. Disillusionment charm. In Muffaliato. Now. Harry obeyed, casting the charms quickly. Everything fell to a hush. Then came the growl. It wasn't human. Wolves, huge and looming, moved through the mist. Their eyes glowed. Their jaws dripped. Fenrir Greyback and his pack. One of the wolves leapt onto the cart, nose flaring, breath hot and rancid. Hermione gagged, barely keeping still. Ron raised his wand slowly, tip trembling, aiming straight at the wolf's skull. The beast paused, sniffed the air, then turned and bounded over them into the dark. The shouts continued. It's not Potter. How do you know? The wards didn't identify anyone, just sensed a disruption. Maybe the ward's broken, someone said. I built the wards, came Snape's voice, colder than the mist. Per the Dark Lord's own instruction. If you think they malfunctioned, you can take it up with him. Harry froze. That voice. That man. He nearly stood up on instinct, but Hermione gripped his hand tightly. Not yet, she whispered. But something was here, Dolohov argued. Yes, Snape said coolly. So go find it. Where? There's a passage near the shrieking shack. The forest. And if you'd listened to Greyback, you'd know he smelled flesh near that cart. Fenrir pointed directly at them. Be my guest, Snape said, voice dripping disdain. Dolohov turned to him. And what about you, Snape? Where will you be? I have a castle to run, Snape said darkly. If something unexpected occurs, I'll be in my office. He swept away, his cloak disappearing into the mist. The others followed. Bloody hell. Ron breathed once they were gone. I nearly wet myself. At least we're alive, Harry murmured. Barely, Ron muttered, sinking to the ground. I'm sorry, he added. I was scared. Harry looked at him. So was I. I still am, Hermione said softly, resting her head on Harry's shoulder. A quiet moment passed between the three of them. Harry, Hermione said, lifting her head again. That ward, it didn't see you. It reacted, Harry argued. The explosion. It felt something, she corrected. But it didn't identify you. Didn't raise the alarm. It's Voldemort's magic, Harry muttered. I thought I could slip through it. You did, Hermione said. Just not perfectly. What if it malfunctioned? Harry said again, uncertain. It didn't, Ron interrupted. Harry frowned. How do you know? Because we've said Voldemort a dozen times, and no one's jumped us. If the ward had marked you, we'd already be surrounded. Hermione nodded. You cast protection charms the second I told you to. You're the cloak's master. You're a Hallow now, Harry. There was silence again, heavy with meaning. If I go into the castle, Harry said slowly, you think he won't sense me? Hermione's gaze didn't waver. Not unless you want him to. Harry stood. So did Ron and Hermione. They joined hands. Harry prepared to turn on the spot again when. Harry, are you there? They froze. Harry, it's me. Out of the mist came a tall figure with a wand in hand, looking around blindly. Neville, Ron said, raising his wand. First year. Hogwarts Express. Lost my toad. Harry let out a laugh and revealed himself. They ran to each other and hugged tightly. How'd you find us? I had help, Neville grinned, motioning toward the hog's head. From behind its battered door stepped Remus Lupin. Harry barely hesitated. He crossed the distance in a few steps and threw his arms around the man who'd been like a father to him. Lupin held him close. It's good to see you, too. Hermione and Ron joined in, embracing their former professor. How have you been? Hermione asked. Tonks. We're fine, Lupin said softly. We've been worried, but we're okay. And the baby? Hermione asked, eyes shining. Harry's heart stuttered. Teddy. How could he have forgotten? He's fine, Lupin said. Just like his mum. A proper metamorphagus. That's incredible, Hermione whispered. I suppose you're relieved, Ron said, before wincing. But Lupin smiled. I am. I was terrified he'd be like me. But he's not. He's just, Teddy. You're amazing, Neville said. He'd be lucky to be like you. I forgot, Harry said suddenly. His voice small. I forgot about Teddy. I forgot. Lupin looked at him, eyes kind. You all right, Harry? I'm fine, Harry said quickly. Just, good news feels strange these days. Like it shouldn't be allowed. Quote. Lupin chuckled. But it is. I'm going to be an uncle, Ron said. You are an uncle, Lupin corrected warmly. Then, Remus, came a voice from behind the bar. Everyone turned. Wands raised. A tall, silver-haired man stepped into the light. Who's there? Hermione demanded. The man stepped forward. Harry's wand fell from his hand. Dumbledore, he breathed. Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 18 Chapter 17 The Hidden Path. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilda Pratier. The old man stared at Harry in grim silence, saying nothing. His blue eyes, so strikingly like Albus Dumbledore's, were dimmer now, not with age, but with something deeper. Weariness. His face was rougher, lined with the kind of sorrow that didn't fade with time. It was the face of someone who had known too much trouble and had carried it for too long. Aberforth, Ron said cautiously. That's your name, isn't it? You're his brother. There was a pause. And, a bartender. Aberforth let out a loud, offended grunt. He tore his eyes away from Harry and fixed them on Ron, who immediately looked like he wanted to vanish into the floorboards. Hermione stared at him. She realized they'd seen him before, several times. But never noticed the resemblance to Dumbledore. Perhaps because they hadn't been looking. After all, who would expect the bartender of the Hog's Head to share blood with the greatest wizard of the age? You were expecting someone more glamorous. Aberforth said dryly, as if reading her thoughts. Someone with robes and riddles. Someone who gives orders and dictates lives from on high. His eyes locked back onto Harry. Well, Sorry to disappoint you. I'm not my brother. Aberforth, please, Lupin said, his voice tight. Not the time for what? Aberforth bellowed. To say what no one else will. To speak the truth before you lot march this boy into another suicide mission. Please, Lupin repeated, more wearily this time. I'll not stand by and watch children die for the sake of Albus's delusions. Aberforth snapped. Hasn't his death taught you anything? Harry glanced between them, between the deep lines in Lupin's face and the fury carved into Aberforth's. This wasn't the first time they'd had this argument. That much was clear. Aberforth jabbed a finger toward Harry. Look at him, Remus. He's a child. Barely 17. I'm almost 18, Harry said automatically, and instantly regretted it. Aberforth's head swiveled toward him. For a moment, he just stared, as though a goat had begun speaking fluent English and insulted his beard in the process. Then, without warning, his wand was drawn and pressed directly to Harry's nose. Ron and Hermione were just as quick. Their wands came up, pointed at the old man, hands trembling, faces pale. Neville and Lupin looked frozen, unsure whether to intervene or let it play out. Aberforth lowered his wand after a long pause. He turned his back on them, face unreadable. It seems he's turned you well, he muttered. Like so many others. Turned me? Harry asked. Turned me into what? A puppet, Aberforth said flatly. A puppet who thinks dying for a lost cause makes him a hero. Harry said nothing. We're doing what needs to be done, he said at last, voice calm but firm. And we're doing it willingly. So you believe, Aberforth muttered. So did they all. But Albus Dumbledore is dead. He stepped behind the bar, poured himself a glass of something strong, and downed half of it in one gulp. He died believing in the cause. He died believing in the order, Harry said. Aberforth's eyes flared. He believed in a lot of things. Most of them were delusions. He wasn't deluded, Harry snapped. He was right. We knew him. You knew what he let you know, Aberforth growled. Don't flatter yourself. You think you knew him better than I did. I was his brother. Harry opened his mouth, but Aberforth continued. I spent decades watching him weave his little plans. I stayed quiet while people followed him off cliffs. But I won't do that again. He jabbed a finger toward Hermione. Take your friends, Potter. Get out. Run far and fast. Especially her. Hermione stiffened. I can't, Harry said. He left me a job. A job? Aberforth barked a laugh. Let me guess, dangerous. Mysterious. Something 3 teenagers can definitely accomplish without dying. Harry's frustration surged. He couldn't explain Horcruxes, not here. Instead, he turned the argument back. You were in the Order too. You fought with him. I fought to stop you know who, Aberforth said coldly. Not for my brother's glory. He gestured around the room. Look at what's left. The Order is shattered. Your children, chasing ghosts. I have to finish what he started, Harry said. It's me or no one. Aberforth scoffed. And did he tell you why it has to be you? Did he explain it clearly, or did he just whisper riddles and disappear in a puff of smoke? Harry looked to Ron and Hermione. They didn't answer. A lump caught in his throat. He wanted to scream but had no idea at whom. A thick silence followed Aberforth's last bitter words. The fire behind the bar crackled softly, casting flickering shadows across the worn floorboards. Dust motes floated through shafts of moonlight, and for a few moments, no one said a thing. Harry stood frozen, Ron tense at his side. Lupin looked weary, as though he had heard this speech too many times and felt the weight of every word. And Hermione was studying Aberforth with an intensity that went deeper than curiosity. Her eyes flicked between the old man's lined face and the portrait above the hearth, a delicate, pale girl with tear-bright eyes framed by loose waves of dark hair. Hermione stepped forward slowly, voice hushed but sure. It's about her, isn't it? She said. Ariana. Aberforth's head turned sharply. You're angry at him because of what happened to her. His face twitched. Not anger, grief. It passed across his features like a shadow over stone. His eyes moved, almost involuntarily, to the portrait over the fireplace. The painted girl's expression shimmered faintly, as though she had heard her name and was listening. Yes, he said at last, his voice rough and low. Yes, it is. Hermione's hands were clasped tightly in front of her, knuckles white. I read Rita Skeeter's book, she said, almost apologetically. But, I want to know the truth. Not the scandal. The truth from someone who loved her. Aberforth's expression darkened, but not at her. He looked at the painting and poured another glass. Ariana was 6, he said slowly. When 3 Muggle boys saw her doing magic, spying through the hedge, he swallowed hard. They didn't understand, thought it was a trick. Forced their way into the garden. Made her try to do it again. She couldn't control it. They got scared. Then violent. Tried to beat the magic out of her. Hermione gasped, stumbling back. Harry felt something cold coil in his chest. It broke her, Aberforth said. She was never the same. Unstable. Magic would burst out of her without warning. My father found the boys. Took justice into his own hands. Azkaban got him for it. But he never told the truth, not to protect himself. To protect her. The ministry would have locked her up. He paused, breathing uneven. Albus didn't care. He buried himself in books. My mum looked after Ariana. When she wasn't around, I did. I was the only one who could calm her. He looked up at the painting. The girl's eyes gleamed with tears. One day, I was away, Aberforth began, his voice gone quieter, more distant, as if he were no longer in the room. But years back, watching it all unfold through a cracked window in time. Just a few hours. A supply run. I don't even remember what for anymore. He stared into his glass for a moment, unmoving. Ariana had one of her fits while I was gone. It happened sometimes. She'd hold it in for too long, you see, her magic. It would build and build like steam in a kettle, and then suddenly, explode. Mum was with her that day. I wasn't there. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were damp but steady. She didn't survive. Hermione gasped and brought her hand to her mouth. The horror on her face said everything she couldn't. Harry felt his stomach twist. Ron looked stricken. Lupin's head dipped in sorrowful acknowledgement. Aberforth didn't stop. After that, something in Albus changed. I suppose it would have been hard not to. He came home more often. Stayed by Ariana's side. Started shouldering some of what he had ignored for years. And for a time, things were quieter. Better. He rubbed his knuckles as if they ached. And then he came. His eyes flashed. The bitterness returned. Gellert Grindelwald. The prodigy from Durmstrang. Brilliant, charming, and rotten to the core. Harry barely breathed. Grindelwald, he whispered. Exactly, Aberforth spat. Albus finally found someone who understood him. An equal. Someone who didn't just match his intellect but fed it. They dreamed together, of Hallows, of revolution, of a world reshaped by wizard-kind ruling over muggles, for the greater good. And while they were out there building castles in the sky, he stopped, jaw tightening. His fists curled against the bar. Ariana was pushed to the shadows again. His voice dropped. I came home early from Hogwarts one day, just a bit earlier than expected. I found them in the sitting room. Albus had packed a trunk. Ariana's cloak was folded on top. He was planning to take her, Merlin knows where. On their journey. On their quest. He shook his head. I told him no. I told him he couldn't. That she was not a side project, not a burden to carry with him to make up for his guilt. I told him he had to choose. He paused, a tremor in his voice. Albus didn't argue. He didn't even raise his voice. But Grindelwald. Aberforth looked like he might be sick. Grindelwald flew into a rage. Called me a narrow-minded fool, a selfish child who couldn't see the greatness ahead. Said I was holding Albus back. His eyes darkened. Then he hit me. The Cruciatus curse. Hermione let out a soft sound of horror. Ron looked as though he wanted to leap across the bar. I was 17. Aberforth said quietly. And I screamed. I screamed loud enough for the whole street to hear. I don't even know how long it lasted. Even after all these years, his hand trembled slightly. Albus reacted then. He drew his wand. For the first time in years, we fought, not with words but with spells. He was furious. Furious at both of us. Furious at himself. He drew in a shaking breath. The three of us fought like madmen in the front room. Spells flying, shouting, glass shattering. And then, he turned toward the painting. Ariana heard us. The room seemed to shrink around them. She came downstairs. She tried to help, I think. Tried to calm us. Tried to stop the fight. His voice cracked. There was a flash. 1 second she was there, and then she wasn't. He bowed his head. We don't know whose spell hit her. Maybe Grindelwald's. Maybe Albus's. Maybe mine. He looked up again, eyes filled with decades of pain. But she was dead. The room fell completely silent. Even the fire seemed to hold its breath. Hermione stepped forward and placed a trembling hand on his shoulder. I'm so sorry, she whispered. Ron, Lupin, and Neville stood frozen, spellbound by the story. Anchored in place by its weight. Ron's brows were furrowed, lips parted slightly as if halfway to saying something he couldn't find the words for. Lupin's expression was unreadable, but his jaw was tight, his eyes shadowed. Neville, so often the quiet one, looked visibly shaken, his gaze fixed on the portrait of the girl who had died too young. Harry felt hollow, as though all the air had been pulled from his lungs. The revelation sat like lead in his chest. He couldn't stop seeing it, Ariana in the middle of that duel, magic flying around her like lightning, and the silence that must have followed. Aberforth's voice pulled them back. It was lower now, less furious, like he'd poured too much of himself into those memories and had little left to give. Grindelwald ran, he said, almost a whisper. Albus stayed, picked up the pieces. He rebuilt his life, reinvented himself. He became what the world wanted him to be, what it needed. The headmaster, the wise one, the great W.I. Zard who knew everything and forgave everything. He gave a hollow, bitter laugh. But not to me, not to Ariana. He may have gained the world, but he lost us. He sank into the nearest stool, all fire gone from his posture. As though the telling had drained decades of pain from him but left a heavy emptiness in its place. Harry stepped forward. He did care, he said, quietly but firmly. Aberforth looked up, one brow raised, skeptical. What's that? I said. Harry repeated, he did care. A long silence fell between them, and when Aberforth didn't respond, Harry pressed on. Maybe he didn't show it the way you needed him to. Maybe he didn't say it out loud. But he did care. Did he now? Aberforth muttered, his voice low and edged. And did he tell you that himself, Potter? No, Harry admitted, shaking his head. He never told me anything about this. Not his past. Not Ariana. He was private. Aberforth huffed, unsurprised. But Harry wasn't done. But I saw it, Harry said, his voice tightening. The night he died. The last night I ever saw him. The room stilled again. He took me to a cave. We were looking for something he said had to be destroyed. There was a basin, a potion inside it, guarding the object. Harry's voice shook now, the memory vivid and painful. He drank it, all of it, every last drop, because he wouldn't let me. And the potion, it wasn't just poison. It was worse than that. It made him relive something. Over and over. Harry's eyes found Aberforth's, steady and open. He was crying, begging. He kept shouting, don't hurt them. Please, hurt me instead. Again and again. Aberforth's eyes flickered, his hand tightening slightly on the bar. He wasn't just remembering pain, Harry said softly. He was remembering guilt. He was remembering her. And you. The old man stared at him for a long moment. His expression was unreadable, torn between disbelief and something deeper, something like recognition. He was sorry, Harry whispered. He never said it, not to you. But he lived with it. Every single day. Aberforth's eyes finally closed. He bowed his head slightly, as though burdened with the weight of a grief he had carried alone for too long. When he spoke, it was barely more than breath. Why should I believe you? Harry didn't flinch. Because I don't have any reason to lie to you. And because I think, deep down, you already know it's true. The room held its breath again. And then, from the quiet, a voice, measured and steady, broke through. It was Lupin. Albus believed in Harry, Lupin said, his voice steady but charged with conviction. He gave him this task, yes, but not with the expectation that he'd shoulder it alone. He trusted that Harry would have us, all of us. And now, Aberforth, he needs you too. Hermione stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper. We need to get into Hogwarts. It's urgent. Please, Mr. Dumbledore. Aberforth didn't answer right away. He looked at her long and hard, at the grit behind her composure. The steel hidden beneath all that compassion. Then he turned his gaze to Harry again, studying him with something that resembled quiet resignation. He rose from his stool slowly, as though every movement pulled at old aches. There was a new stillness about him, not anger this time, but a kind of reluctant understanding. You do know, he said at last, eyes on Hermione, that following him will likely get you killed. Hermione held his gaze. I'm more afraid of what'll happen if I don't. Aberforth blinked, and for the first time that night, the sharp lines of his face softened. A ghost of a smile tugged at one corner of his mouth. He turned to Ron. And you, Mr. Weasley. Ron stepped forward without hesitation, voice low and steady. If I have to die to protect them, I will. But I'll do everything I can to make sure none of us has to. Aberforth looked at him a moment longer, then gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. His eyes lifted to the portrait above the hearth. Ariana, he said gently. The painted girl smiled faintly, her pale face lit with quiet purpose. Then she turned, not slipping out of the frame like most portraits did, but walking forward into the painted background, along a soft winding path through a painted corridor that shimmered and deepened as she moved. When she vanished, the portrait shimmered, and became a doorway. Aberforth turned back to the group. His voice gruff but resolute. Well, that's your only way in. Lupin and Neville entered first. Ron and Hermione followed. Harry lingered. Aren't you coming? Not yet. There'll be a war soon, Potter. You'll find me then. I thought you'd given up. Maybe just one more time, Aberforth murmured. Now go. Harry stepped into the tunnel. They walked in silence. The tunnel was narrow and cool. Its stone walls slick with moisture and time. Every footstep echoed softly, mingling with the occasional creak of old wood and the quiet dripping of distant water. The passage smelled of damp earth and history, a place carved long ago and forgotten by most. Harry walked ahead of the others, his thoughts a swirl of memory and anticipation. The air felt heavier the deeper they went, thick with the weight of what was to come. Eventually, Lupin's footsteps slowed to match his. For a moment, they walked side by side in silence before Lupin cleared his throat. "So," he said, his voice saws. "Ual," but with that slight glint of mischief Harry hadn't heard from him in a long time. "You and Hermione." Harry very nearly missed a step. "What?" Lupin chuckled. "Don't look so surprised. I do pay attention, you know." Harry blushed, the corners of his mouth twitching upward despite himself. As Sirius would have said, Lupin added with a smile, "About damn time." Harry looked over at him, surprised. "Sirius said that. He told me once, after the rescue from the Department of Mysteries. He said she reminded him of Lily, the cleverness, the fire. He always thought there was something there between you two." Lupin gave a small laugh. "He even joked about slipping a love potion into your pumpkin juice. Naturally, I told him off." Harry laughed softly, the sound echoing down the stone corridor. Then his expression dimmed. "Thoughtful. I miss him," he said quietly. Lupin nodded. "So do I. Every day." They didn't speak after that. There was no need. The silence between them was filled with shared memory. With love and loss and all the ghosts they carried. It was the kind of silence that didn't need to be filled. Up ahead, a soft glow began to bloom, just a faint wash of light at first, then the distant sound of voices. Murmurs, cheers, the clatter of hurried feet. It was faint through the stone but unmistakable. Harry slowed as they approached the tunnel's end. The others had gone on ahead. He could hear Neville's name being shouted, a round of applause, someone crying in joy. The room of requirement was alive on the other side. Lupin stopped with him. He smiled, kindly, knowingly. "Go on," he said. "They're waiting for you." Harry took a slow breath, closed his eyes for a moment, and stepped forward, out of the tunnel, into the light, and into Hogwarts. After 11 long months, he had come home. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 19 Chapter 18 Homecoming. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilde Pratier. Harry had never truly thought of himself as brave. He could wield a wand against Death Eaters, face off against basilisks and dragons, and survive more close calls than anyone his age ought to, but bravery, real courage, always felt like something other people carried with ease. Secretly, He'd always suspected the Sorting Hat had made a terrible mistake all those years ago. Gryffindor. Honestly. And if he were being honest, hadn't he begged it? Practically pleaded. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Gryffindor. It had cried. Loud and smug and final, and Harry had walked, relieved but uncertain, toward the roaring red and gold table. He thought about that moment now, standing once again in Hogwarts. Though hidden in the shadowed tunnel, he could still remember Ron and Hermione's wide eyes across the Great Hall, willing him to join them. Maybe that was the moment, really, the real reason he wanted to be a Gryffindor. Not for glory or courage, but because of them. Because of her. But the damn hat should have known better, he muttered. He was trembling, which was rather inconvenient because he'd imagined this moment differently. He'd return to Hogwarts, confident and strong, say something rousing and brave, lead his friends into battle, all very noble. Instead, he was standing in a dark tunnel, paralyzed with sheer, absolute dread. He'd rehearsed what he would say. Thought about the reunion countless times, how they'd react, what questions they'd ask. He'd imagined the cheers, maybe some stunned silence. Then understanding, acceptance, a group hug, something mildly cinematic. But now, at the edge of the light, he felt completely unworthy of the moment. Behind him, Lupin gave him a gentle nudge. "They're waiting," he said, his voice quiet and fond. Harry swallowed hard, took a breath that felt much too shallow, and stepped into the light. The room of requirement unfolded before him like a long-forgotten dream. It was warm, golden, almost glowing with hundreds of floating candles, some flickering, others burnt nearly to the wick. The walls were lined with makeshift bunks and worn sleeping bags. The air thick with the scent of wax and nervous anticipation. It had become a sanctuary. A hiding place. A home for the hunted. Dozens of faces turned toward him. Harry froze. They were all watching him, friends. Classmates, people he hadn't seen in months. People who had stayed behind to fight. Who had believed in something when it would have been easier to run. And now, they were staring at him, silent. His entire speech vanished. Every well-rehearsed sentence flew straight out of his brain. All that remained was an urgent desire to melt into the floor. Hermione stood against the far wall beside Ron and Neville. Even she looked caught off guard, eyes wide, lips parted, as though she too had expected something different. Then, flash, Harry blinked, half blinded by a sudden light. Colin Creevey, taller, a bit older looking, but still the same eager ball of energy, lowered his camera and beamed. "Welcome back," he shouted. And just like that, the room exploded. Cheers erupted from every corner. People surged forward. Hugs came from all directions, warm and spontaneous. There were no questions, no accusations, just gratitude, disbelief, and relief. For a moment, Harry let it happen. He laughed. He staggered under too many arms, someone ruffled his hair, someone else tried to pass him a pumpkin pasty. He caught Hermione's eye across the room. She was smiling, eyes bright. Her back still resting against the stone wall, and Ron beside her gave him a lazy thumbs up, bottle of fire whiskey in hand. Harry had never felt more surrounded or more seen. And then some. One hugged him, a little longer than the rest. There was a familiar floral scent, and something in the softness of the touch made him freeze. "Ginny." She stepped back, just slightly, her face unreadable. "Welcome back," she said softly. Harry opened his mouth. He had rehearsed for this too, but once again, nothing useful came out. He'd imagined talking to her in private, maybe in the quiet of the common room or the Black Lake. Not with 30 people pressed in around them and his shirt slightly askew. And then a voice rang out from the crowd, loud and very unfortunately Irish. "Kiss him, Seamus. Bloody Seamus." Harry's neck turned beet red. He looked instinctively at Hermione, who was very still and very pale, and then at Ron, who responded by taking a long, tactical swig of fire whiskey. Ginny, for her part, hadn't moved. Her eyes flicked briefly to Hermione, then back to Harry. The shift in her expression was subtle, calculated, amused, almost wicked. Harry took a nervous half-step back. Then another. And just as he was planning a third. "Well, go on, then." Seamus again, now laughing. To his horror, Ginny stepped forward. Her face was very close to his now. Her gaze locked with his. And Harry, heroic Harry, closed his eyes like a man about to face a firing squad. The kiss landed gently on his cheek. Harry opened his eyes in surprise just as she leaned close and whispered, "How'd you manage Ron?" He blinked. We didn't. He managed us." Ginny grinned. "Sounds about right." She winked, then pulled back. "You should go to her," she called out, tilting her head toward Hermione. "She's still holding her breath." Through the noise and celebration, Harry could just make out her words. "Thank you," he said sincerely. He weaved his way toward Hermione, who was visibly pretending to be very interested in the brick wall beside her. Ron looked at him with mild curiosity and a slosh of drunken wisdom. "Well," he said, "that went better than expected." Harry collapsed between the two of them, pressing his back to the wall. "I think I survived. You all right?" he asked Hermione gently. She nodded. But her eyes lingered on Ginny, still talking with the Potter twins across the room. "She's incredible," Harry murmured. Almost to himself. Hermione nodded again, more slowly this time. "Yeah, she is," Ron agreed. Then added, "Don't tell her I said that." "I should talk to her," Hermione said quietly. Both boys nodded. As she drifted across the room, Ron passed Harry the fire whiskey. "You'll need it tonight. Last bottle. Saved it just for you." "Cheers," Harry muttered, taking it gratefully. The portrait swung shut behind Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Their laughter, muffled by stone and time, faded into the earth. Remus Lupin lingered a moment longer at the edge of the tunnel, the warmth of the room of requirement echoing in his bones. He closed his eyes briefly and breathed in the damp air, heavy with dust and old magic, before turning back toward the dim amber glow of the Hog's Head. Aberforth Dumbledore was already behind the bar when Lupin re-entered, hunched over an old, weather-creased photograph. In it, 3 children smiled up at the camera, one of them, a younger Aberforth, grinning lopsidedly beside his brother and sister. The girl had wild hair and wide, soft eyes. "Still skulking in corners, Remus?" Aberforth grunted without looking up. "Did they not let you into the party?" "I was hoping you would," Lupin replied. Aberforth gave a snort and flicked his wand, summoning a battered chair toward the bar. "I've got bread. And beer. Muggle kind. The best kind," Lupin said, sinking into the seat. A cupboard creaked open, and Aberforth pulled out 2 unlabeled bottles. The glass was cold and damp to the touch. Lupin took a long drink, savoring the burn that chased away the tunnel's chill. "How'd you get your hands on this?" he asked, glancing at the bottle. Aberforth smirked. "You think I let the Death Eaters drink the good stuff? Besides, unlike you, I have friends. Not all of them legal." Far beyond the old inn, past the fog-drenched streets of Hogsmeade and the watchful trees of the Forbidden Forest, something moved. Something silent, measured, precise. Severus Snape. He had felt it instantly, the subtle recoil in the magic, like a breath held too long. The wards around Hogwarts and Hogsmeade had not shattered, but they had flinched. Snape knew them intimately. He had laced them himself under the Dark Lord's command. They were not passive barriers, they were meant to detect, deter, destroy. And yet, someone had passed through them. Cleanly, quietly. The spells had rippled, not ruptured. It should not have been possible. But it had happened. His black robes billowed behind him as he moved swiftly through the fog-choked night, each step calculated, silent. There had been no surge of energy, no rupture of boundary magic, only the subtle tremor of an ancient system disturbed. He reached the edge of the trees and paused, eyes narrowing. Potter. It had to be Potter. Or someone working with him. Helping him. Guiding him through protections older than the castle walls. His jaw tightened. Granger, perhaps. Of the three, she was the one O's magic he'd always regarded with a kind of wary respect. Clever. Overprepared. Dreadfully inconvenient. The shrieking shack loomed ahead, crooked and sagging in the mist. Snape slowed, glancing toward its boarded windows and rotten beams. He had sealed the secret passage to the school himself, warded it beyond normal breaking. But now he wasn't sure of anything. If Potter had returned, then the Dark Lord would not be far behind. And when the moment came, the boy would have to die. And it would have to be by his hand. Back inside the Hog's head, the fire hissed and cracked softly. Aberforth poured himself another half-glass. Hand steady but slower now. So, he said at last, why are you really here, Remus? What are you hoping to win? Lupin took another sip. He didn't answer immediately. His eyes drifted to the fire. To the dancing glow on Ariana's portrait. Her painted gaze seemed to flicker with the flame. Aberforth's voice came again, quieter this time. You believe in him, don't you? Potter. Lupin stood and began to pace. Yes, he said at last. I do. He's just a boy. He was, Lupin agreed. Now he's something else. Whether he likes it or not. Aberforth raised an eyebrow. That's so. I've fought beside him. Watched him lead when no one else could. Watched him carry things most grown men would crumble under. Aberforth's voice hardened. I've seen what burdens do. They broke Albus. They broke Ariana. Quote. The silence that followed was long and taut, coiled with years neither of them wanted to speak of. Lupin sat down slowly, resting his arms on the bar. I wasn't going to say this tonight. But if I'm asking you to fight, with him, you deserve to know why. Aberforth narrowed his eyes. Go on, then. Let's have it. Shock me. Lupin hesitated. He ran a hand through his hair, exhaled. There are things Voldemort did, he said quietly. To keep himself alive. Things most wouldn't dare imagine. Aberforth studied him, face unreadable. Such as, he split his soul in pieces. Aberforth's expression shifted, an old, flickering shadow passing behind his eyes. He didn't speak. Not yet. I know how it sounds, Lupin went on. But it's real. He made objects to house the pieces. Anchors. So long as even one remains, he can't truly die. Aberforth's demeanor immediately grew darker than it already was. He had heard of them before, in his youth, not in books, but in whispers. He vaguely remembered his brother muttering about them once, low and cautious, during one of those long, feverish conversations with Grindelwald in the summer days before everything went wrong. Even then, even he had sounded wary. There had been a silence afterward, long, strained, final. Even then, Aberforth had known better than to ask. And now it was too late. Horcruxes, Lupin said, barely above a breath. Aberforth's eyes widened, not with confusion, with recognition. Horcruxes, he echoed. His voice cracked slightly. Plural. Lupin nodded grimly. We don't know how many there were. But Harry's found most of them. And destroyed them. Some. The rest, were close. It's the only way Voldemort can die. Aberforth leaned back, let out a low breath. For a moment he looked. As if the bar itself had tilted under him, like something inside had come loose. Well, he muttered, blinking hard. That's horrifying. I thought so too, Lupin said quietly. The first time I heard it, I nearly dropped my tea. Aberforth snorted faintly. Albus never told me. He told very few, Lupin said. And Harry, he only shared it with us recently. Me included. Aberforth gave him a long, suspicious look. And how'd you end up in the loop? Lupin managed a tired smile. He sent me a message. Patronus form. Looked like prongs. I nearly hexed it on instinct. Aberforth raised a brow. It talked. Not right away. It waited until I answered a question. Something only I would know. Then it spoke. Aberforth blinked. Then, to Lupin's surprise, he gave a short, breathy chuckle. Merlin's trousers. That's clever. Potter's idea, of course, Lupin said, lifting his bottle. Who else would combine ancient charmwork, sealed memory encryption, and a pop quiz inside a glowing stag? Aberforth let out a proper laugh then, gravelly, dry, but genuine. That's almost Dumbledore-level ridiculous. Lupin grinned faintly. He's been trained well. Aberforth shook his head, more in disbelief than disapproval. He's out there, destroying soul-splitting artifacts with his two best mates. No backup. No army. Lupin nodded. That about sums it up. Aberforth looked at him long and hard. Hen leaned back against the bar and muttered, Merlin's beard. He really is mad. Yes, Lupin agreed. But he's doing it anyway. And I believe in him. Aberforth didn't respond at once. His eyes had drifted back to the photograph beside his glass, three young faces locked in time. His brother, still grinning. Ariana, so small. And himself, standing between them like a boy trying to hold two stars together. And then, very quietly, Aberforth said, then maybe I should too. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 20 Chapter 19 Shadows Before the Storm. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Please enjoy, and reviews are the magic that keeps this Patronus lit. Tilda Pratier. The shrieking shack groaned in protest as a cold wind rattled its warped wooden frame. Dust drifted in the amber light of a dying lantern, casting long, shivering shadows across the floorboards. Severus Snape paced like a restless wraith before the soot-caked window, his black robes swirling at his heels like smoke. He had felt it, the soft twinge of magic. Subtle and sharp as a blade's whisper. Someone had breached the grounds. No, not someone. Him. The wards hadn't flared, hadn't screamed their alarm through the Dark Lord's defenses as they should have. But Snape had layered his own enchantments on top of the school's protections, quiet ones, secret ones, delicate enough to go unnoticed. They had sung to him in that hidden language of magic only he understood. But what disturbed him more than the breach was how it had happened. Apparition, inside Hogwarts, he muttered, narrowing his eyes. Impossible. His fingers twitched at his sides. The anti-apparition wards had been reinforced under Voldemort's own hand. Paranoid and exacting, the Dark Lord had trusted no one, not even Snape, with their full construction. And yet here they were, bypassed, broken, or bent beyond recognition. Snape turned away from the window and resumed pacing, boots clicking sharply on the warped floor. Ancient concealment magic, Dumbledore's meddling again, no doubt, he sneered. But his tone lacked conviction. This has happened before, he whispered to the silence, as if confessing something even he did not wish to hear aloud. He remembered a time, long ago, when magic had twisted in unpredictable ways around the headmaster. Ways even the Dark Lord could not unravel. He pressed his fingers against his temple, eyes closing. This was not the plan. Dumbledore's voice rose unbidden in his memory. You must be the one to guide him, Severus. When the time comes, he must be ready. No fear, no hesitation. Guide him to what, old man? Snape hissed aloud, eyes snapping open. What madness did you intend? A low, mournful howl echoed from the forbidden forest. Wolves, or worse, insufferable creatures, Snape muttered, reaching for his cloak. His decision made, he swept through the shack's door like a sudden storm. Mist curled around his boots as he stalked into the dark, the path to Hogwarts half shrouded in fog and silence. He would find T. He boy before the Dark Lord did, he had to. The rest could wait. The Hog's Head pub was steeped in gloom and old whiskey fumes. Dusty bottles lined crooked shelves behind the bar, and piles of empty end cards clinked faintly on the warped tables, like they were whispering secrets to each other. In the flickering firelight, Aberforth Dumbledore sat slumped on a splintered stool, his expression somewhere between disbelief and derangement. Across from him, Remus Lupin shifted uncomfortably, brushing crumbs from his robes as he waited. He'd just finished recounting the entire tale, Horcruxes, break-ins, narrow escapes, dragon flights. The whole reckless mission. It had taken the better part of 2 hours and 4 bottles of Aberforth's least terrible ale. The elder Dumbledore stared blankly at the wall. Well, said Lupin, trying for casual, lifting the last beer bottle in offering. Thoughts? Aberforth blinked. Huh, what? He grunted. Lupin sighed. Aberforth. Silence. Aberforth. This is madness. The barkeep roared, shooting to his feet and sending the table flying. Bottles shattered, liquid sloshed across the floor, and Lupin instinctively ducked. He hadn't been expecting that strong a reaction, but, in retrospect, he probably should have. You agreed to this. Aberforth bellowed, rounding on Lupin like a storm. Well, I didn't plan it. Lupin stammered, brushing glass off his lap. It's not like they asked for permission. Aberforth flung his arms in the air. Of course they didn't. Why would they consult adults when they could launch themselves headfirst into a suicide mission? Lupin bristled. It's not suicide. It's strategy. It's idiocy. Aberforth snapped. And how many of these, what do you call them, Horcruxes, are there? 6. Or possibly 7. Aberforth's mustache twitched like it might fly off his face. Possibly. Bloody brilliant. So they're running around the country destroying soul fragments like it's a bloody scavenger hunt, and they don't even know how many there are. Lupin wisely chose silence. Aberforth stalked the room like a caged boar. My brother's plan, I assume. Lupin nodded slowly. Yes, of course. All secrets, riddles, and suicidal teenagers. Lupin sighed and poured himself another drink from what was left. To be fair, it's working. We've destroyed 4, maybe 5. Aberforth turned to him with a look of dawning horror. Maybe. Merlin's soggy knickers. We're all doomed. Far across the country, inside the crystal cavern carved into the cliffs by a pitiless sea, Lord Voldemort screamed. His voice reverberated through the cave. Sharp and shrill and broken with fury. The basin where once the cursed potion had lain now sat empty, mocking him. He struck it with the Elder Wand. The ancient stone shattered into shards, splintering across the cave like flung knives. He turned on the doorway, and with a furious cry, blew it apart in a hail of rock and flame. So it was true. The protections had failed. The relic was gone. The soul fragment, obliterated. He had underestimated the boy. Again, Voldemort's scream tore through the cave one final time, a sound that chilled even the sea itself. Then, with a violent snap of his cloak, he vanished in a whirling gust of smoke, heading for the only place that could explain this betrayal. Back at Hogwarts, in a place the castle conjured only for those who needed it, the R.O. Ohm of requirement pulsed with warmth and laughter. Harry could hardly believe it. He was being hunted by a genocidal maniac with a snake fetish and a talent for murder, and yet, he felt almost happy. Students crowded around tables cluttered with snacks, butterbeer, and cards. In one corner, Ron was thrashing a half-dozen Gryffindors at wizard chess. In another, Seamus was attempting to charm the cushions into can-can dancing. Neville leaned against a pillar beside Harry, the two of them watching the room hum with life. This place, Neville said softly, it gives you what you need, you know. Harry nodded. Yeah, I needed this. Neville glanced at Ginny across the room, his expression tightening. They came for her, he said. They thought she knew something. About you. Harry's stomach dropped. They hurt her. Not if I could help it, Neville said with quiet steel. I got in the way. Took a few hits. Harry stared. They tortured you. Neville shrugged, clearly uncomfortable with the praise. Cruciatus. For a bit. Ginny, she stayed here with me. Looked after me until I could walk again. Harry felt the air drain from his lungs. Neville, I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Neville said quickly. I just thought you should know. They stood in silence for a moment, listening to the soft chatter around them. Snape saved us once, Neville added after a moment. Kind of. Harry blinked. What? Caught the Carrows torturing us. He intervened. Then dragged us to his office and interrogated us for hours. Harry frowned. Why? Neville glanced at him. He wanted you. Always you. Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. Dash. Hermione spotted Ginny across the room, laughing with the Potter twins. Her heart thudded uneasily. How was she going to start this? She edged forward, ignoring the nervous flutter in her stomach. Ginny looked up, spotted her, and before Hermione could even open her mouth, she was pulled into a hug. You look exhausted, Ginny murmured with gentle warmth. Let me guess. 11 months alone with those two idiots. Hermione managed a watery laugh. That obvious. Only completely, Ginny said, guiding her toward a quiet corner. You all right? I'm fine, Hermione said, a little too quickly. Ginny's eyes lingered on her face. Are we all right? Hermione hesitated, then nodded. I hope so. I've missed you, Ginny. So much. I missed you too, Ginny said softly. Hermione swallowed hard. I need to say something. About Harry. Ginny gave a small nod but didn't speak. Hermione looked down at her hands. I didn't mean for it to happen. I never planned it. I tried to keep it buried. For so long. But everything we went through, being out there with him, watching him carry the weight of all this, her voice faltered. It wasn't betrayal. Not the way you think. My heart it already belonged to him. It always did. I just didn't understand it until there was no one else left but him and me. Ginny was quiet for a moment, then reached over and took her hand. I know, she said. I think, deep down, I always knew this might happen. I didn't want it to, but I knew. Hermione blinked, surprised. That's why I begged him to let me come with him, Ginny continued. A trace of bitterness in her smile. He said no. Said he had to protect me. That he needed me to stay behind and fight another way. Hermione looked pained. He did. We all did. But, I think it was easier for him to push you away than risk loving you while doing what he had to do. Ginny nodded, slowly. I figured as much. But I also knew. She paused, then met Hermione's eyes. If he was going to fall for anyone else, it would be you. Hermione looked down, blinking fast. I never wanted to hurt you, Ginny. I still don't. Ginny squeezed her hand. You didn't steal him. You just stayed when he needed someone. I wasn't there. You were. A shaky breath passed between them. Then Ginny offered a small, wry smile. Besides, she added, if I were going to lose to anyone, I'm glad it was someone who actually knows what a basilisk is. Hermione choked on a laugh, and Ginny grinned. The hug that followed was fierce and genuine. They were all right. And, checkmate. On whooped as he slammed his final piece down. Ha! Take that, Seamus. Dean groaned. No way. Not again. Seamus raised 2 fingers toward Ron, one of which was most certainly not the forefinger. Harry grinned, but his amusement vanished as a piercing sound cut through the room of requirement like a blade of ice. It was shrill. It was echoing. And it was wrong. Ron leapt to his feet. Blimey, what the hell is that? Neville's face had gone white. That, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, would be Snape. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 21 Chapter 20 Fire in the Forest. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Please enjoy. And reviews are the magic that keeps this Patronus lit. Tilde Pratier. The room of requirement had reformed itself once again, a vast, domed chamber filled with flickering torchlight and the buzz of hushed voices. Word had spread like fiendfire through the castle. Harry Potter was here, and so was the fight. A circle had formed around Harry, wide enough to give him space but tight enough to feel expectant. Almost reverent. Dean, Seamus, Luna, Neville, all eyes were on him. And at the very edge of the crowd, Draco Malfoy stood slightly apart, arms folded, his pale hair catching the light like steel under moonlight. He hadn't spoken since he followed Harry through the room's door. He hadn't needed to. His presence alone had quieted the room in a different way. The others had avoided him until now, uncertain. Watchful, but no one had asked why he was there. Not when he walked in beside Harry Potter. So, what's the plan, Harry? Neville's voice carried gently through the chamber, steady and grounded. But there was no mistaking the weight behind it. Harry swallowed. His mouth was dry, throat raw. The hum of adrenaline was gone, and the faint heat from the earlier fire whiskey had long worn off. For months he'd thought about this. Prepared. Practiced. This moment had hovered in the back of his mind like a storm cloud. The speech. He glanced at Ron and Hermione, his anchors, and they gave him the smallest, surest of nods. So he began. There are objects, Harry said slowly, his voice echoing against the stone walls. Dark ones. Hidden here. They're tied to Voldemort's power. If we can destroy them, we weaken him, cripple him. He'll feel it. He'll know. And when that happens, he'll come here. Personally. A hush fell across the room. We don't know exactly what he's hidden or where, Harry continued. But it's here. Somewhere in the castle. Maybe more than one thing. We've destroyed others like them already. But if we're to finish this, we need time and space to find the last of them. And while we're doing that, he trailed off and looked around the circle, letting the silence settle. We'll need to drive out the Death Eaters and their allies from the castle, he said. Force them back, down the corridors, and push them toward the gates, toward the Forbidden Forest. Won't they just regroup and come back? Someone called out. It might have been Parvati, or Ernie. That's where the order comes in, Harry said, his tone sharpening. They've set up a distraction. Created a disturbance deep in the forest. Magical creatures, werewolves, Death Eaters, they'll go in, thinking someone's sneaking in from the outside. And when they're all in, they'll be sealed in. He didn't explain how. He didn't know the exact spellwork behind it. But he knew Lupin and the others would handle it. So while they're trapped, he went on, we'll be searching the castle. When we've destroyed the last of the objects, Voldemort will know. He'll come. And we'll fight. There was a long silence. Dean breathed. Bloody hell. Seamus gave a short, nervous laugh. Brilliant. We die gloriously then. We're not going to die, Harry said, and the firmness in his voice silenced them all. We're going to win. Colin Creevey raised a tentative hand. Wait, what about Snape? He's still headmaster. I'll handle Snape, Harry replied, his eyes darkening. He'll be expecting me. He knows I'm here. I'll confront him before he can alert Voldemort, or worse. You're going alone? Asked Padma, brow furrowed. I'll go ahead, Harry clarified. but I won't be alone for long. Think he'll be too confused to react at first, Ron added, ever helpful. I mean, last time Snape saw Harry, he was probably cursing his name over tea. A faint ripple of laughter moved through the crowd. Then someone else, not a voice Harry recognized immediately, cut in sharply, what about him? All eyes turned. Malfoy. The room stiffened. Draco lifted his chin but said nothing. He's part of the plan, Harry said firmly. He's with the Order now. He's risked his life already to get us here. The speaker looked unconvinced, eyes narrowing. Yeah, and we're supposed to trust that. Ron stepped forward. You trust me, don't you? His tone was blunt, daring. Then trust this, Malfoy's on our side. I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't believe it. A beat passed. Slowly, the tension ebbed, the crowd shifting once again. Eyes leaving Draco and returning to Harry. We have to trust each other completely, Harry said, we fight together, or we don't stand a chance. Wicked, said Dean, after a moment. I've always wanted to punch a Death Eater. In your sleep, Seamus muttered. The mood lightened slightly. Hermione, who had been quiet through it all, stepped forward at last. We'll start with the Great Hall, she said crisply. Regroup with the professors. Everyone pair up. No one goes alone. Harry, take the cloak, she added softly, stepping toward him. The silvery invisibility cloak glimmered faintly where it clung to his shoulders like a mantle. Harry shook his head. No more hiding. Hermione's eyes flicked to his, and something unspoken passed between them, heavy, final. We've all been hiding for too long, Harry said, loud enough for all to hear. Hiding in safe houses, forests, empty streets. That's over. None of us are safe anymore, not from Voldemort, not from what he's turned the world into. The moment we choose to fight, really fight, we stop being victims. He looked around the room, his voice steady and clear. So tonight, I fight. At the front. And with that, he turned, pushing open the door to the corridor beyond. The others fell into motion behind him, wands drawn, footsteps echoing. The room of requirement vanished silently behind them. Lupin stood by the leaded glass window of the Hog's Head, every muscle taut. His wand was already out. Aberforth lumbered toward him, pulling a tattered curtain aside. What is it? He barked, following Lupin's gaze. Snape sent out the signal to the teachers to gather, Lupin muttered. He knows Harry's here. Aberforth paled. Then we move now. But Lupin didn't move. He was watching the forest. There's more coming than just Snape, he said. And indeed, they could already hear it. Faint howls and movement, branches cracking in the distance. The magical creatures Voldemort had summoned, werewolves, hags, and things without names, were pushing deeper into the forest, drawn by the Order's carefully set illusions. Noise, false trails, magical bait. Every trick in the book. A tiny orb of blue flame floated up from the trees. Now, Lupin murmured. The flame flickered, once, twice, then soared high above the treetops and exploded outward in a brilliant ring of fire. With a sudden roar, a curtain of flame swept through the forest's edge. Burning in a perfect arc, searing a magical line between Hogwarts and the woods. From within the tree line, the howls rose into a frenzy, trapped. Aberforth's lips parted in wonder. Was that a phoenix spell? Lupin said, his voice hushed. Modified. The flames shimmered. For a moment, a bird of fire danced above the trees, wings spread wide. Then it vanished into embers. Aberforth exhaled, slow and long. So what now? Lupin turned to him. Now, we give the kids a fighting chance. Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 22 The Truth at Last. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilda Pratier. The door to the room of requirement vanished silently behind them, swallowed back into the stone as though it had never been there. Harry Potter stepped into the corridor with his wand drawn. WN and his cloak billowing behind him, not from wind, but from purpose. There was no sound but their footsteps at first. Then, a ripple. The castle seemed to shiver in recognition. The first portrait they passed stirred. An elderly wizard with a nightcap blinked awake from his painted armchair, squinting through thick spectacles. Is that? He muttered, leaning forward. Another portrait further down came to life. Potter. The whisper spread like wildfire through oil and canvas. A knight in armor shouted from one frame to another, already clambering onto his painted steed. Harry Potter is in the castle. Back at last. The boy who lived has returned. Paintings on every level began relaying the message, portrait to portrait, across towers and staircases and forgotten corners of the school. A ghost floated through the wall above them, Sir Nicholas, his expression stunned. It's true, he whispered. He's come back. From floor to floor, tower to tower, the castle came alive. The gray lady glided through a wall overhead, her silver form trailing behind her like mist. "He has returned," she said, her voice as soft as wind over water. "He comes to finish it." Sir Cadogan bellowed from a frame, nearly trampling his own painted horse in excitement. "Sound the alarm. Call the banners." Potter leads the charge. Behind Harry, the DA fell into formation, Ron at his right, Hermione on his left, and behind them Neville, Ginny, Luna, Seamus, Dean, Padma, and more. They walked in pairs, silent but certain. Draco Malfoy walked among them, not apart. He kept his head down slightly, eyes alert. But there was no more distance between him and the others. Not tonight. He had walked in with Harry, stood beside him through planning, and now took his place in the march toward the truth. Were no words exchanged, but no resistance either. They turned down the corridor toward the main hall. And as they turned the final corner, the massive doors of the great hall came into view, carved with age, shadowed by torchlight. He didn't hesitate. He reached for the handle. And pushed. The great hall. There were no house tables anymore. Under Voldemort's new regime, the banners of the 4 houses had been stripped away. The room restructured with hard-backed benches lined in rows facing the staff table, more like a tribunal than a place of meals and magic. The enchanted ceiling above roiled with black thunderclouds, reflecting the storm outside, lightning flickering in cold white bursts. Students rose to their feet in stunned silence. Even the Death Eater professors did not speak at first. At the far end of the hall stood Severus Snape, his face impassive. To his right and left loomed Alecto and Amicus Carrow, and scattered along the walls were other cloaked figures, Death Eaters in professors' robes. Among them stood Slughorn, Flitwick, and Sprout, their faces pale but composed. And near the center, wand already gripped, was Professor McGonagall. Whispers broke like cracks in ice. "Is it him? Harry Potter? He came back." Then McGonagall's voice rang out, sharp and unshakable. "Horace, Pomona, Phileas, escort all students 5th year and below to the room of requirement. Use the east stairwell. Go now, before the corridors are overrun." Slughorn hesitated, then nodded quickly and turned toward a huddle of frightened second years. But before they could move, 2 of the Death Eaters surged forward, snarling. "Wands raised. You're not going anywhere," barked one. "No one's leaving this hall." A flash of light exploded from Harry's wand before the sentence finished. "Stupefy." The Death Eater was blasted off his feet, colliding with a column and slumping into unconsciousness. The second swung his wand toward Slughorn, but Hermione's spell hit him from the side, Petrificus Totalis. And he dropped mid-lunge, stiff as stone. 2 more lunged from the shadows, Amicus Carrow among them, but Ron stepped forward, raised both hands and roared, "Depulso." The blast threw both men back 10 feet, sending benches skidding across the floor. The students gasped. Harry turned back to the hall. "No more," he said clearly. "This is Hogwarts, not a prison." Snape did not move. His expression betrayed nothing, but the tip of his wand twitched ever so slightly. And then Harry began to walk forward. Through the smoke, through the startled murmurs and astonished stares, he walked up the center of the great hall as if he belonged there, because he did. And when he reached the center, he stopped. "Severus," he said. Snape lifted his head. "You've turned this school into a nightmare," Harry said quietly. "And tonight, it ends." Snape did not flinch. "I see you brought children," he replied. Harry's wand rose an inch. "They're not children anymore." Snape's eyes narrowed. "I don't want to kill you," Harry said. "But you think you can." There was silence. Then, almost gently, Snape raised his wand. Harry did not wait. The air shattered. Harry's first spell blazed acros. The room, a golden arc of force that split the stone beneath Snape's feet. Snape vanished in a blink, apparating to the side of the dais and returning fire immediately. The duel began. Sparks lit the hall like a battlefield. Hexes clashed midair. Ron and Hermione shielded the surrounding students as the teachers ushered the youngest out, Flitwick conjuring barriers, Sprout raising walls of brambles behind them. Snape conjured a whip of shadow and flame. Harry countered with a burst of wind that tore it apart. He hurled a column of water from nothing, drenching Snape's robes. The crowd stared. He hadn't spoken a word. Wandless magic. Snape's expression barely flickered. He retaliated with a flurry of cutting spells, Defindo, Incendio, Expulso, but Harry darted around them, shields forming with a flick of his left hand. "You've improved," Snape said coldly. "You've made me," Harry shot back. Then, Legilimens. Harry reeled as Snape's mind clawed into his, images flashing, Sirius's fall, Dumbledore's death, Ron yelling, Hermione screaming. But Harry didn't resist. He opened his mind, flooded Snape with it, emotion, chaos, fire. Snape staggered, just enough. Harry's wand lit with a brilliant arc of blue-white light. illuminating the shattered remnants of the great hall like a flash of lightning. Sectum sempra, he bellowed, the spell tearing from him with raw fury. Snape spun, robes flaring as he twisted, but not fast enough. The curse struck his left shoulder with a vicious hiss, and a deep gash ripped through cloth and flesh alike. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc, dark against his black robes. He staggered, his breath catching in his throat as pain flared across his body. His wand trembled in his grip. Harry didn't hesitate. Expelliarmus. Snape's wand flew from his hand and clattered across the stone floor, spinning to a stop near the steps of the dais. A blast of unseen force hurled him backwards, his body slammed into the far wall with a bone-jarring crack, and he crumpled to the ground in a heap. Silence fell. The lightning beyond the shattered windows paused, casting a strange hush over the hall, broken only by the faint patter of rain and Snape's ragged breathing. He coughed, blood flecking his sleeve, staining his fingers as he pushed himself up against the wall. The lamplight caught the pain in his eyes, but not fear. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a shaking hand to his temple. "Look," he rasped, voice hoarse. "Into my mind. I've left it open." Harry stood frozen, his heart hammering in his chest. The wand in his hand trembled. Snape met his gaze. The wall of occlumency, always there, was gone. Harry hesitated, then took a step forward. Their eyes locked, and in an instant, the great hall, the war, the blood, all of it vanished. He was falling into light. The fire wasn't fire, it was golden, glowing, like liquid memory. It pulled him down, down. And then, a summer field in Hogwarts shimmered into view beneath a sky the color of warm milk. The uncast long blades of gold through tall, wild grass. The air was thick with the hum of bees and the scent of honeysuckle. A small boy crouched in the shade of a hedge. He was thin, painfully so, his knees scraped, his elbows scabbed. His dark hair hung in tangled curtains over hollow cheeks, but his eyes were bright, eager, unblinking. He watched her. A girl with red hair spun barefoot through the field, the grass brushing her ankles, her laughter rising like birdsong. A daisy floated above her open palm, spinning in slow, deliberate circles. She wasn't trying to control it, it just happened. Magic. Raw. Beautiful. Near the edge of the field, another girl, older, more angular, stood with her arms crossed. "Freak," muttered Petunia with a sneer, her eyes cold. When she walked away, the boy emerged from the hedge. "Your magic," he whispered, eyes wide with wonder. "It means you're special." Lily blinked, startled. But then, she smiled. The flower drifted gently to the ground. From that moment, they were inseparable. The memory shifted, like a curtain drawn back. Snape and Lily, a little older now, sat under the dappled light of a riverside willow. A battered book lay open between them, its pages fluttering in the breeze. She was reading aloud, voice lilting, her laughter rising like bells. His smile was small, cautious, but real. Then the image twisted. The Hogwarts Express. The sorting hat. She wore scarlet and gold. He, emerald and silver. Still, for a while, the friendship held. They met in hidden corridors. Passed notes beneath tables in the library. Whispered late at night by the Black Lake. But the Slytherin common room changed him. Mulciber. Avery. Rosier. Dark names. Darker ideas. Lily grew uneasy. "You don't know what they are," she said one night, furious. Standing with crossed arms in a corridor filled with echoes. "I'm not like them," Snape insisted, his voice low, almost pleading. "But you don't stop them," she replied, eyes wet with frustration. "You let them hurt people." Then, the worst of it. A courtyard. A shouting crowd. James Potter and Sirius Black strutting with mock bows, wands raised. Snape dangled upside down, robes falling around his head. Humiliated. And when he crashed to the ground. "You filthy mudblood," he snarled at Lily, voice like broken glass. Her face changed in an instant. She had been reaching for her wand to help him. Now, she lowered it. "You called me mudblood," she said softly. He froze. Regret hit like a thunderclap. "I didn't mean it, Lily." "But you said it." And she walked away. His world broke with the sound of her footsteps. Time folded in on itself. Lily's laugh echoed across the courtyard. But it wasn't for him. She was laughing at James now. His hair windswept, Quidditch robes fluttering. He strutted, teased, made her roll her eyes, and she smiled at him. Snape watched from a distant archway, the shadows swallowing him whole. His hands curled into fists. Shame sat in his chest like a stone, heavy and cold. The memory darkened. The sky turned gray, then black. Screams rang like echoes from the past. A house, destroyed. Walls burned to embers. Roof collapsed. Flames licked the night air like hungry wolves. Snape stumbled through the front door, coughing, his cloak scorched, boots crunching over broken glass. He passed a toppled chair. A splintered picture frame. A child's stuffed stag, half burnt. Then, the nursery. Silent. Still. Lily lay sprawled on the floor, her hair fanned around her like a crimson halo. Her green eyes stared, glassy. Empty. Snape fell to his knees. He didn't scream. He didn't sob. He gathered her in his arms, held her close, and rocked her as if she were only sleeping. Behind him, Harry, barely a year old, cried from the crib, wailing into the silence. Snape did not turn. He couldn't bear to. Now, Dumbledore's office. Dark, cold, lined with shelves of strange instruments and forgotten books. Snape stood before the headmaster, shoulders shaking. His eyes were hollow, red-rimmed. "You said you'd keep her safe," he hissed. "I tried," Dumbledore said gravely. "But they were betrayed." Snape's voice was a growl. "Then protect the boy." Dumbledore raised a brow. "You ask this out of guilt." Snape's voice broke. "I ask it out of love." The memory shifted again. Later, colder. Dumbledore's office. Years had passed. The boy must die. Snape's body jerked. "What?" he whispered, barely audible. Dumbledore's expression was gentle, but unyielding. "So when the time comes, the boy must die." Snape stood very still. "And Voldemort himself must do it, Severus. That is essential." The silence that followed was suffocating. Snape stared at the carpet. "Have you grown to care for the boy, after all?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Snape's voice exploded like a spell. "For him." He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A silver burst erupted from the wand tip, a doe. Graceful. Weightless. She glided across the office, silent as snow, before leaping through the window into the star-strewn sky. Dumbledore turned back to him, eyes shining. After all this time, Snape looked away. Always. Dumbledore's hand trembled on the edge of his desk. "Good, very good," he whispered. "You have done well, Severus. To shield them all from this. To shield him." Snape's jaw tightened. But Dumbledore wasn't finished. "When the time comes, the boy will come to you. He must understand." Snape narrowed his eyes. "Understand what?" "That he is the final Horcrux," Dumbledore said, almost gently. "That the piece of Voldemort's soul inside him must be destroyed. And that he must let himself be killed." Snape turned as if struck. "You've kept this from him," he whispered. "I had to," said Dumbledore. "He could not have lived with the truth. But he will do it. He has that kind of courage." Snape's voice trembled. "You have used him. Used me." Dumbledore's eyes were sorrowful. "I have used what I had. What I trusted. Because I knew he would choose what was right." Snape said nothing. "And now," Dumbledore said softly, "you must prepare him to die." The golden fire burned brighter. Then vanished. Harry gasped. He was on his knees, heart pounding, the stone floor of the great hall cold beneath his palms. The vision was gone, but the truth scorched through him like wildfire. Snape lay slumped against the wall, unconscious or worse. "Harry." Ron's voice, panicked. "Are you all right?" Hermione's hands were suddenly on his shoulders. "What did he show you?" But Harry couldn't speak. He had seen everything. Lily. The boy who loved her. The betrayal. The guilt. The promise. And the truth. He was the last Horcrux. He had to die. And he had no idea how to tell them. Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 23 The Weight of Knowing. Author's note. The Great Hall cracks. Inside it, so does Harry. As secrets rise, so do spells. And while one battle ends in fire, another begins in the trees. Thank you for walking with them into the dark. Protye. The Great Hall was shattered. The stone floor lay fractured beneath smoke and debris. What remained of the enchanted ceiling mirrored a tempest sky, storm clouds thrashing above. Lightning bleeding into the shattered rafters. Charmed banners smoldered in torn shreds. Fire clung to the walls in ghostly tendrils, casting flickering shadows over wreckage and ruin. This was no longer a hall. This was a warfront. Spells still sizzled in the air. Stunners flared crimson. Shield charms rebounded in bursts of gold. Blue bolts whipped past splintered benches. What had begun as a duel between Harry and Snape had become a full assault. Death Eaters loyal to Snape pouring in, only to be met with the full wrath of students, teachers, and a castle unwilling to die quietly. Harry Street. Ood near the edge of the broken head table, chest heaving, his glasses cracked. The wand in his hand pulsed faintly with residual magic. His skin prickled. His scar burned. And inside his skull, Snape's memories still twisted like smoke. He was a Horcrux. He had to die. And he couldn't say it. Not yet. Not here. Not when Hermione's hand clung to his arm. Not when Ron was watching him like he'd just come back from the dead. "Harry." Hermione whispered, voice frayed. "What did he show you?" Ron stepped closer. "You all right, mate? You're pale as." Later, Harry rasped, his voice fraying at the edges. I need to think." Hermione's lips parted, ready to press, but she caught herself. Harry tore his gaze from the dying firelight. There's still one Horcrux left. It's here, somewhere in Hogwarts. You're sure? Ron asked. I can feel it. Harry's hand flexed around his wand. Like pressure. Like something's pushing back. He didn't say the rest. Didn't say I think it's inside me. Near the high table, Professor McGonagall knelt over Snape's bloodied form. His robes were soaked, his chest rising shallowly. A curse from their duel had torn through flesh and rib. He was broken, but not gone. Stay with me, Severus. She murmured, wand glowing faintly as she worked. I am not burying one more headmaster tonight. Snape stirred, barely. His eyelids fluttered. His dark gaze, dilated and hollow, found Harry. And in it, there was no anger, only resignation, only pain, and something else. A weight shared. Across the great hall, duels flared like a constellation of chaos. Flitwick barked. Ed defensive spells as he levitated rubble away from unconscious students. Sprout conjured a barricade of creeping vines across the entrance. Seamus Finnegan's wand sparked wildly as he shouted, Dean, left flank. While Dean dove behind a column, shielding 2 second years in his arms. Ginny sprinted through the haze, red hair matted with soot, her voice clear. 7th years. Reinforce the northern stairs, we need wards. Neville appeared beside her. DA, pairs of 3. We hold every corridor. Even Draco fought now, his movements wary, but his spells precise. A Death Eater dropped under his curse with a sharp crack. He turned to Harry, panting. You still planning on getting yourself killed tonight, or was that just a warm-up? Harry blinked at him. You're alive, he said flatly. For now, Draco muttered. Let's keep it that way. Another voice emerged from the shadows, calm, eerie, gently surreal. You said it's hidden here, the diadem. Luna stepped past the fallen beam, robes fluttering. Her silver eyes catching the low light. A relic. Luna tilted her head. There are objects Hogwarts hides, relics of the founders, bits of its history, some of them might still be hidden, even after all this time. I thought about that too, Harry admitted. But I don't know where to start. Luna turned to him fully. Have you considered asking someone who's been here longer than any of us? Harry blinked. You mean the ghosts? Quote. She smiled faintly. The Grey Lady. She wanders more than most. She sees more than she admits. Hermione stepped forward. You think she might know what it is? She's Ravenclaw's daughter. Luna said simply. She's spent centuries carrying her mother's secrets. Maybe, one of them is what you're looking for. Harry met her gaze, then nodded. I'll find her. No, Hermione said firmly. Let me. If she's anything like the stories, she'll respond better to a woman. Especially one who's not, chasing a legend. Harry hesitated, then relented. All right, go. Take Luna with you. Luna turned to Draco. You should stay with Harry. Draco stiffened, as if caught in a decision he hadn't agreed to. But after a moment, he nodded. You get yourself killed, he muttered to Harry. I swear I'm not explaining it to Weasley. Ron snorted despite himself. I'll bring back what I can, Hermione said. If she knows anything about what's hidden here, we'll find it. Harry watched her vanish into the smoke and rubble. Outside the castle, the night screamed. At the edge of the forbidden forest, the Phoenix spell, a great golden flame circling the trees like a living chain, flickered and buckled. Magic twisted in the wind, its song cracking. Death Eaters surged from the shadows. The barrier shattered. Aberforth Dumbledore stood at the breach, robes torn, hair wild. His wand was a thunderbolt in his hand. To the line, he bellowed. No one gets through. Remus Lupin and Tonks fought beside him, Tonks defending from above with graceful arcs, Remus grounded and brutal. The air tore with curses. Frost steamed off the ground. Screams echoed from the trees. And then came Greyback, a blur of claws, a snarl of fury. A beast, not a man. He struck Tonks first, slamming her back into the snow. Lupin dove forward, tackling him midair. Get back, Lupin shouted. They tumbled, teeth and wand and blood and howls. Aberforth joined them, sending a bolt of silver flame into Greyback's side. But it was too late. The werewolf sank his teeth deep into Aberforth's shoulder, ripping through flesh. Aberforth gasped. Lupin screamed. No. A blast of light exploded from his wand, deep silver, cruel and ancient. The spell slammed into Greyback's chest. He didn't scream. He crumbled. Ash. Lupin dropped beside Aberforth, catching him as he fell. You didn't have to. Aberforth coughed once. Wasn't for her, he rasped. Was for my brother. He died in Lupin's arms. And then the sky cracked open. Back in the castle, Harry stood near the broken staircase, watching as Ginny helped drag an unconscious Hufflepuff out of harm's way. Ron reinforced the doors with Draco. Flitwick passed behind them with an armful of vials from the infirmary. Harry barely noticed the world spinning around him. His scar burned again, faint, sharp. A whisper of a presence. Voldemort. Moving. Closer. The war was shifting again. And somewhere inside the castle, the last piece of Voldemort waited to be found. And destroyed. Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 24 The Grey Lady's Secret. Author's note. Some secrets live in silence too long. And so, me ghosts need only one person to ask the right question. This chapter belongs to those who listen. Thank you for being one of them. Protye. The upper halls of Hogwarts trembled faintly beneath their feet. Hermione moved quickly, her wand casting a slender trail of silver light ahead. Luna followed beside her, quiet, serene, her eyes flicking across stained glass and cracked stone. The corridor Ravenclaw Tower felt colder than the rest of the castle, as if magic itself held its breath. No one else walked this way. The sounds of battle, of shouts and crumbling stone, were distant now, but not gone. We'll need to be careful, Hermione said, almost to herself. She's elusive. And proud. She's also deeply sad, Luna replied dreamily. It's best to speak gently. The portrait at the arched entry to the tower showed a regal witch with fine features and robes in faded blue. Her painted eyes tracked their approach. Hermione didn't hesitate. Madame Rowena, she said firmly, we need to speak with your daughter. It's urgent. The witch adjusted her spectacles with a cold glance. Helena speaks to no one lightly. Least of all these days. Why should I summon her for you? Because Hogwarts is under siege, Hermione said. And because she may be the only one left who can help end this. The portrait sniffed, then disappeared behind painted curtains. The chill returned before the silence was broken. The Grey Lady stepped through the far wall, not through the painting. Her arrival was spectral, sorrow trailing behind her like frost. She looked first at Luna, then at Hermione, then past them. As if remembering someone not present. Hermione stepped forward. Helena, she said softly. Please forgive the intrusion. We're searching for something dark. Something your mother created. Her diadem. The Grey Lady did not answer at once. Her eyes were vast and ancient, haunted by more than centuries. I stole it, she said finally. Her voice was low and echoing, like wind through high stone. In my youth, out of pride, I ran with it, hid it, and I died for it. Hermione swallowed. You were tricked. By Tom Riddle. The ghost's expression hardened. He sought me out, flattered me, lied with ease. I was flattered, foolish. I told him where I hid it, and he came after me. When he returned, he was no longer a boy. Her translucent gaze drifted toward the window, far beyond it. He corrupted it, turned it into something vile. You seek it now. Luna stepped forward, gently. If we're to end him, we must destroy every piece of him. Please, where did you tell him to hide it? The Grey Lady studied her for a long moment. Then, at last, she spoke. He asked where no one would find it. I told him of the place I hid it, where things are forgotten. A room that becomes what the seeker needs. You would know it, I think. A place that shifts. Hermione blinked. The room of requirement. More than that, Luna said quietly. The room of hidden things. Helena nodded. If it's still there, it waits for you. And with that, she vanished into mist, leaving behind a silence filled with answers. Back in the ruined Great Hall, Harry stood beside Draco and Ron near what remained of the house banners. Watching the eastern windows, flashes of magic still lit the distant stairwells. Smoke drifted through a ragged break in the roof. Ron shifted. They've been gone a while. She'll come back, Harry said. Though his tone was taut. Draco leaned against a broken stone column, arms crossed. If she doesn't, the war might end before we do. Before either could reply, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Hermione and Luna appeared, moving quickly. You found her? Harry asked. Hermione nodded, breathless. Yes, she told us. Luna was already turning toward the nearest corridor. The room of requirement. That's where he hid it. Harry didn't need to ask what it was. The diadem? Ron asked, already moving to follow. Yes, Hermione said. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Riddle asked he. Lena where she'd hidden it when she was alive. She told him. It makes sense, Harry murmured. He'd know that room. Used it. It's perfect for hiding something no one would ever find. It's a Horcrux. Ron asked. Hermione nodded. It has to be. Then let's end it, Harry said. They reached the 7th floor corridor at a run. Harry paced thrice before the blank wall, breathing fast. I need the place where lost things are hidden. I need the place where lost things are hidden. I need. The door appeared. An arched slab of oak, carved with the faintest glint of runes. They entered together. Inside was a kingdom of forgotten things. Towering heaps of broken cabinets, shattered desks, piles of robes and old books, damaged brooms, ancient crates, all stacked in tangled rows like a dragon's hoard. Dust hung thick in the air. The light from their wands glinted off shattered glass and time-worn brass. It was vast, endless, and somewhere within it pulsed a hum of dark magic, low, malevolent. Spread out, Hermione said. Carefully. Ron climbed over a pile of broken trunks. Luna vanished behind a shelf of cracked goblets. Draco swept his wand slowly across a mound of caved-in crates, muttering detection spells under his breath. Harry moved forward, guided by instinct. The pull was faint, but constant. Like the Horcrux was calling out, taunting him. He turned a corner, and stopped. There, atop a cracked cabinet, half buried under a faded cloak, rested a thin silver circle set with a deep blue gem. The diadem. Harry froze. He could feel it, darkness humming from it, whispering along the edge of his thoughts. Visions clawed at his mind. Fire, screams, Hermione's limp form, Ron sobbing beside her, the castle in ruin. No, Harry whispered, clutching his wand tighter. He raised his voice. I've found it. Hermione appeared first, then Ron. Draco followed, his face pale but steady. Hermione's eyes locked on the diadem. It's saturated with dark magic. Don't touch it. Not without protection. We can't destroy it here. Ron said. Not unless we want this room to come down on us. Harry nodded. The chamber. Basilisk fangs. Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but stopped. It's the only way, Harry added. He reached toward the diadem, not with his hands, but with magic. Wandless, focused, firm. The silver crown lifted, trembling, as if fighting him. It burned in his grip, not fire, but memory. Regret. Despair. He didn't let go. Let's move, he said, voice like steel. And together, they turned back toward the castle that waited with bated breath. Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak. The Stone and the Wand. Chapter 25. Into the Chamber. Author's note. Some doors open with a word. Others open with a wound. In this chapter, the castle breathes with purpose, ghosts whisper warnings. And flames remember what fear smells like. Thank you for walking into the deep places with him. Protye. The castle groaned above them. As Harry stepped out of the room of requirement, the diadem hovered at his side. Suspended in wandless magic. It trembled faintly, pulsing with that sick sapphire light, as if aware it was moving toward its death. Hermione walked briskly beside him, clutching the cloth-wrapped cup beneath her arm like it might explode. Ron flanked them, wand drawn, eyes constantly flicking over their shoulders. Behind them, Luna drifted in near silence, and Draco moved with practiced tension. Alert to every shadow. But they weren't walking alone. The stone beneath their feet vibrated with the impact of far-off spellfire. The ceiling above them quivered as something, maybe a chandelier or maybe a body, crashed through the rafters in a hall far above. Voices cried out, some in rage, some in pain. The battle had not stopped. And yet, Hogwarts made way. Arcases locked into position before they arrived. Corridors narrowed or widened based on their direction. Tapestries rippled, parting to reveal shortcuts they hadn't known existed. A brass doorknob wrought, aided on its own and clicked open just as Harry reached it. The air shimmered with protective enchantments, alive, watching. She's still fighting, Hermione said under her breath. The castle. She's fighting with us. They always said she had a will of her own, Ron muttered. A painting they passed, a grizzled witch in old Auror robes, lifted her pipe and pointed. Second floor's clear. Watch for blood on the left stair. It's still cursed. Thanks, Luna said dreamily. You're very brave. I was in the Cataract siege, girl, the painting replied. Go end this, now. When they reached the girl's bathroom, the walls were trembling faintly under the pressure of distant combat. A window had cracked. Dust filtered from the stone arch above the sinks. Moaning Myrtle floated midair, her eyes wide. Oh, she said faintly. It's you again. Her gaze shifted from Harry to the diadem, and she recoiled. That thing's wrong, she whispered. It screams. Harry stepped forward. We're here to destroy it. Myrtle looked down at the sink where she had once died. He brought something here once, too. A boy with a soft voice and empty eyes. He said beautiful things to the pipes. Luna floated closer beside her, her voice low. We'll stop what he started. Myrtle blinked at her. You always speak like you've heard something I haven't. I just listen differently, Luna said. Harry didn't wait. He stepped to the sink and hissed in Parseltongue. The basin groaned, stone retracting with a low rumble. The pipe opened, round, gaping, old as the secrets of the founders. One by one, they descended. The slide dumped them into darkness. The landing was wet and hard. Harry rolled upright, wand in hand, already scanning. The others landed behind him, Ron with a grunt, Hermione carefully, Luna without sound. Draco, last, stumbled and caught himself against the stone. They stood at the edge of the Chamber of Secrets. It stretched before them like a cathedral carved by serpents. Towering pillars twisted up into shadow. The smell of damp stone and rot filled the air. The pool of water around the basilisk skeleton shimmered in the glow of their wandlights. The beast's bones lay enormous and still. Sprawled across the floor in a grotesque coil. Its fangs gleamed faintly, ivory tinged with a venomous green. "This place is cursed," Draco muttered. "You can feel it in your teeth." Hermione moved to the serpent's skull. Examining the long, barbed fang embedded in its jaw. She reached toward it, then hesitated. "Let me," Harry said. She turned, eyes worried. "Last time, that fang nearly killed you. I know. But this time I'm choosing it." His magic pulled the fang free. It came loose with a grinding sound, floating sharp and terrible in the air before him. Hermione unwrapped the cup and set it on a broad slab of stone. Its golden sides glinted in the greenish light, but the magic inside was anything but noble. It pulsed. Ron took a step back. "Do it quick." Harry stepped forward. He drove the fang into the cup. The sound was awful, a metallic shriek, like a kettle screaming from the inside out. The cup bucked. From its core, shadow poured upward. Voldemort's face, warped and spectral, leapt into the air. Traitors! But the fang pierced deep. The cup cracked. The scream ended. Ash drifted to the floor. Hermione's face was pale, but steady. One more. She'd passed him the diadem. T's sapphire shimmered bright now, resisting, pleading, furious. Harry raised the fang. The diadem screamed before he touched it. The fire that burst from its gem was cold and blue and full of hatred. Visions flashed, Hogwarts burning. Ginny broken, Hermione bleeding at his feet. He didn't blink. He stabbed the fang through the sapphire's heart. The metal twisted. The blue light went white, then black. The scream reached a fever pitch. Then silence. The crown fell to ash. Harry collapsed to his knees, his hand blistered. Hermione was instantly beside him. "Let me see." Luna murmured, "They're gone. Both of them." Draco stood at the edge of the light. "We're not alone." They turned. Crabbe and Goyle stepped out of the shadows behind the columns, wands raised. Their robes were torn, their faces wild with smoke and fury. "You think you've won," Crabbe snarled. "We watched you run off," Goyle added. "Knew you were hiding something." "Avada. Fiendfire." Crabbe screamed. Goyle turned toward him in horror. "What are you doing?" Too late. Flames exploded from Crabbe's wand. It wasn't just fire. It was alive. A wave of roaring orange erupted across the floor, instantly reshaping into a beast, serpents, dragons, eagles of flame. All tearing through the air. It reached for the pillars. For the bones. For them. "Run!" Harry shouted. The 5 of them turned and bolted toward the tunnel. The fiendfire raced after them. Hungry and fast. It devoured the basilisk skeleton in one lunge. A stone column cracked and collapsed. Behind them, Crabbe screamed, his wand lost, his feet tangled, flame rising up. Then he was gone. Draco stopped. "No." Ron grabbed his arm. "You'll die too." Draco's eyes were wild, but he didn't fight. Goyle stumbled forward, coughing. He didn't know. They scramble. Ed into the chute just as the fiendfire began to curl into the ceiling, roaring, devouring the last breath of the chamber. They collapsed into Myrtle's bathroom. Smoke spilled up after them. Hermione sealed the entrance with a flick of her wand. The rumble of fiendfire faded into silence. For a long moment, they didn't speak. They had barely caught their breath before a shudder passed through the stone underfoot. Not from fiendfire. Not from battle. It was colder. Then came the voice. "You have fought valiantly." The words were not spoken aloud. They arrived inside them, burrowed beneath breath and thought. Every head turned. Every heart froze. Even the walls seemed to flinch. "But I grow weary of this game. You have 1 hour. 1 hour to bring me Harry Potter." Hermione gasped. Ron swore under his breath. "He must come to me. In the forest." The voice turned cruel. "If he does not, I will return to the castle. I will kill every student in my path. The youngest first. I have them now. This." Ion flared through Harry's mind, sharper than pain. A clearing lit with torches. Students huddled in a ring of flame. Tiny, shaking hands. A boy whispering the name of a sister he would never see again. And beside them, tied, bruised, Hagrid. Harry's heart clenched. Let him come to die. Let it end. Silence. Real silence now, suffocating and absolute. The bathroom's flickering sconces seemed dimmer. The air heavier. Harry stood slowly. He didn't speak right away. Hermione turned to him, voice thin. "Harry, don't." Ron took a step forward. "We can't let you." "I have to," Harry said. His voice was quiet, but final. Not cold, resolved. "You heard him," he continued. "They've taken children. Hagrid. He's not bluffing. He never bluffs. He'll kill them." "No," Hermione said again, as if repetition could change the truth. There's another way, there has to be, there's always a. There isn't, Harry said. He looked at them, at all of them. And something changed in his face. I didn't want to tell you before. I didn't know how, he said. But you need to understand why this is the only way. He let out a slow breath, voice barely above a whisper. There's something in me. They all stared. Hermione blinked. What do you mean? In me, he said again. A piece of him. He placed a hand over his heart. I'm a Horcrux. He let it hang there. Ron opened his mouth and closed it again. I didn't know, not until I saw Snape's memories. It happened when I was a baby. When he tried to kill me. Part of his soul latched onto me. I've felt it my whole life, through my scar, my dreams, that link. He swallowed hard. That's why I could see into him. Why he always knew where I was. Why the Sorting Hat offered me Slytherin. Why I spoke Parseltongue. Hermione had turned away, a hand pressed to her mouth. Her shoulders shook once, silent. I'm the last piece, Harry said. The piece he never meant to make. Ron took a step back. You're sure? Harry nodded. And it has to be destroyed, he said. Like the others. He looked at them all again. I'm not doing this just because he asked. I'm doing this because, this is how we win. A beat. Then another. No, Hermione said, turning back, tears streaking her face. Not like this. You don't, he doesn't get to take you too. I'm not giving myself to him, Harry said, his voice steel now. I'm giving myself to end him. There was no bravado in it. Just truth. Ron moved forward again, fists clenched. You don't have to go alone. I do, Harry said. If I go with anyone, he'll think I've got a plan. If I'm armed, he'll strike first. I have to go like I'm ready to die. Like I am ready. Hermione pressed a shaking hand to his chest. Come back, she whispered. I'll try, he said. Harry reached into his pocket. The golden snitch was still there. Still warm. He had not opened it. Not yet. Soon. He pulled the invisibility cloak over his shoulders. The others watched him fade into gray and then into nothing. He looked back one last time. At Ron, trembling with fury. At Hermione, glowing with grief. At Luna, who had not cried but seemed already halfway to understanding. At Draco, who watched him go without flinching. Harry turned, and walked out the door. Toward the forest. Toward the end. Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 26 The Forest and the Flame. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilde Pratier. Some ends are chosen, some are earned, some are walked into with eyes wide open. Hogwarts had not gone quiet. It had grown still, yes, like the hush after a scream, like the drawn breath before a final word. Harry walked through the castle wrapped in his invisibility cloak, his footsteps ghosting across the flagstones. Beneath the cloak, his heart beat like a war drum. Around him, Hogwarts shifted and sighed. The battle had scorched it. The eastern corridors were blackened, blasted, filled with the acrid sting of magic still settling into ash. Statues stood decapitated. Suits of armor lay crumpled like bones. He passed a shattered window once he'd watched owls sail in from winter sky. The castle remembered him. The stone trembled beneath his feet, but not in rejection, in mourning. It made way for him. Staircases held still. Doors had once moaned open on hinges now yielded silently. A tapestry curled back without touch, revealing a shortcut he had never known. Paintings watched with wide eyes, silent not from fear, but reverence. Only once did a portrait speak. It was an elderly witch with a stained shawl and deep creases in her painted brow. You're not running away, she whispered. Are you? No, Harry said quietly. I'm going to end it. Her eyes glistened. Then walk proud. And he did. Outside, the war burned on. Voldemort had not kept his word of truce. Giants thundered through the rubble of the greenhouses, the very earth recoiling under their feet. Thestrals screamed from above. Stone guardians, summoned by Professor McGonagall in a voice that had shaken the rafters, marched in gleaming phalanxes, swords glowing against the dark. Harry passed the last arch of the courtyard and emerged into moonlight, and there, not far from the edge of the forest, stood a boy. Neville. His face was bloodied, one eye bruised half shut. But his grip on the sword of Gryffindor was firm. A felled giant lay behind him, its head split open like a cracked boulder. The Sorting Hat, singed and smoking, rested at Neville's feet. He saw Harry, and his breath caught. Harry. Harry threw off the cloak. Neville stepped forward, stunned. What are you? Harry didn't waste time. Nagini. She's the last piece. If you get the chance, kill her. No matter what. Neville stared. You're serious. Dead serious. Neville looked stricken. You're not going in there alone. Harry met his eyes, full of something deeper than resolve. You have to trust me. Neville's jaw clenched. Then, he nodded. I will. Harry gave his shoulder one last squeeze. Then he turned, and walked into the trees. The air darkened at the edge of the forbidden forest. Branches overhead clawed at the stars. Roots curled like dead fingers. The trees, ancient and knotted, made no sound but the rustle of Harry's footsteps. The golden snitch pulsed faintly in his hand. I opened at the close. It had haunted him for months. He looked at it now in the soft moonlight. It had never opened, never cracked or glowed or whispered. Until now. I'm ready, he said aloud. I'm ready to die. The snitch unfurled. Inside lay a small, dull stone, etched with a perfect line, circle, triangle. The resurrection stone. He turned it once, twice, 3 times. A shimmer broke the trees. Harry looked around expectantly. And they came. They stepped from mist and memory. His father, glasses crooked. His mother, eyes wide with sorrow. Serious, coat billowing. A grin caught between pride and pain. And Tonks. Harry froze. Tonks. She smiled, tired, radiant. Surprised. I didn't know. He swallowed hard. I'm sorry. I wasn't there. There's nothing to be sorry for, she said softly. You gave Teddy a world without this war. Harry turned to Sirius. Remus. Sirius met his eyes. Alive. Broken, but breathing. Harry closed his eyes. Thank Merlin. Tonks nodded. He'll be there for Teddy. Just like James was, in all the ways he never got to be. Harry looked between them, voice quiet. Will it hurt? James stepped forward. You won't feel a thing. Lily touched his face. We're proud of you. So proud. I don't want to do it alone. You're not alone, said Sirius. We walk with you, Lily whispered. Until the end. Harry closed his hand. The stone vanished. So did they. Into the clearing Voldemort stood waiting. The Elder Wand gripped loosely in his hand. Death Eaters flanked him like statues, silent, masked, unmoving. Torches burned in iron sconces, casting greenish flickers over the mist. A knot of terrified first-years knelt nearby, barely more than children, shivering and silent. Behind them, bound in chains, bleeding and furious. Hagrid. No. The half-giant roared. Harry, Don. But Harry stepped from the trees. He let the cloak fall. And the world gasped. A hiss rolled across the circle of Death Eaters. Potter, Voldemort said softly. Harry walked to him, unarmed, unflinching. You came, Voldemort said again. I did. You expect mercy. I expect nothing, Harry replied. But I'm here. Let them go. Voldemort tilted his head, amused. He stepped closer. The Elder Wand gleamed in his pale hand. He lifted it slowly, and touched the tip to Harry's scar. Avada Kedavra. Death came, but not pain, only release. Dia. Thly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 27 King's Cross Station. Author's note. Thank you for reading. This chapter continues our journey with Harry, Hermione, and Ron through a reimagined path. I hope it stirs something new in your heart. Tilde Pratier. There was no pain, no scream, no impact, only absence. The forest was gone, the night, the torches, the flickering firelight, even Voldemort's final whisper had vanished like mist. In its place, light. White, soft, endless. Harry blinked. He was lying flat on a polished stone floor that glowed faintly beneath him, as though it remembered stars. A soft, pale mist drifted above his head, but the ceiling stretched up in soft arches, like the vaulted ribcage of some ancient, holy place. The light was all around him, gentle, warm, without source or shadow. It was quiet, not silent, not dead, quiet like a breath before a word. He sat up slowly. A single bench, a gleaming track, and across it, standing beneath the silver curve of the dome. Dumbledore. Alive. Or something like it. His long silver beard rested neatly against the front of his robes, which shimmered faintly, like moonlight falling on water. His blue eyes were exactly as Harry remembered them, wise, tired, kind, and impossibly sad. Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry couldn't speak. His throat ached with words he hadn't realized he'd held back, anger, confusion, longing. Is this, he hesitated. Am I dead? Not unless you choose to be, said Dumbledore gently. This is a threshold, between one world and the next. Harry looked around. It's King's Cross, he said slowly. A version of it, said Dumbledore. This place is shaped by your mind. You always associated transition with a train station. A station, Harry murmured. So I could take a train, where? Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. On, he said simply. Beyond. A pause. But I don't have to. No. Why not? Because, you Harry, you are the true master of death. Harry looked down. His chest felt lighter than it ever had before. But he hit me. With the killing curse. Yes, said Dumbledore softly. And not for the first time. Harry blinked. The Lovegoods house. That spell struck you, yes. But it destroyed the Horcrux, not you, Dumbledore said, his eyes grave. That fragment of Voldemort's soul, clinging to your life since you were a child, was torn away by the very curse meant to end you. And still you lived. Harry's breath caught. His mind was spinning. I remember, I felt it. I thought I'd died then. But I woke up. How? Why didn't I die that time? Dumbledore's expression darkened, not with regret, but with reverence for the truth. Because of your mother, he said softly. Because of what she gave you. Blood magic, Harry, ancient, powerful, and utterly unbreakable. When she died to save you, she did not just protect you once in that nursery. She left her protection in your very blood. And when Voldemort used your blood to rise again, fool that he is, he tethered your life to his own. Harry stared. So, I couldn't die. You could have, Dumbledore said quietly. But not easily. That first curse at the Lovegoods, yes, it struck you. And it did destroy the Horcrux. That piece of Voldemort's soul that clung to your own was burned out by the same magic that created it. But you survived because of her protection. You lived on, just as you were meant to. Harry felt cold. But this time, just now, I felt myself dying. Yes, Dumbledore said, and his voice changed. It grew gentler, deeper, like a truth long withheld. Because this time, you did more than survive. You chose it. You went willingly. Not out of desperation, not out of fear, but out of love. And in doing so, Harry, you changed everything. Harry stared at him, heart pounding. But why am I not dead now? I gave myself up. He touched me. I felt it. I know he killed me. Dumbledore's gaze softened even further. Yes, Harry. He killed you. But he did not understand what he was doing. That is the key. He stepped forward, robes whispering across the white floor. In his arrogance, Voldemort believed he could master death by conquering it. He believed that power, raw, unfeeling power, was enough. But he never grasped the true nature of the Hallows. He never saw them for what they were, not weapons, but instruments of choice. Dumbledore paused, then added, he did not know he was placing the final Hallow into your possession. Harry blinked. The Elder Wand. Dumbledore nodded. You were already master of the cloak, it has been yours since before you knew its true name. The stone you found, and though you did not wield it for dominance, you used it with understanding and love. But the wand had never truly been yours. Until tonight. But, I never touched it, Harry said, bewildered. No, Dumbledore said softly. But he did. He placed its tip against your scar, not knowing what he held, or whom he faced. And you, wearing the cloak, holding the stone, and acceptee. Ing death without fear, stood as the rightful master of all three. The air seemed to pulse around them. In that moment, Dumbledore whispered, the Hallows recognized you. And death did not. Harry's mouth was dry. So, I can't be killed. Quote, not by force, Dumbledore said. Not by spell or wand or blade. Not now. You are the master of death, not because you wield the Hallows, but because you do not cling to them. You offered yourself, and death passed you by. But I'm not immortal. No, Dumbledore said with a faint smile. You are simply free. You may live, Harry. Or you may pass beyond. But only by your will. Not Voldemort's. Not fate's. Only yours. Harry swallowed hard. And the wand, he thinks it's his. Yes, said Dumbledore. He believes mastery comes through murder. Through blood. But the wand does not serve murder. It serves allegiance. It serves will. And it won't obey him, Harry said slowly. Because it belongs to me. Dumbledore gave a single, proud nod. Because you united the Hallows. Because you chose not to run. Harry stood in silence, the weight of it all pressing into his lungs. He looked up, eyes steady. Then I have to go back. You do not have to, Dumbledore said gently. You choose to. And that is the difference. Harry looked at him, suddenly remembering every question he'd never had the chance to ask. You knew, he said bitterly. You knew I was a Horcrux. That I had to die. I suspected for many years, said Dumbledore. And confirmed it the night I touched the cursed ring. I desperately hoped, that Voldemort would destroy that piece of his soul by his own hand. And when he cast the curse at you at the Lovegoods, he very nearly did. But you still kept it from me. Yes, said Dumbledore heavily. Because I was afraid. I told myself it was mercy. That you needed to be ready. But I was also afraid of what you would think of me. Harry looked away. I was a boy, Dumbledore continued softly, with a thirst for greatness. For mastery. I was not immune to the lure of the Hallows either. I once thought I could wield all three. And I failed. But Grindelwald, he said you beat him. I did, Dumbledore said. But I never sought the Hallows again. Not after Ariana. Quote. His voice cracked on the name. She died because of us, he said. Me and Gellert. Our pride. Our ambition. She was the innocent one. The one we should have protected. Harry's heart twisted. You became the greatest wizard in the world, he said. I became a man who spent a lifetime trying to atone for one summer's ambition, Dumbledore replied. But in you, Harry, I saw something I never had. You didn't seek power. Not even when it was laid at your feet. You chose love, loyalty, sacrifice. Again and again. Harry was quiet a long moment. And what now? He asked. If I go back, will I still be the master of death? If you return, the Hallows will not bind you, Dumbledore said. The wand will serve you because you did not conquer it. The cloak has always protected you. The stone, you have already let go. You are not its prisoner. Harry's hand went instinctively to where the snitch had been. I dropped it, he murmured. You no longer need it, Dumbledore said. You've said goodbye. Quote. Harry looked at the mist beyond the arches. So I could go. Now. Be at peace. You could, said Dumbledore. And no one would think less of you. Harry's jaw tightened. But he's still out there. With the wand. Yes, said Dumbledore. But the wand answers to you now. He cannot win. Harry drew a breath. I have to finish it, he said. For them. For Fred. For Tonks. For Colin. For all of them. Quote. For the living, Dumbledore said gently, and for the dead. Harry stepped forward. Dumbledore raised a hand, resting it on Harry's shoulder. I am so proud of you. I don't think I'll ever be ready, Harry whispered. No one ever is, Dumbledore replied. That is what makes your choice so rare. Harry turned. His throat tightened. Goodbye, sir. Not goodbye, Dumbledore said. Until we meet again. The light brightened, and the world began again. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 28 Master of Death. Author's note. Death is not the end. In this chapter, a final truth is spoken, a final wand is raised, and history is rewritten in flame and gold. Thank you for following Harry to the place where endings and beginnings meet. Pratier. The forest edge. The world returned in fragments. Harry lay unmoving beneath the invisibility cloak, his limbs cold and stiff, his breath barely a whisper against the leaf-strewn forest floor. A drizzle of ash fell through the trees. Somewhere close, a branch cracked beneath a boot. Then, he is dead, Voldemort declared, voice smooth as oil and loud as thunder. Harry Potter is dead. The words shattered the silence. A storm of cheers erupted. Death Eaters screamed, laughed, howled. Bellatrix spun in a mad pirouette, hair wild, wand raised like a baton. Even the more cautious among them, Yaxley. The Carrows, stood slack-jawed with awe. Hagrid's anguished cry shook the trees. No, no, Harry, please. Silence him, Voldemort said. A masked Death Eater struck Hagrid across the face with the hilt of his wand. The half-giant staggered, bloody and roaring, but did not fall. Voldemort turned to the huddled crowd. Bring me the body. They hesitated. I'll do it, Hagrid growled, tears streaking the soot on his face. He was always mine to carry. The Death Eaters parted. With trembling, calloused hands, Hagrid lifted Harry's limp form. He held him like something sacred, like a promise kept too long. And then they began their march. The gates of Hogwarts moaned open. Beyond them, the courtyard lay in ruins. Smoke curled up from the shattered clock tower. Craters pocked the stone where spells had struck. The sky, once purple with ash and fire, was paling now, light creeping back along the eastern horizon. The defenders stood scattered, bruised, burned, bloody. McGonagall stood tall, her face carved in grief. Kingsley, wand still drawn. Lupin, alive, grim, arms shielding a cluster of terrified younger students. George, Seamus, Dean, Angelina. All stared toward the gates. Hagrid appeared first, and in his arms, Hermione screamed. It was the kind of scream that cracked through stone. Raw, shattering. No, no. Ron grabbed her, but she broke free. She ran. You monster. She cried, wand raised. Hair wild with wind and blood. You killed him. Hermione. Ron sprinted after her. Voldemort lifted his wand, calm and cruel. Kill the mudblood. The order was soft, but Nagini obeyed. The great serpent uncoiled, slid from his shoulders, and slithered toward Hermione with terrifying speed. Her wand flashed. Neville. Someone shouted. From the crowd, Neville Longbottom burst forward. His face was smeared with blood and grime. In one hand, the tattered sorting hat. In the other, he reached in. Steel sang. The sword of Gryffindor gleamed in his grip. Nagini lunged. Neville didn't hesitate. He turned, swung. The blade caught her mid-strike. The snake's head flew from her body, hit the ground with a dull, wet thud, and rolled to Voldemort's feet. Her coils writhed once, then were still. The last Horcrux had died. Voldemort screamed and fell to the ground in agony. His final tether lost. The duel of a lifetime. Voldemort screamed. The castle itself seemed to scream back. The courtyard erupted. Curses flew from both sides in blinding color. Columns exploded. Statues animated and charged. Stone groaned underfoot. Bellatrix Lestrange broke from the crowd with a cry of fury and grief. Traitor! She raised her wand to Neville, but Hermione intercepted her with a curse so fierce it cracked the flagstones. Their duel ignited like a firestorm. Hermione's curse hit Bellatrix midair, blasting her back across the courtyard. But Bellatrix rose laughing, her eyes gleaming with frenzy. Oh, clever little witch, come then. They collided like titans. Bellatrix moved like madness itself, erratic, explosive, wild. But Hermione was discipline and fury, precision honed by war and pain. Her spells were blades. Her will, unbreakable. They circled each other, casting faster than most could think. Craters burst from the stones. A statue exploded behind them. Bellatrix's robe caught flame. Hermione's shield shattered under a blast of purple light. You're just a girl. Bellatrix howled. No, Hermione spat. Blood on her lip. I'm the witch who ends you. They fired at once, beams of red and blue crashing together, locked in midair. Sparks flew. The ground shook. Then Hermione twisted her wrist. A golden arc split the beam, struck Bellatrix in the chest. The laughter stopped. Bellatrix staggered back, mouth open in a silent curse. Hermione didn't wait. She stepped forward. Avexia Flamma. A fountain of light erupted from her wand, blazing, pure, searing. Bellatrix screamed, and fell. Ash where her heart had been. Across the courtyard, Dolohov fought viciously, T. Luna and Ginny flanked him like wind and flame. Ginny's hexes cracked the stone. Luna deflected each return blow with serene precision, her face ghostly calm. Together, they drove him into a corner. Ginny flicked her wrist and struck his knees. Luna's hex hit his chest like a hammer. Dolohov dropped. Across the courtyard, a manticore, freed from a broken chamber, roared and barreled toward the steps. Ron, Draco, and Seamus ducked behind a smoking column. I vote we run, Draco said. Ron groaned. No, we distract it. You distract it, Draco hissed. Seamus grinned madly. I've got just the thing, cover your ears. Boom. The manticore shrieked as a flash of green engulfed it. It staggered backward, then lunged at a group of Death Eaters instead. Ron blinked. That worked. Draco exhaled. That never works. Don't jinx it, Ron muttered. The final duel. Voldemort rose with a gasp, not of fear, but fury, a terrible, trembling rage that shattered the silence like splintered glass. Ash and ruin swirled around him, and his eyes, crimson slits of burning hatred, scanned the wreckage. He had killed the boy. He had felt it. The life snuffed out, the link severed. Yet, a sudden hush swept over the battlefield like a deathly tide. Both Death Eaters and defenders froze. The dust curled on the breeze and drifted to the ground as if afraid to fall. From the front steps of the castle, from amidst the wounded and the weeping, Harry Potter stood, whole, breathing. His cloak fell away. In his hand, a wand. Murmurs echoed across the grounds. A gasp. A cry. A heartbeat stilled in every chest. Voldemort's breath caught. His twisted mouth parted, not in triumph, but in something close to disbelief. Then his scream cut through the morning like a blade. No. He staggered back a step. I killed you. Harry stepped forward, slow and sure, the weight of history in his stride. You tried, he said clearly. But you don't get to win. His voice was louder now, carrying across the battlements, through the great courtyard. Through the crowd of survivors holding their breath. You failed, Tom. The name cracked like thunder. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand, his pale fingers white-knuckled around it. It won't help you, Harry said calmly. You never understood what it really was. I am its master. Voldemort howled. No, Harry said, and there was finality in his tone. I am. He tossed the borrowed snatcher's wand aside. Gasps again. Was he mad? Disarmed? Suicidal? But then, from within his cloak, Harry drew the broken remnants of his phoenix feather wand. That, Voldemort sneered. A broken twig. That's your answer. But something was happening. The Elder Wand began to tremble. And Harry's wand, splintered, jagged, dead, began to glow. A thread of gold wove through its cracks, binding them, healing them. Lighting them from within. Phoenix fire. The Elder Wand jerked in Voldemort's grasp. It pulled. It flew. It merged with Harry's wand midair, as if drawn home. Light consumed the wand, swallowed it whole, until there was one. Whole and burning with golden flame. Harry raised it. His voice rang out, strong and clear. For Hogwarts. A great beam of golden light surged from his wand. It was like sunlight made solid, pure and fierce and unstoppable. Voldemort screamed, clawing at the air, reaching for another wand from a fallen Death Eater, any wand. Avada Kedavra, he shrieked. Green met gold. The curses collided, hissing, snarling, but the gold held. The golden fire devoured the green, rushed back along its path like a predator tracking blood, and struck. The found wand was ripped from Voldemort's grasp. His feet left the ground. His body rose, spinning. And then, no scream, no sound, he disintegrated. A flurry of ash, a breath of wind. Tom Marvolo Riddle was gone. And in the silence that followed, the castle breathed again. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 29 Aftermath. Author's note. Celebration, sorrow, and the threads of future hope. This chapter marks the turning point, where the heroes are remembered, the fallen are mourned, and the seeds of a new world are sown. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had never looked so strange. The enchanted ceiling showed the slow light of dawn, golden lavender streaking across the sky as if the castle itself were finally breathing again. House banners, once tattered and torn from the siege, now shimmered back into place as the castle repaired itself slowly. Tables reformed under the careful magic of returning professors, and food appeared, lavish, warm, and far too much for those whose hearts were still too full. Yet the air was thick with something electric, relief, disbelief, and joy. A celebration bloomed despite the wreckage. Harry stood near the center of the room, surrounded by a growing circle of students and teachers. A spontaneous chant had started, his name, again and again, but he barely heard it. He smiled, shook hands, clapped backs, nodded with humility. Hermione stood beside him, her hand brushing his in quiet reassurance. Professor McGonagall raised a glass, her voice trembling only slightly. To those who stood and did not falter. To those who fell but did not fail. A roar of agreement followed, and then someone began to sing. Not the school song, not a hymn, but a spontaneous, raucous tune of victory. Hagrid's bass voice boomed above them all, tears rolling freely down his cheeks as he tried to keep the beat by slapping his mug on the table. Even Peeves joined in, flying circles above the high tables, flinging confetti made of shredded, pure blue. Only, proclamations and belting rhyming insults at the now-dead Dark Lord. Fred and George Weasley climbed onto one of the remaining Gryffindor benches, arms thrown around each other's shoulders. Fred's singed ear still smoked slightly. "Oi!" Fred shouted. Who knew a skiving snack box could take out 3 Death Eaters? Or that portable swamps are excellent troll traps? George added, grinning, as he pulled a slimy boot from his robe pocket. Best sales pitch ever, really. The laughter came easily, a flood of release. For a moment, Hogwarts was a beacon of defiance, pride, and joy. The war was over. But the moment didn't last. As the last echoes of song faded, reality crept back in like a cold wind through a crack in the wall. Faces turned toward the far side of the hall, where rows of still bodies had been laid. Covered in white cloth, each one seemed to glow faintly in the soft morning light. Harry's smile faded. His feet moved on their own, carrying him across the room. Hermione followed silently. Ron joined them, shoulders hunched, eyes rimmed with red. They stopped at one particular form, small, too small for the battlefield. "Colin," Harry murmured. Colin Creevy's pale face peeked from beneath the cloth. His camera, cracked but still hanging from his neck, was clutched in his hand. He had come back to fight. He had believed in Harry until the very end. He wasn't supposed to be here, Hermione whispered. He wasn't of age. He was brave, Harry replied. And he died like a Gryffindor. Nearby, Remus Lupin sat with his back to the wall, Teddy in his arms. The infant stirred in sleep, unaware of the whole Tonks had left behind. Lupin's eyes were far away, red-rimmed but dry now, as if he had no more tears left to give. Harry knelt slowly before them. "Remus." Lupin looked at him, face drawn. "She saved a dozen children, Harry. Dora, she wouldn't have wanted it any other way. She should be here." Harry's voice cracked. "She deserved to see him grow up." Remus nodded. "Then we'll do it for her. We'll build him a world where his mother's name is remembered, not feared." Harry rose, eyes shining. Around him, the atmosphere shifted again, celebration turning to memory, memory to promise. "He's right," Ron said. "It's not just about surviving now. It's about rebuilding, fixing what they tried to break." Fred and George approached once more, this time holding 2 glowing boxes. "All right, enough tears," Fred declared. "Time to lighten the load, yeah." George held up a new item, a shimmering candy labeled Phoenix Poppers. They explode in light and rebirth. Limited edition. Free for all today. A small crowd gathered. The sweets burst in radiant fireworks that wrote names in the air, Tonks. Colin. Moody. Names that wouldn't be forgotten. "We lost a lot," Fred said quietly. Uncharacteristically somber. "But we didn't lose each other." That night, as the stars came out, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood atop the astronomy tower. The wind played with their robes. Below, Hogwarts slept in quiet recovery. It's over, Ron said. Really over? No, Hermione said softly. It's just beginning. Harry said nothing. He looked out over the grounds, past the forbidden forest, past the mountains. His scar no longer burned. But something else lingered, a weight, a calling. We have a world to rebuild, he said at last. And I'm not doing it alone. They joined hands. 3 silhouettes against the starry sky, ready to shape whatever came next. Harry Potter and the Cloak, the Stone and the Wand. Chapter 30 Epilogue. 17 years later. Author's note. A new era begins. As the years pass, the scars of war become stories, and love endures. This final chapter closes one story and opens the door to another, one shaped by peace, family, and magic rediscovered. The Hogwarts Express let out a shrill whistle, echoing across platform 9 3/4. The smoke curled into the late summer sky, and the platform teemed with chatter, laughter, and last-minute hugs. Harry Potter stood with one hand on the trolley handle and the other resting on his son's shoulder. James Sirius Potter, 11 and impatient, leaned toward the train like it might leave without him. Dad, you said we could board early. Look, Al's already halfway to the door. He's not boarding without us, Harry chuckled, brushing a bit of soot from his glasses. Besides, your mother wanted to say goodbye properly. Hermione stepped up beside him, her dark curls still wild despite her best efforts. Their daughter, Rose Lily, clung to her robes, her Hogwarts letter folded neatly in her tiny fist. You've packed enough ink to rewrite the entire library, Hermione said to Rose, smiling. Just don't forget to actually read it. I will, Mom, Rose said seriously, her eyes gleaming. Across the platform, Ron Weasley was chasing down a runaway owl cage while Luna, her radish earrings as bright as ever, stood calmly with their twin sons, Orion and Lysander. Ronald, Luna called dreamily, let the owl win this one. Love, it builds character. Neville Longbottom strolled toward them in professor's robes, his wand tucked behind one ear and a slight limp from the battle long ago. He waved at the children and gave Hermione a quick hug. First years'll love herbology this year, Neville grinned. I've bred a new crossbreed of mandrake and snapdragon, explosive and educational. Ginny stood a few feet behind him, smiling as she adjusted her daughter's robes. She and Neville had grown closer after the war, their quiet strength building something lasting. Their daughter, Leora, clutched her broomstick like it was part of her arm. Think she'll make Seeker? Neville asked. She's been flying like Harry since she was 5. I think she'll make captain, Ginny replied proudly. A few meters away stood a tall, pale figure in rich black teaching robes. Draco Malfoy, now potions master of Hogwarts, watched the families without a trace of resentment. He gave Harry a single respectful nod. Harry returned it. Draco remained unmarried, having buried his bitterness in work and alchemy. His godson, Scorpius, walked quietly beside him, curious, bright-eyed, and looking longingly at the Hogwarts Express. Remember, Draco said softly, you're a Malfoy, but you decide who you are. Yes, father. The whistle blew again. It was time. Children were embraced, hair was ruffled, and trunks rolled in every direction. The old red train hissed and lurched forward. Hands waved from every window. Harry and Hermione stood together, watching James and Rose disappear down the corridor of the train. They're ready, Hermione said. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.